when I have been the Cabinet Secretary for Interior, we have been able to take action on some of the recommendations that did not require legal or policy changes. For example, we've rolled out a massive police equipment modernization program, which will be rolled out in 5 years. And already under my leadership, we were able to convince the government and the National Treasury to allocate 7 billion shillings, which has already been spent to buy air and land assets to assist officers who have been exposed to great danger, those that are helping to keep the country safe in the front line, in the fight against terror, the fight against banditry and other sophisticated organized crimes. And therefore, this equipment is already up and running, especially mine resistance, ambush protected vehicles, armored personnel carriers, personal protection equipment, and also aerial unmanned vehicles, which are commonly known as drones. And we've been able to restore the police air wing, which had collapsed. And we have some of the aircrafts which are now operational and helping us with air surveillance. And we have also hoping in the next financial year, if I am approved by this House, we'll be able to purchase additional gunship helicopters to help us finish the remaining work in terms of the fight against terror, the fight against banditry and other organized crimes. Mr. Speaker, I also need to point out that because of the grave issues around leadership and succession management and career progression in the National Police Service, during my 21 months as the Cabinet Secretary for Interior, we've been able to put in place, operationalize the National Police Leadership Academy, which we opened, His Excellency the President opened in Gong. And this is the academy that is helping us put together a curriculum that will help us put in place short courses, professional courses to retool, reskill our police officers, especially those that are in leadership, and also provide a fast-track process of identifying, nurturing leadership among our police officers. And therefore, going forward, with the academy now operational, we believe that in the next few years, we're going to inculcate not only fast succession management and career progression program, but also we're going to have a very motivated leadership within our police officers. We have also, of course, taken action around welfare issues. Already the increments for the first increments that were proposed by the task force have already been put in place. We have also, in terms of giving motivation to our officers, also operationalized the National Police Service Hospital, which is supposed to take care of those who are injured in the front line so that they are not exposed to health or even subsequent risks when they visit ordinary hospitals. So by and large, that's what we've done. And finally, on the proposals that require legislative reforms and policy reforms, we have formulated about 6 pieces of legislation which are ready. They are just waiting for stakeholder participation, and then they'll be conveyed to Parliament through Cabinet. And if I can highlight this as I end that response, Mr. Speaker, they include, number 1, the National Police Service Amendment Bill 2024, the National Police Service Commission Amendment Bill 2024, the National Forensic Laboratory Services Bill 2024. We have also formulated a bill which will also assist us in the leadership and the command oversight in the National Police Service. I submit.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question to the CS nominee relates to just where he stopped on the legal and legislative proposals that he was considering before his exit from the ministry, and more so around the issue of implementation of Article 37 of the Constitution on the right of Kenyans to picket, assemble, demonstrate peaceably. And CS, you have seen in the recent past a lot of confrontations between members of the public and the police. And it's my view that principally why this has been so is because you have failed to designate picketing corners. And Kenyans imagine you can picket anywhere and everywhere, including in some areas that you consider restricted areas. I would want to hear what is it that you would intend to do if you are reappointed and approved by this committee to ensure that there are no more confrontations between members of the public who want to peaceably assemble and picket and the police. Two, there seems to have been a complete breakdown in administrative and security structures in the country. And I say that in view of when you came into office, the Shakahola massacre, where up to now we don't know how many Kenyans lost their lives in Shakahola. We have seen in the recent past Kware here in Nairobi. In a country like ours, how is it possible where you have chiefs, assistant chiefs, nyumba kumi, and all the structures and security and administrative structures that we have, that 20, 40 people can be killed around one small area like Kware, in the full view of the security and administrative structures without government coming to know. And the same thing happened to Shakahola. And I would want to hear what is it that you would intend to do to make sure that there is restoration of administrative and security structures right at the village level to secure our country.
Mr. Speaker, sir, it is true there is work that requires to be done to ensure that the people of Kenya enjoy their constitutional right and freedom to assemble, picket, and demonstrate, and present petitions to public authorities, while at the same time maintaining public order and also ensuring the rights of other people. Before I was dismissed on 11th of July, I had actually finalized the draft regulations to the Public Order Act, which will be the statutory instrument to be processed for purposes of giving effect to the enjoyment of that right, not to curtail that right, because a statute cannot curtail a constitutional right, but to give effect to how that right will be exercised. Those draft regulations, when completed, will be able to help the police do a number of things. Number one, obligate the police to escort protesters and provide security for them, but also to ensure protesters don't run amok and overrun members of the public who are not protesting. Number three, it will require those protesting to notify the police and tell and also give the number of protesters so that the appropriate arrangements are made. It will also obligate public institutions in all arms of government, all public institutions, to designate an area within their precincts or within the vicinity of their precincts where a group of protesters who want to present petitions can stand, demonstrate, and present petitions to that public office or that public institution. Those regulations also will of course ask protesters to also be responsible for their own conduct, and therefore we hope that if I am approved, this is a low-hanging matter. It's something that we can process in the shortest time possible to avoid a situation like what we've had in the past 1 month of protests which are unmanaged and which have exposed us to deaths and destruction of property and a lot of inconvenience to the people of Kenya. On the second question by the leader of the majority party, it is true that we have experienced a number of security incidents that should not have happened in the first place. And let me say that first and foremost, the Shakahola incident didn't happen when it became public. It happened over quite a number of years, and it's an indictment actually on our ability as a country to be able to prevent some of these sophisticated crimes from hurting our people. I am on record to having apologized on behalf of previous and the present administration for that breach, because the radicalization and the criminal activity around Shakahola began in 2019-2020. But the manifestation in terms of people dying and being buried was something that happened sometimes in 2022. And the Shakahola incidents will remain the most tragic security breach in the history of our country. We have never had a security breach of that magnitude in our country. We have learned the lessons. 2 days ago, the task force that the president had appointed has helped to give us some of the recommendations on what we need to do to avoid that going forward. But also, we believe that the public officials, including security officers who are in charge, must also have their day in being made accountable. We had proposed the establishment of a commission of inquiry to help us put together the accountability process so that we can have recommendations on prosecution and other action. But the commission of inquiry was stopped by our courts, and we were unable to move. But with or without the commission of inquiry, I want to assure the people of Kenya, if I am approved, one of my priorities will be to make sure that the accountability for the crimes in Shakahola by public officials, including security managers of all arms, of all agencies of the state, must proceed as a way of making sure that we do not have this kind of thing happening again. It is true also recently we had an incident which is actively under investigations around Kware area. Again, the same reasons, gaps in the Ngao and Nyumba Kumi structures, and also our intelligence collection ability. And I just want to say that now that we have finalized the proposals and we know what we need to do to reform our National Police Service, my next assignment, if I am approved by this House, will be to initiate far-reaching reforms in the national government administration system to ensure that we restructure the Ngao system, make it more responsive, modernize it, and distribute it to the lowest level in a manner which helps us to avoid incidents like this when we have serious security breaches, yet we have government officials paid by the people of Kenya to make sure that the country is safe. So I want to admit those were very unfortunate incidents, and national security being a work in progress and a perpetual project, we have learned the lessons, and we are going to make sure that we strengthen and seal the gaps to ensure that we make our homeland safer than it has been before. Thank you.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the nominee, Professor Abraham, that, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, he is one of the two people who have been reappointed to the cabinet to the same docket that they were serving previously, the last 2 years. I want to ask you a question, Professor, that what do you think makes you feel that you can serve in that docket again? Because why I'm asking that question is because if you look at what happened in the last 2 months in this country, the demonstrations and the kind of things that happened, in my view, you look like somebody who was lost. Your presence was not being felt. Your omnipresence was not being felt, if I may say so, because you could see abductions were happening, human rights abuses were happening, but the minister's voice was not being heard in that situation. What do you think, what makes you think that you can serve again in the same docket? But the next question is that you have also seen widely, you have been widely accused the last 2 months or the last 1 year that you've presided over human rights abuses from time you've been appointed CS till last month. Particularly what happened, for example, on 25th of July 2024, and also during the Azimio demonstrations last year. More than 75 Kenyans lost their lives. And last month also, more than 50 Kenyans lost their lives. So there's a feeling that the national police response to protest is stuck in the old way of doing things. So the question is, to what extent do you think ministerial responsibility for the brutality meted on Kenyans by security organs? At what level do you think you can take responsibility for that? What new ways are you going now to do to stop that? So my question is, in spite of all these abuses that have happened, in spite of all the problems that Kenyans have encountered, what is this new idea that you will employ this time if you are approved by this House? Because one of the things we are looking at, Professor, Chairman, is the suitability of the person to hold that office. What makes you think you are suitable in spite of all those problems that you have encountered the last 2 months? Thank you, Chair.
Professor, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honorable members. I was in office for 21 months, 623 days. I can account for each and every day of my stay in office. I woke up every day, and my focus has been to ensure that our country is safe. I have risen before dawn every day, including Sundays, and gone to sleep very late, simply because of the demands of our homeland security. I believe that I am suitable for reappointment because during those 21 months, during those 623 days, I have been able to keep the country fairly safe, especially in the fight against terror. Previously, we had an escalation around 2021-2022 of terror attacks in northern Kenya, and the Boni Enclave. And in the past 2 years, approximately, we've had stability in northern Kenya and Lamu. I believe I am suitable, Honorable Speaker, because the crime of banditry has been reduced significantly, in my estimation, by more than 75%, even if pockets of insecurity continue to be experienced. And we do know where the gaps are and what needs to be done to even bring this problem to a complete end. Mr. Speaker, I have visited all the 47 counties, some of the counties numerous times. I've been to Lamu 21 times in 21 months. I've been to Samburu 8 times. I've been to Baringo 13 times. I've been to many other counties. And therefore, I have not been lazy. I've been diligent. And I've conducted myself within the parameters of Article 73, which requires me to conduct myself in a manner that brings honor to the nation and dignity to the office I hold. I have worked with officers at the headquarters, but I've also sat down in numerous meetings to work with officers at regional, county, and sub-county levels to make sure that we share decision-making processes and decision implementation processes. I believe, Mr. Speaker, the question has been directed to the events of the recent weeks. And I want to respond as follows. That the reason that I didn't talk every day is because the events the Honorable Member is referring to were mainly operational issues. The work of the Minister, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior, as envisaged in Article 245 of the Constitution, is to give the organs of national security that fall under that ministry policy direction and policy guidance, and in particular because we are talking about the police. Mr. Speaker, the police is under independent command, Article 245, paragraph 2. There are only two people who can give the Inspector General of Police directives. First, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior, but only on policy issues. Number two, the the Director of Public Prosecutions in matters in investigations of criminal activities. Other than that, operational matters are handled by the command of the National Police Service, and therefore the Minister doesn't give operational directives. We have communicated the policy during my time in office, the policy of the Kenya Kwanza administration on policing, which includes zero tolerance on extrajudicial killings, zero tolerance on abuse of human rights, and restraints in the use of force. Limited only, the use of force being limited only to cases contemplated in the Constitution and the National Police Service Act and the schedule thereto in the defense of life of the officer or the life of the people of Kenya. Therefore, it is unfortunate that during a recent protests, we witnessed the death of 42 Kenyans. We also had injuries, 486 civilians and 385 police officers were injured. We had about 1,387 arrests. We had 54 police cars destroyed and 110 motor vehicles belonging to the people of Kenya also destroyed in those protests. And therefore, I want to submit as follows, that the operational responsibility of policing lies with the command of the National Police Service. It is my estimation that on a broader scale of things, generally, the police tried their best to protect the country against mobs of criminals, arsonists, and other dangerous people, including those who visited Parliament and wanted to kill parliamentarians and other people. The police did their best. And in the event, as it is possible, that any officer went beyond what is allowed in terms of the use of force, it is now the work of the Independent Police Oversight Authority and other accountability agencies to help the country to bring to closure the issue of justice for excess use of force. I want to submit as follows, Mr. Speaker, that even beyond the police having independent operational command, the issue of the use of firearms by a police officer is individual. If you read the National Police Service Act and the Schedule 6 to that Act, every police officer has individual responsibility on how they use firearms. You cannot, the Inspector General of Police will not be there to tell the police, the officer, shoot this one, don't shoot this one. There will be an operational order that will generally guide the police officer. So the accountability of the IG will be on the operational order, which is publicly available, whether that operational order met the constitutional threshold, but the use of force by individual officers is an individual responsibility issue. Other than that, I commend generally those officers who tried their best in very difficult circumstances to help the country come to terms with what happened, and hope and will see to it, if I am reappointed, that the accountability for those who violated the law is pursued conclusively. I submit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This question will just require yes or no. So then I'll be able to ask the next one. So Professor Kindiki, are you aware that for the last 2 years, we have internally displaced persons in parts of the North Rift, that is Samburu County, parts of Baringo, Elgeyo Marakwet, and other parts of the North Rift? It's a yes or no?
Yes.
So if this committee finds you suitable to hold this office again, what measures will you put in place to see that these families go back to their homes, and especially going children will go back to school and people can go back to their homes and live peacefully? Mr. Speaker, allow me to ask the last question, which is also, are you aware that there are people in the North Rift who were killed in broad daylight, in marketplaces, in towns, for example, in Samburu West, in Suguta town? There have been abductions, and this current administration, which you served in, during its campaigns and has continuously said that you will not have issues of abductions, issues of extrajudicial killings, but I want to put it across to you that it has been happening. There are people in those counties who are missing to date. They have been abducted. I want to ask you whether you're aware, and we have sufficiently been informed that it is alleged that it is security officers who have abducted these people. Is that one of your measures of ensuring insecurity is settled in these areas? And do you think, as a professor of constitutionalism and ensuring we follow the Constitution, is that the right way in ensuring fair justice even to those who are accused?
Professor?
Mr. Speaker, now that the kinetic operations that we launched in February 2023 has yielded significant fruits, the issue of the North Rift will not be complete until those that were displaced because of the violence meted upon them by bandits, groups and gangs are returned to their homes. And therefore, it is going to be my priority, if I am approved by this House, to make sure that in line with the rights of every Kenyan under the Constitution and the relevant instruments, including international instruments on the prevention of internal displacement, we're going to resettle, facilitate the resettlement and reintegration of all communities that were displaced by the menace of banditry. Secondly, I've been asked to respond to the allegations about abduction. During my tenure as minister, I made it clearly, I made it clear to the police that abductions, extrajudicial killings, and extra constitutional means of apprehending offenders is against government policy, is against the Constitution, is against international law. I must hasten to say my observation, because I've been in the front line more than any other place, especially in North Rift, in northern Kenya, and the Boni Enclave. The officers who served in the special units in counter-terrorism and counter-banditry, the formed-up units, have been quite professional, generally. But just as I've said in the previous question, in the event there are any infractions, there are any reported infractions and excesses by the special forces that are helping us to fight banditry, again, IPOA and other accountability mechanisms must be put in place to ensure that we do not spoil the very good work that is being done by our officers in the front line. Some of them have died, others have lost limb, officers have been destituted.
Point of order, Chair. Chairman, I was saying that, you know, the nominee is a professor, and professors teach in the university, so he can answer questions like somebody who's in class teaching us. I was requesting through the chair that, through the chairman, that he can do faster. Chair.
Professor, be concise and precise and to the point.
I submit.
Thank you. Nelson, we'll just come around. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Professor Kindiki, it's unprecedented that twice in 2 years we've had to apply Section 241 of our Constitution in deploying our officers, our military officers, to back up the police, both to quell the protest and initially sent to the North Rift. What exactly is the state of our police force? There are so many things that are flying around, gossip, that number one, our officers, police officers, could be demoralized. Number two, is there a situation that you feel the police at some point are very hesitant to execute some of the assignments they're given because of lack of morale? And you as a CS, the accusations that you've not helped in boosting the morale of our police officers. What exactly is the state of our police force?
Professor?
Mr. Speaker, yes, we have applied Article 241 twice. And I think there is nothing abnormal with that, Mr. Speaker, because that is why that article exists. So that whenever there is need, the National Police Service may request the support of the Kenya Defence Forces to handle either an emergency or a disastrous situation. On the case of the North Rift, it was important to get the support of the KDF because at that time the National Police Air Wing had collapsed. Right now it's operational. We didn't have air assets. We didn't have adequate long-range unmanned aerial vehicles, and therefore we needed the support of the military. But the effort in North Rift is police-led. In fact, the military has been supportive in the periphery. It's police-led. Even in terms of numbers, we have 4,500 police officers against less than 1,000 KDF officers. With regard to the recent emergency we had, again, what we had on 25th of June was unprecedented. And our calling of the KDF was simply to put them on standby should they be needed. And you've seen they have not been needed. But it was a precaution because the criminals who wanted to burn Parliament were also threatening to burn State House and other critical installations. So if that was not reason enough to put KDF on standby legally, I don't think any other situation would have met threshold, because what we faced in the last month, in our view, was existential threat, not just to the arms of government, but to the state itself. And therefore, the police is in good shape. There are issues of welfare, which we are handling. I've already mentioned about the salary increments, which we have started implementing. There's issues around housing. There are also issues about the leave and so forth and so on. Medication, I've just talked about the hospital that we've established for them, fully fledged level 4 hospital. We have one for the border police again, which again we operationalized under my leadership in Kanyonyo for the formed up units. So yes, there is more to be done, but it is not true to say that the police force is demoralized. They have done a good job, and when it's necessary, we have called in the KDF in accordance with the law when we feel that the situation is an emergency. I submit.
Posing.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Professor, and Honorable Chairman, I want to rely on section, I'm on this side, Professor. I want to rely on section 6 and section 7 of the Act in terms of suitability of the candidate the position he has been nominated. And in this respect, Honorable Speaker, I want to take the minister in terms of suitability on his credibility in terms of respecting what he says, in terms of implementing what he says. Because this is the second time he's been given a chance. And Speaker, I want also the nominee to know that absence of war is not necessarily peace. Whatever is happening in the North Rift, Honorable Speaker, there is relative peace. There's no war, but it might not necessarily mean peace. What am I saying, Honorable Speaker? The candidate, as an example, the candidate came to the North Rift. We had engagement as leaders of the North Rift, and specifically West Pokot County, as an example of the entire country. I don't know what happened, so what the minister did in the other places, but possibly maybe he did what he did in West Pokot, which is we agreed on a number of issues, Honorable Speaker, in terms of strategies of bringing peace, including establishment of sub-locations or bringing even the security near to the people so that we avoid the Shakahola things and so on. And the minister agreed with the Honorable Speaker with us in West Pokot. And we also agreed to put security in strategic areas. It might happen in other parts of the country. The minister agreed. And Speaker, nothing happened. Nothing has happened so far. Now, if Parliament sees it fit and approves the minister again for this position, what's going to happen? What is the minister going to do different, Honorable Speaker, to gain credibility among people, among Kenyans themselves, who might feel that the minister lied to them? And finally, Speaker, take home for the minister. This idea of giving police accounting as an accounting, or to manage their own money as an accounting officer, I want the minister to take home in terms of the security, the strategic security of this country. What does that mean in terms of security of this country? Going into the future, there are critics, Honorable Speaker, that say, how do you give the police the gun and you also give them the money? What's going to happen? It might pose a serious security in this country going forward, maybe many years in the future. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Professor?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is true that...
Those are just two simple questions. Did you honor what you did and said in Pokot? And is the police fund tenable? Very simple.
Mr. Speaker, it is true that some of the things that I promised have not been realized, especially the issue of operationalization of new administrative units. But it is also true that some of the things I promised have been realized, and I thought the honorable member would be kind enough to notify the House and the country that during the same consultations I had promised that we will provide, train and equip 200 National Police Reservists for West Pokot, which we did. Number two, we had promised to set up a security camp at a place formerly called Lami Nyeusi, which is now called Lami Nyeupe, which we did, and so many other things we did. But the issue of the units is outstanding, and not just for West Pokot, but also for a few other counties, including some parts of Baringo, Samburu, and a few other counties that did not benefit from the operationalization of units, and that is work that we are going to complete if we are reappointed. On the second question, I do not think there is a problem with giving the National Police Service money and control over resources relating to their operations. The operational budgets of the police must be run by the National Police Service themselves, and not by the ministry, not by the Office of the President. And in my view, if there are issues of lack of effectiveness, it is not because the police have their own budget. If anything, it should help them even work more efficiently. Therefore, the question should be, now that the police have their operational budget, what prevents them from serving the people of Kenya in a better manner? And those are issues that we'll be looking at if we are reappointed.
In any case, Parliament oversights the use of that money. Gikaria?
Thank you, Chair. Professor Kindiki, in the recent past in this demonstration, two young men, Michael Kihunga Nyagodhie and another young man called Kevin Maganga, were shot dead in Nakuru. The family has been trying to get some information from IPOA. It is alleged that the the IPOA is not receiving required information from the police service. This has posed a great challenge to IPOA executing its oversight mandate. If approved for this appointment, Honorable Kindiki, what steps will you take to ensure that the two institutions work seamlessly for the benefit of Kenyans? And secondly, how will you strengthen IPOA so as to execute its mandate? Second, the Honorable Chair, is about urban criminal gang activities. In the urban areas, particularly in Nakuru, a criminal gang called Confirm, which by what the citizens claim has brought about 5 deaths in every month and hundreds of injuries. Maybe if you're approved and confirmed, what are the steps that you'll take to reduce the increase of criminal activities in urban areas, and particularly in Nakuru, specifically the confirmed criminal gang? Thank you, Chair.
Professor.
Mr. Speaker, on the first issue, the relationship between IPOA and the National Police Service is an ongoing conversation, and it's not unusual. It happens all over the world that the police and the bodies oversight them have normal institutional tensions. We have, during our tenure in office, we have encouraged these institutions to work together because each one of them is playing an important role. It is the same problem we had between the police service and the Police Service Commission, and we did a lot of work and around that, and were able to get a win-win situation where the Commission and the police service are working together. So we'll apply the same methods if we are reappointed to make sure that IPOA gets the support it requires from the NPS, and going forward we will support IPOA in terms of more resources, more capacity, but also just brokering the institutional goodwill between themselves and the police. The second question, Mr. Speaker, is on the criminal gangs. It is true, we have had a gang in Nakuru known as Confirm, and urban crime is a major issue. When I took over as CS for Interior, October 2022, there was a lot of gang violence and gang crime in Nairobi. We've been able to reduce and suppress the Nairobi urban criminal activity significantly. We hope that the Nakuru matter could also be resolved, and before I was dismissed from office, I had had a meeting with the leaders of Nakuru County, and we had agreed that according to the feedback the leaders gave us, we needed to change the command, because sometimes many of these performance issues are based on the right command. So we are going to work on it to ensure that we eliminate that gang and other urban gangs in Mombasa and a few other towns that are suffering the same problem.
Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Professor, Kenya's constitution borrows very heavily from the US one, particularly issues to do with the Bill of Rights. And you swore to uphold this constitution and protect it. Recently, you saw in the US that a gunman tried to shoot a presidential nominee and was actually brought down. But despite that, and even missed, but despite that, the head of Secret Service resigned their post. Now in Kenya, during your tenure as CS, over 100 Kenyans have been killed, murdered by the police. You know that maybe over 1,000 people have been injured, and property worth billions of shillings has been destroyed. Not to forget that a lot of Kenyans have also been abducted, and as we are talking, there are still people, families that are still looking for their loved ones. Now, we did see that the Inspector General of Police resigned. Do you think that as a CS, you should not also have taken responsibility, political responsibility for that failure that the resignation confirms, and also either resigned or declined the appointment? It's also important to note that during these demos that were held, a lot of people were shot. And there is clamor and request and, for justice. In fact, I've attended, one of them was a constituent, Erickson Mutisia, and we've gone to those funerals, and the families are asking for justice. You have forensic evidence because you have the bullets. And you know that every bullet that comes from a gun can be traced. Why have we not seen arrests and arraignment in court of the police officers that are accused or that were involved in these shootings? Because that would appease the public a little bit. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to also point out that the CS has had, the nominee has had a very illustrious career. And, PhD, you've done consultancy all over. And when you are here for the approval hearings in 2022, after all those many years of working, your wealth was at 544 million. Now, 2 years later, your wealth now is at 694 million. That is a whooping 150 million shillings more. Maybe you could explain to us, is this increase probably related to the office that you hold? It would be important for us to know. And finally, Mr. Speaker,
too many questions, Robert.
Mr. Speaker, just one last one, because we are doing very well with time, Mr. Speaker. Just one last one, which is because I'm just picking out some of the things that some of the members have said on the matters of insecurity and criminal gangs, Mr. Speaker, that have been out there mugging our people. There's burglaries, in the North Rift, there are all these issues of cattle rustling and all that, which you have admitted there are issues. Now, my question is, when you know that we have such insecurity in the country, what was the logic behind making a decision to send 1,000 police officers to go and secure Haiti when Kenya has a problem? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Professor.
Mr. Speaker, those are 3 questions. The first one, the Honorable Boy asked about whether I should have resigned. The example the member gave about US, where the candidate for presidency was nearly killed, raises a number of issues. One, he says the person who attempted that was killed. That demonstrates use of force, even in our local context, is allowed, because nobody raised issues with that criminal who was wanted to kill Donald Trump. He was shot dead without questions. Number 2, the honorable member has said that the director of the Secret Service resigned, but also drew a parallel and said our IG also resigned. The minister did not resign in the US. I don't know why the Kenyan minister must resign. And nobody asked the minister to resign, because ministers don't instruct operations, they instruct policy. I can only resign if my policy instruction is unconstitutional or illegal. Then on the question of those unfortunate incidents when Kenyans lost their lives and the quest for justice, I strongly believe that there must be justice, and every death that occurred must be accounted for. However, Mr. Speaker, the process of putting together criminal investigations, including forensic evidence, is not something that can be done, can be rushed. It takes a bit of time all over the world, not just in Kenya. I believe IPOA should help the country to get closure, and I have promised, if I am reappointed, I'll encourage the collaboration and support and goodwill between IPOA and the police in terms of providing information so that justice is served. I have also been asked about my wealth, which has increased from 544 million to 694 million. It is true because, first, let me start by saying that I have not benefited from any improper business. I have not done any business with government. Let's start from there. I have not applied for any tender by myself, by proxy, by relative, or by anybody. Mr. Speaker, before I was appointed, my wealth was at 544 million. I said at that time, which I still do now, that I have run a business, which today I do not participate in that business. I don't practice law, but my law firm is alive and working, and much of that revenue has actually come through the revenue from my law firm, which is still active but being managed by other people. I think all my salary and allowances have been spent in paying bills. Therefore, most of the increment in my net worth is because of three things. One, the legal fees, some of which was actually pending by the time I was being appointed, and I said it here, that there are some unpaid legal fees, which some of them were paid. In fact, I remember 2 months after I was appointed, one of the clients paid a significant amount of legal fees, which had been pending. Other than that, I do small businesses and so forth and so on. None of my money has come from the public except the salary and the allowances that I'm entitled to. Lastly, on Haiti, it is true that the government of Kenya, through the National Security Council, decided to deploy our officers in Haiti pursuant to a request by the UN Security Council and the UN General Assembly. These are international obligations. It has not affected our operations, and it is not true to say that since there are problems in Kenya, we cannot also do our international obligations, because all countries in the world do have security issues. They have security matters. Even the country you consider safest has its own security matters. And therefore, it is a great honor for our officers to serve in Haiti. So far, they are doing a good job. I believe they will profile Kenya properly. They will bring honor to our country. And that deployment has not affected our operational capabilities. I submit.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you.
Don't be like your neighbor. Ask one question.
I'll ask only one question, Mr. Speaker. Professor Kithure Kindiki, in your first stint as CS Interior, you are associated with strong statements, such as "we will crush you," you'll be met with the full force of the law, "we will deal with you firmly and deadly," and many other words like that. Statements which seem to fuel police extrajudicial action. And Kenyans have taken notice of such statements that probably they fuel police extrajudicial action, and the use of excessive force, because if you tell people we'll crush you, the police will crush you, that's what it will entail. As you see now, there's a new awakening in this country about what public officers are saying. How different will you be if we approve you? Secondly, you are also the civilian face among the police and the security organs that we have. But as you took up this job, probably Professor Kindiki, you became more of them, more of a police officer, not a civilian within. You are donning police uniform, you are all over police choppers, and you behaved like a police officer. Which probably took you away from the police direction that you're supposed to give the forces, and became more of an operational leader instead of a policy director in the force. How will you be different on this? And probably lastly, you are more in the sky than on earth. When you want to give policy direction, you want to give guiding, you need to be in office, have meetings, boardrooms, and give policy direction. But you have said you actually went to Lamu 21 days, 21 times in 21 months. And probably in the operation field more than where you are required to give, operational or to give policy guidance and direction. And that's why the police force and the administration, national government administration, is not properly coordinated, how different will you be as when we approve you as CS? I thank you.
Professor?
If
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I've been asked to say whether I'll change my language. Mr. Speaker, I need to clarify that it is true I have used very, very unique language, but Mr. Speaker, this is security language. And the people I address when I use those terminologies are not the law-abiding citizens of Kenya. The people I address with that difficult terminology or unique terminology are terrorists, bandits, organized criminals. Those are the people I tell will crush you, and I mean it. Last time I appeared before here, the member for Samburu West asked me what I will do in Kurkur and other places when criminals descend into gorges, and I'll say I'll flatten the gorges. We've done a bit of that. There were places in Baringo, Corcoran Hills, a place called Tandare, a place called Ngelecha, and in Samburu, the Malaso Valley and other places where criminals would always retreat and have a field day, operate from there. We've neutralized them and removed them from there. So, again, the use of force is permitted by law, depending on who that force is used against and in what circumstances. And the escalation methods are used. You start by asking them to surrender. If they don't, you use other methods until, if they challenge you or they want to kill police officers, the police officers will kill them before they kill the officer. That is the law. Mr. Speaker, on the second issue, I have been there at headquarters driving policy in boardrooms, Arambe House. I've had so many meetings in our campuses in Kiganjo, in Embakasi, Roiro, Police Leadership Academy. But I've also been in the field more. Why? To disseminate policy to our forward operating bases, to our camps, to our officers in the field, in the counties. And even in the counties, before I even start my meetings, I would sit with the county security committee in a boardroom, disseminate the policy, because they are the ones who will be left to implement. And I have also been in the most dangerous spots in our territory with our officers in the front line. Why? To give them moral support, that we have not posted them there to die. We have posted them there to protect the country, and there is no greater morale booster than for the security minister to go and visit the officers, have lunch with them, encourage them, and tell them what the government policy is and what the government thinks about them. So it has been very rewarding. I will be back in the normal manner, but I will of course balance between my headquarters work and also the field work. Lastly, I've been asked to land. I have always landed. For every flight, I have landed. And finally, on the issue of uniform, what I wear is tactical attire, because there are some things which protective clothing that you need tactical wear to be able to have protective clothing and protective facilities, because you're in a dangerous situation. I don't wear that on the streets of Nairobi. And also, I have been in not just police helicopters, but military helicopters, because the law provides that the security minister be facilitated when he is in dangerous situations. The Minister for Interior, the Minister for Defense must be facilitated, because the nature of our work is we are exposed to risk and danger by virtue of of office. Otherwise, I do not fancy it's only that it's all in a day's job.
Murugara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On a CS nominee, let me take you away from the police officers, the bandits, and all these other insecurity matters you're dealing with, back to national government administration. I recollect very well that when you were here, we actually questioned you on it lastly during the vetting, and emphasized that the nerve center of the national government administration is in the villages. That we do have very serious workers in the villages who possibly are not recognized by the national government, but who play a key role in the service and security provision and everything else, so that we can avert incidents like the Shakahola and the quarry incidents we've talked about. Here I'm talking about the village elders and the Nyumba Kumi workers, whom you use extensively, 24 hours every day, every month, and every year, and in a form of service which is very similar to servitude or some form of modern day slavery. These people are not remunerated. Your response that time was that a policy was going to be put in place immediately, and that they would actually start getting a form of remuneration. The question I have to you is, how far has that gone, and when should these people expect their paycheck? Whether check, whether M-Pesa, whether whatever is going to be, when should they expect to be paid?
Mr. Speaker, sir, we finalized the Village Elders Bill 2024. It is one of the 12 pieces of legislation that are awaiting cabinet approval for transmission to Parliament, and therefore that matter will be sorted out in the shortest time possible. I submit.
Waziri, I want you to again go back to Haiti, where we actually deployed almost 600 police officers. My fear now is that with what is happening around there, the fact one of my voters at home has one of his son actually deployed. And the question is, how secure? Do you have special security insurance for this particular, just in case something has happened? Of course, that has led to a deficit of police officers. That's why when you had demonstration here, you had to get in the army because we don't have enough police officers, so because some of them are away. Secondly, I also have had a case in North Rift. In fact, my colleague is just walking in. The North Rift, where you have this police reservists have been disarmed, and yet we have problems in North Rift. And those are my borders, and we have that problem. And yet you have actually disarmed the police reservists. What are you doing about that?
Professor will take Daoud, note the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The CS nominee, you have promised regarding passports a couple of times, and you know passports are the most important. You initially said within a day, within a week, within 2 weeks, but apparently the passport issue has not been sorted out. The other issue is regarding the IDs. Your department has rolled out that IDs will be 10 years, whereas we have known all along IDs did not have an expiry date. What informed the decision for that one? Because now we've got Maisha number, which has been already declared unconstitutional. But what was the point of launching Maisha number when we had a Huduma number which did not work? So now, first was we've got the original ID, now Huduma number, now Maisha number. So aren't we confusing everything? Can't we have just one, the ID to be upgraded instead of all those, and data protection? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Professor, you can answer those from Ferdinand and Rahim.
Mr. Speaker, with regard to the question by the member for Kwanza, Haiti is a United Nations mission. Therefore, our officers are covered, insured, paid for by the United Nations, and therefore there is no cause of alarm. But it's also good to report good progress so far, because the officers, they have been able to get part of the critical infrastructure, the port, the airport, the main police station have been recovered, and the hospital have been recovered from the gangs. And some of the gang leaders who were taunting us before have even signed for peace and are willing to engage. So they are doing a good job. We are praying for them. We hope there will be no untoward incidents. With regard to the second issue from the member for Kwanza, it is true we disarmed 400 National Police Reservists who were serving in Trans Nzoia. And there was a reason, because the NPRs were being misused. Number two, Trans Nzoia is fairly peaceful, except along the border, small issues. So we will be vetting and returning on a needs basis a smaller number of NPRs, but the number of 400 NPRs in Trans Nzoia was disproportionate with the challenge that we have in that county compared to other counties that are a little more needy. Then finally, the member for Imenti North asked about passports. When I assumed office, passport was a crisis like no other. Kenyans were waiting for a year, 6 months, 3 months, 8 months. They were bribing. They had to bribe to get passports. We had no printers, and so forth and so on. Today, we have not only paid the pending bills to the suppliers, we have enough printing equipment for personalization of passports. We have even upscaled our system, that is the ICT system, and we have cleared the backlog from 784,000 when it was at the highest, and today there's no backlog. We are issuing passports within 7 days, starting 1st of August, today. That was our deadline. We complied with that deadline 4 weeks ago, at the beginning of July. Our next deadline is therefore to bring the passport waiting period to 3 days by 1st of November this year. And we are on course. I am very happy. This is one area where we've made a lot of progress. Of course, there are small challenges here and there. We believe that we've not eradicated corrupt staff completely. We have a new crop of staff, about 120, but we are not sure that corruption has been eradicated from that directorate, and we are working on that to ensure, we'll be working on that if we are approved, to ensure that we clean up the whole place. With regard to IDs and Huduma number and Maisha number, the reason for the 10-year limit is because of technology, because unlike the ID that we are used to, the second generation ID we have, the third generation ID is a technology card, and technology keeps on growing old, and therefore that's why we have a 10-year period, and that's why even passports, they normally have a time frame. You cannot have a passport for life. That is the idea. It is not to punish Kenyans. The card has a bit of technology chips, and we want to upgrade that chip based on the security threats that will be identified by that time. The Maisha a number issue is before court. We hope we will vacate the orders that were issued 2 days ago, because the problem we are having with delays with issuance of IDs is because of court orders. Last year, between November and March this year, there was a court injunction against us issuing IDs, which brought a huge backlog of almost 600,000. We cleared that backlog. We were actually left with 92,000 with those in the waiting list. And then another court injunction was issued again 2 days ago. We hope we'll be vacating it by Friday, hopefully, so that we can be able to move on with issuing IDs to the people of Kenya. I submit.
Mercy.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let me take you to the budgets. Following the recent government budget cuts across all sectors, what innovative ways will you use to mitigate the negative impacts of the budget cuts in the Ministry of Interior and National Security? Secondly, what will you prioritize if approved? What programs will you prioritize, and what will be the impact of implementing those priorities? And Kenyans are also asking, because of the unemployment situation in the country, is the recruitment of police officers affected by the budget cuts? And if not, what innovative ways, again, will you use to recruit them differently? Because as it stands, Kenyans are concerned that recruitment of police officers has become a preserve of the rich or of those who can afford to sell some land. So how are you going to make sure that employment opportunities in the Ministry of Interior are open to all Kenyans, irrespective of their tribe, their religion, where they come from, whether they have money or not? Thank you.
Hold, Professor. Yes, Missy, take those two.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prof, you'll go down the history as the first minister to be vetted twice in one term, one presidential term. Of course, the others who are coming, but for now you are the first, and that history will not be, will be there forever. And I'll take you back to what you said in the Senate, that history is replete with strong and powerful dictators who are brought down by the power of the people. And I dare say you've been brought back here to this vetting by the power of the people. I want to refer you to an event, because you are a member of the National Security Council. This is the core of the security of this nation. I want to refer you to an event in history in 1962, during the Cuban Missile Crisis, something I know you are much aware of, because you are an international law student or professor. During this time, the then president of US, J.F. Kennedy, had a standoff with the Soviet Union, Nikita Khrushchev. And there was an EXCOM committee members, comprising of 14 members, almost akin to what we have here as the National Security Council. All those 14 members agreed that to deploy. It took J.F. Kennedy brother's advice to do otherwise. I'm not asking you to be consulting your brother, but if it were not for the brother's advice, then we could have experienced the first nuclear war to the destruction of the world. Now, I look at the events that have happened here as a result of either good or bad decision of the National Security Council. And just like somebody said, that there is always an inclination towards consensus, even if a decision is bad, that the committee of people could easily incline towards psychological consensus to the destruction or to the results of a bad decision. Does National Security Council of this republic also suffer from groupthink? Groupthink in a way that there is no devil's advocate to give an alternative decision making that can save the country. Then, Speaker, if you may allow me the last, very brief. You've tried to explain the donning of the uniform, the police uniform. What surprises me, Prof, is that you give instructions to police, you give press conferences, you are adorned in the uniform of the police. But when it comes to the crimes committed against humanity by the police, that's where you say the police are independent. How independent is your uniform?
Professor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with regard to the budget cuts, we will prioritize what we consider the 5 biggest national security threats in our programming. And those are the threats of terror, organized crime, drugs, the need for drug controlling narcotic drugs, the fight against climate change, and also extremism in its various forms, religious, political, or whatever extremism, because extreme behavior can annihilate the nation. With regard to recruitment, going forward, we will ensure that each and every Kenyan, boy or girl who is recruited, can be accounted for. Because in the past, we've had so many claims of corruption and so many claims of favoritism, and therefore going forward, it's going to be demanded from the police that they account for every recruitment slot that they fill. We have a big problem of corruption in the country, and we hope the National Police Leadership Academy and the programs we want to put there as we look for succession management and new managers of security will be able to fight corruption in the National Police Service. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Amisi asked me, I think the first was just a comment. He said, I've been brought here by the power of people, and I want to say happily, yes. Happily, yes. With regard to the second, and I say happily because it's important for public officials to be put under scrutiny and be measured using the highest possible threshold. So I have no issues, I have no problem. Even if I'm brought here 20 times, I will happily come up and try and explain myself to the people of Kenya and to the representatives of the people of Kenya. I've been asked, the second one, the last one, from the Honorable Amisi, was on whether the National Security Council is suffering from groupthink, and the answer is no. I submit.
Mukami? Honorable Mukami?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask our Waziri one question from a police officer who is concerned. I understand there is a court battle in the court since 2018 between the police constables. There are those who are earning higher salaries than the others. That means there are those who are in job group J, they are earning more salary, and that is why they had gone to the court, because they want to understand why there is a discrimination. The other question, it's about our police officers. Waziri, as you know, our officers really do a lot of work. What policy are you going to put into place to motivate our police officers? Because there are those officers who have stayed in one station for over 20 years. They've never been promoted, they've been never transferred, they are just there in that station. So we need to motivate them. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mishi, Honorable Mishi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, I want to ask Professor one question. Professor, as the women of this country, we are shocked and we are sick to see the rising number of femicide cases. In fact, we are really shocked when we saw the bodies which were discovered at the quarry, because all the bodies were for ladies or other women. I don't know what is the root cause of this. What contributes to all this? Who slept on the job? We need to know some answers on these issues. Second, Honorable Chairman, I know he has answered issues on the issue of officers using excessive force during protest, but I also wanted to hear from him, what future plans do you have to ensure that future protests are going to be managed in a way that there'll be no loss of lives? Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Professor?
Mr. Speaker, sir, with regard...
Hold, Professor Emaso, you have a point of order?
I think the nominee forgot to respond to mine.
Which one?
It was on the budget and the issue of recruitment.
He did.
I think I can respond together.
He did.
Okay.
He did, very clearly. I know I was misleading you to raise that issue.
Mr. Speaker, with regard to the police officers who have been in court about salaries, mainly these were graduate police constables, people or officers who joined at constabulary level. During their time, they went to school and studied for a degree. They have been arguing that they need to be taken straight to inspectorate. And there has been a long court battle. As soon as that court matter is settled by the apex court, we'll implement whatever decision will come from our judiciary. With regard to that matter going forward, we will implement the recommendations of the Maraga Task Force, which creates two-tier police service where you can serve in the lower ranks, and the academic requirements are different. You serve from constable to senior sergeant, or you enter the police service at inspectorate level if you are a graduate as a cadet, so that we professionalize a little more the police service and also expedite leadership generation through cadets who can assume responsibility as OCSs and commanders at county level and so forth, to avoid a situation where you have officers seeking to extend their time in office at senior levels simply because of a lack of generation of younger commanders. With regard to the motivation, we are working with the National Police Service Commission, and if I am approved, I will proceed with this discussion to provide a clearer policy on promotions, transfers, and some form of reward system which will help motivate our officers. At the moment, before I left office, we were implementing the 3-year transfer policy. I think we were at 45% compliance because of the logistical and the financial implications. If I am reappointed, if I am approved by this House, I will have a fast-track promotion arrangement for officers who do very well. For example, if you are county police commander, you help in reducing crime, you help in fighting femicide, you help in fighting you have certain targets which you meet. You should be promoted faster than somebody else who is in the same level, but their performance indicators are in the negative. Finally, I've been asked 2 questions by the Honorable Mishimboko. The first one is on femicide. It is true, the cases of femicide we are seeing are worrying for the country, and it's also true we have critical gaps, especially at the lower levels of our policing and security apparatus. Both the National Intelligence Service, the National Police Service, and also Ngao. And those are things that we need to work on to avoid situations like what we are seeing. The incident that happened in Kware is quite devastating. a grave breach of the security of our women, and it's something that I'm taking with all seriousness. Finally, what plans will I have if I am approved by this House to ensure that we do not have loss of life when citizens exercise their right under Article 37? I will be finalizing for publication the guidelines under the Public Order Act, the one I explained earlier, not to take away the light, but to facilitate, to create an environment where it can be enjoyed, to create responsibility on those who are having protests. Because if you say you have a protest to Parliament, for example, and the designated area for protest can only accommodate 1,000 protesters, you cannot say, I want 2 million protesters outside Parliament, because it's not feasible. So we'll have to give those guidelines so that as Kenyans can enjoy these rights while respecting the rights of others in accordance with the Constitution. I submit.
Sharia?
Thank you, Chairman. CS nominee, in the court of public opinion and in some independent surveys done in this country, the Ministry of Interior and National Administration has been identified as the one with the highest prevalence of corruption in this country. How do you intend to address this menace if approved?
Let's take Honorable Russ also.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Professor, when a Kenyan reads a Gazette notice of Kenya Gazette, they will tend to believe that is the true reflection of a policy direction from government. In March this year, you closed the Ilo gold mine in Moyale, that it will be closed for 30 days following the skirmishes that had taken place. But since then, over 30 lives have been lost, including that of security officers. That particular area has turned out to be a black market for mineral entrepreneurs, and the citizenry have generally lost faith in government and also in the security agency. My question to you, if the House approves your nomination, what is it that you are likely to do to reaffirm the community's faith in that the government does what it says it will do, and also that the security of that area, because Dabel has the inhabitants community, that the security is restored. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, those of us who come from the border areas, we have very porous borders. There's influx of arms, contraband, drugs, and also illegal immigrants. But what we are experiencing also is so many roadblocks and checkpoints. Some actually are rent seekers as opposed to for purposes of security. Professor, if the House approves your nomination, what is it that you are likely to do to ensure there is security for Kenya, but also the communities that are traversing or traveling on those roads are not, to an extent, inhumanly disadvantaged? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Professor.
Mr. Speaker, with regard to the question by the Honorable Shrie, it is true corruption is a big cancer in the National Police Service, in the public sector of our country, the 2 levels of government and the 3 arms of government. In our assessment of national security threats that are existential in nature, I have said earlier we have identified 5 existential threats to our country's future. Terrorism and violent extremism is one of them. Banditry and other organized crimes is the second. The third one is the problem of narcotic drugs, psychotropic substances, and all that goes with that. The fourth one is climate change and how it is creating disruption of livelihoods and breeding conflicts among communities. The fifth one is corruption. And therefore, going forward, if I'm reappointed, I am going to escalate programs, policies, and measures to eradicate corruption within the organs of the national security that are within the Ministry of Interior, but also propose for the rest of the country, the rest of the government and public sector, measures that can help us secure the country, because it's no longer an issue of the corruption by the police. It's an issue of corruption being able to actually threaten the country's future. And therefore, corruption is top 5 of our national security threat. Lastly, I've been asked about by the Honorable Didoraso about Hilo. It is true. Hilo gold mine in Dabel, Moyale, we closed in March for 30 days, but we've extended those orders. We have identified that area as a disturbed area because we lost some people there who were fighting over mineral rights, mainly illegal miners who had come, even some of them from other countries. So we closed it on security considerations. We are in talks with the Ministry of Mining to see how an orderly resumption of mining activities can happen. I was there physically in June. I was planning to go back in July before this happened. In the interim, we have lost a few people because of illegal activities around there, even as we speak, on a very low scale though. We even lost 2 police officers in the last 2 weeks. So as soon as if I am approved, as soon as I'm in office, I will prioritize the Dabel issue to ensure orderly resumption of lawful mining activities to the benefit of the communities that are there. With regard to borders, the multi-agency roadblocks we have, especially the one in Archer's Post, the one in Mombasa, the Garsen-Malindi Highway, all the multi-agency roadblocks are working well, including the Kanyonyo one, the one on Garissa Mwingi, Nairobi Highway. What the criminals have done, those who smuggle arms and aliens and drugs, they are using alternative routes. What am I going to do? The same multi-agency approach that we have used on the main highways. We will increase our surveillance and put multi-agency effort, not necessarily roadblocks, but patrol teams by our special forces on the alternative routes that drug traffickers, human traffickers, and other criminals are using to harm our country. I submit.
Honorable Mule.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, nominee. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask Professor that he came to be the Minister for Interior after the last election and be vetted by this committee and approved, and understanding very clearly the economic policy of the Kenya Kwanza policy of bottom-up economic transformation. You have been in office, and I want to bring you to your attention that the National Assembly put up regulations for private security firms to be regulated properly. And in the view of the better or the bottom up, it was to create employment. But in the time you have been in the office, this industry has suffered tremendous losses whereby you have not given them any regulations. You have not restored order and system in the private sector. And I would wish to know exactly what are you going to do. These private companies have been providing employment to more than almost 1.5 million Kenyans, and they could do better if the government enables proper regulations to create that. And you revoked the license of the Private Security Regulatory Authority, whereby 9 companies plus in this country have not been able to create employment. Are you in the tandem of the idea of creating employment or making sure that there is no more employment and reducing the tax collection for the government? Because that is in your docket whereby you need to create environment. And being the last person, Mr. Speaker, I would wish to ask the CS to give us a number of activities he has participated in pro bono work in this country, preview to being a CS or after being nominated as a CS in this country. And last but not least, CS, the issue, I'm the last one, so I just want to give him 10 minutes to respond to me. The nominee, the issue of ID in this country is really, really alarming, especially to the young people who are intending to join institutions of higher learning. And I can assure you, quite a number of them, they are not able to register or for admission in the Institute of Higher Learning. What can you do better to make sure that every young people, and especially the Gen Zs, immediately they are clearing their secondary school, they acquire their IDs at the tail end of their Form 4. Why do we have to wait for them to get out to the field and start struggling to get this opportunity? What collaboration will you do with the Ministry of Education? By the time these young people leave school, they already have an ID. We don't need to wait until they get out here to start struggling. What measures are you going to put if, and I'm using the word if carefully, you'll be approved by Parliament and this committee?
Professor.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the private security regulations emanated from our ministry. Of course, were presented to National Assembly for approval. So those regulations themselves speak to the fact that we've been actively involved in generating policy, guidance, and framework for this very critical sector. In fact, it is my belief, having interacted now with the ministry for 21 months, that the private security, if a little bit regulated in terms of the curriculum and the kind of content those that are recruited there go through, can help us in providing security for some of the private and not so critical installations. And we can vet some of the deserving cases to even be armed, so that instead of having a police officer manning a supermarket or even a bank, sometimes like it happens in Uganda and other countries, you can have very qualified private security people vetted and armed to supplement the work of the police, so that we don't overstretch the national police officers. On the second issue from the Honorable Mule, it is true that the Private Security Regulatory Authority had revoked 9 licenses. The 9 companies appealed to the Cabinet Secretary, and I reversed that revocation in accordance with Section 43 of the Act. So those licenses that were revoked, they were reinstated on appeal. Then the issue of pro bono work. Pro bono work, I understand it to mean unpaid work. That's the understanding of pro bono work from my very limited legal background. I don't know, like which one now, maybe in church or at home or where. Because since I became minister, I have no free time to do anything. I have no time to do anything. I hardly sleep, I hardly have a weekend. Night and day are the same for me. But before then, I used to volunteer in many activities, some organized by Law Society of Kenya, some organized by church organizations, etc., etc. The last question by the Honorable Mule is on identity cards. We have suffered the current discomfort because of court injunctions. That's number one. Court injunctions for 4 months between last year and early this year, and right now there's even another court injunction. Number two, we have suffered the disruption because of change in technology from the second generation ID to the third generation ID. And I have explained the need for us to change the technology, because the current ID we have, the second generation ID, cannot be recognized outside these countries, cannot even be a travel document. The security features are very rudimentary, very basic. And therefore the move to new technology, better technology, more secure document has caused disruption. Court injunctions have also caused destruction. And just like passports, in the event that I am reappointed, because the member said he used if deliberately, of course, I also want to promise, if I am reappointed, the same way I have focused on reforming the immigration directorate and helping unclog the passport inefficiency problem, I will focus on IDs and also birth and other citizen documents to ensure that we get optimum results. In fact, for example, a death or birth certificate should be obtained the same day, within 12 hours on application. And perhaps the ID, we should be able again to once we get out of the court injunction, we should be able to retain the 7-day target. At the moment, we are working with 21 days before the injunction.
Thank you, nominee, sorry. Naisula, I didn't want to go another round.
Speaker, I will not, after this nominee, I'll never ask for another round, and it's not a question, it's just a comment, because I'm very passionate about the issues on North Rift, and if the nominee happens to be approved by this committee in the National Assembly, I would like to just say that even as you deal with security matters and the hardware, please remember also peace and dialogue of those communities. Now that there seems to be some semblance of calm, this is the best opportunity to now engage those communities to deal with the stereotypes, and also for them to be able to remove the criminals among the communities. Please, in case this committee passes you, approves you, ensure that you have a budget that will help you to engage the communities so that we can deal this issue once and for all. For Shakahola and Kware and all the other issues, we want to see action and not just talk.
Yes. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the supplementary one. In conclusion, CS nominee, your appointing authority has considered to the country that one of the failings that the President considered to was lack of communication. You have told us here of very good measures that you have taken in the State Department for Immigration, especially in the processing of passports and all that. However, that information is never in the purview of the public, members of the public. And indeed, I have an incident, CS, where a Kenyan in the US called me very desperate that they could not get their passport despite having paid somebody about 20,000 shillings. For a passport was, I think the normal charge is about 4,000 or 3,000 something. And when I followed up the case, the person who was even paid this bribe was not an officer at the Immigration Department, and it took the intervention of the Director General of Immigration, Ms. Evelyn, to get the DCI to hunt for that person. Somebody extorting Kenyans money from Eastlands, pretending to be working in Nyayo House. And therefore, the lack of communication aspect in your ministry is what I want you to address. Should you, or if you are approved, what are you going to do to ensure that there is proper communication to the public so that the public are not taken advantage of by criminals out there in Eastlands and elsewhere who are extorting bribes from Kenyans on the pretext that they are working in Nyayo House. And just like Owen Bayer said, you once declared Nyayo House a crime scene. That crime scene now seems to have moved from Nyayo House to the periphery of Nyayo House and other areas. I would want to hear what specific measures you intend to take to make sure there is proper communication. Kenyans know how much they ought to pay and to who, and so that they're not taken advantage of, because you are also aware that has been very rampant.
Chairman, thank you. Chairman, I just wanted to ask the CS, this issue of the IDs. Professor, you say the IDs will expire after 10 years. Have you put into consideration the vast areas, people like in North Turkana, how far they travel to get IDs? Because IDs are not like passport, they're essential documents that people must have all the time. After, you know, it will be cumbersome for them to go to those centers to go and get IDs. And secondly, on this unrest, you have seen that, as you have said, the IG resigned. But are you aware in your absence while you are away? We used to have Baba while you are away, but while you are away, that a new IG was appointed.
He's still away, he can't answer.
No, but that, what is your take? That we were told away. 60 years, Mr. Speaker, I'm putting it in a better way.
Yes.
We were told when somebody reaches 60 years, he should leave the public service. Are you aware that a new IG has been nominated who's 64 years or 63 years, who has retired, who is being recycled? I don't know what extra thing is going to bring. And my last question is on illicit brews. The Interior Ministry has been accused by the Deputy President of sabotaging the war in illicit brews. Is the war on illicit brews only being waged in Mount Kenya? What aspects of this war are being undertaken in the Interior Ministry, and what is being done by the Office of the Deputy President? How much funds have been used in this war in the last 2 years when you were the Interior Ministry, before you were fired?
Nominee, on the issue of the IG, I direct you not to answer the question, because I've received communication from the President nominating the nominee, who will be vetted by a committee of Parliament, and those questions can be raised there. If you answer that here, you'll be prejudicing what is coming to Parliament. Answer the other questions.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Nasula was a comment. We've taken it on board. Honorable Kimani Chungwa's issue was about communication. When I assumed office in October 2022, I began a habit of every 3-4 months updating the country on the status of our homeland security. We've not had one in a while. I had planned one for June, which was postponed and thereafter disrupted. We will use our public accountability updates on security matters to communicate more on what we are doing. And the next, if I am approved by this House, the next public accountability address will feature more on the reforms we have made at immigration department, because I think there we've made a lot of success. People concentrate on the banditry thing, but I think also on the passport issue we made a lot of success. Where we still have problems is the IDs and other aspects of citizenship documents. With regard to the ID, the question by the Honorable Junaid Mohammed, the reason for the 10-year limit, there are two reasons. It's actually one reason. It's because of changes in technology. Unlike the ID we have, which has no security features, and therefore it can be timeless. But we'll find a way of making it convenient to the people of Kenya to renew after the 10 years, so that you don't create a crisis by people, and we can do that by even having a phased out renewal process to ensure that again we don't inconvenience masses of people. So the problem is technology and the security features in the third generation ID, which is going to be physical, that is the Maisha card. It is going to be also digital, the digital ID. You can have it digitally. So all those are options for the third generation ID, quite sophisticated in tandem with the current trends in security on identity documents. With regard to the issue raised on Bruce, I would be hesitant to respond to the comment associated with the Deputy President for obvious reasons. But I think to the best of my knowledge, the Minister of Interior was not cited as frustrating the war. If there are specific officers in the ministry, I think that is something that needs to be looked into to make sure that all of us are reading from the same script. The government policy is to make sure that illicit brews, toxic substances and drugs are not provided to our kids, not just in central Kenya, but everywhere in the country. With regard to how much money the Deputy President office has used, again, I am not privy, and I think that is the office that can answer that question. How much funds have we used in the fight against brew? We have not allocated any special budget in the Ministry of Interior in the fight against illicit alcoholic drinks and drugs. We have used our normal budgets, our normal security operations budget to carry out that program as part of the normal programs. I submit.
Professor, I'll ask you one or two questions. The first one is a furtherance on the issue of IDs. As you introduce a 10-year ID, just take into account that an ID in this country is everything. You can't enter a supermarket, you can't open a bank account. The old and PWDs cannot access social safety net funds without an ID. Now, if you are going to have that ID last for 10 years, then you must put in place a seamless renewal process so that people don't suffer because of failure to renew an ID card. And if you are approved to go back to office, I would want to see that you draft regulations that will guide and manage renewal of IDs and bring to Parliament for approval. The second issue I want to ask you, nobody asked you, prisons fall under your authority if you are approved. What are you doing, or what do you propose to do about prison reforms? I remember when we were senators and we went with you to Kitui, and we found prisoners literally half naked, poorly dressed, and looking like they were very poor hygienic conditions in which they were operating. What are you going to do, if approved, in prison reforms to make prisons more humane, and also what are you going to do to reverse the continuing stealing and grabbing of public land occupied by prisons in the country, which is going on all over? Thirdly, the new constitution allows Kenyans who had left the country, taken greener pastures, and acquired citizenships of other countries to reacquire Kenyan citizenship on application. That's what the constitution says. But we get a lot of communication and phone calls from Kenyans out there who are struggling to reclaim their citizenship because they have either British or American or whatever citizenship. What are you doing to simplify? Because the constitution says you reclaim your citizenship on application. What are you going to do to simplify the process of reclaiming citizenship by Kenyans who lost their citizenship? If you can answer those, then I'll come to other simpler questions to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, on the first issue of IDs, I agree with your recommendation and guidance that we should consider a seamless transition from after the 10 years to avoid creating a crisis. I believe it will be possible because we had a similar situation with passports when we went into e-passports. So what you do, for example, is to say that the ID that has expired will continue operating until you get a new one, for example, because you cannot be faulted because of a government administrative measure. Number two, we will make sure that we anticipate and put in place a rapid response initiative where you deploy additional facilities, additional service points, additional personnel, even if it's on a temporary basis, at a time when many of these IDs will be expiring. But by and large, the old ID, the expired ID should work until when the state gives you a new one, because it's simply for technology purposes, safety features. It is not that we will give again another ID. It might even be the same, depending on whether or not we will consider that ID as being secure, a secure document by that time. With regard to regulations as guided, we will prioritize that, Mr. Speaker. With regard to Kenya prisons, we have part of the Maraga Task Force report. We have a number of recommendations on modernizing and reforming the prisons, which we are taking up. I have prepared a CAB memo, which had not been submitted to Cabinet, but I'm sure if I'm reappointed, that will be a priority. And the areas of reform include making the prison enterprises more productive by investing in better technology in their workshops to make sure they produce more competitive goods which are affordable. Number two, welfare issues.
In fact, these seats you see here were made by prisons.
Absolutely. So if they are empowered, because that is labor and skill is available, if they are given better equipment and for carpentry, for masonry and other skills in the prisons, we're going to have better output and generate more revenue and avoid the prisons relying on S-check all the time in these times of constrained budget. We also want to make sure that we improve on welfare issues, including the terms and conditions of service of prison wardens. Is part of the Maraga Task Force recommendation in consultation with the SRC. We also are working on software issues. For example, providing mattresses. We have a program called One Prisoner, One Mattress program, where up to now we have provided 10,000 from our budget, but also with the support of other partners. And we want to make sure that every prisoner at least has a mattress, as we even work on physical facilities and the housing for our prison warders. We want to construct 28,000 And we have already, I think, I don't have the figures right now, but I think we've done nearly 500 in different prison facilities. We want to do 28,000, which should almost meet the entire demand, because that is almost the population of our prison personnel complement. Other than that, the prison land, there are certain serious encroachments on prison land. The most notorious one is the Kitale prison land, where out of the 3,000 acres, only less than 300 are available. The rest have been grabbed by powerful and former senior people in various administrations and their friends. We will have to recover it. We have engaged the National Land Commission and other stakeholders. We will recover the land. They say that every prison land must have a title deed. Many of our prison lands are not titled, so we are working, they're protected through titling. The last question, Mr. Speaker, sir, you asked is about those Kenyans who are regaining citizenship. We have made tremendous progress, and I want to admit, in line with what the Leader of Majority said, I think the communication is what we need to improve on. We have made tremendous improvement and reforms in the processing of citizenship applications by foreign nationals who want to be Kenyans, but also by Kenyans who had lost their nationality before the 2010 Constitution and are now entitled to reapply. When I came to office, there were 2,700 pending applications. I cleared the backlog within 30 days. Right now, we are receiving applications on a rolling basis. I had directed the Directorate to ensure that from the time of application to the time the Minister signs off that application for regaining citizenship, it should not be more than 21 days. And I think that is work in progress. Lastly, how do we simplify? We will reduce the paperwork. There is a bit of paperwork in that Directorate, and we want to reduce it and go digital and make sure that we even bring the timelines from 21 days to 7 days to possibly 3 days on application. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lastly, nominee, do you hold any leadership position in any political party?
No.
Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related reports?
No.
On investigations? Do you hold citizenship of any other country?
No.
What is your worth?
694 million.
Made of?
Made of I have 2 homes, one in Nairobi and one in Tharaka Nithi. Then I have landed buildings, about 235 million. My 2 homes are worth 190 million. And then I also have savings in SACCOs and banks. I also do legal practice, so I have a bit of revenue that I've generated through my law firm, and that is it. And I forgot, Mr. Speaker, when I was filling in, I forgot to add, I have vehicles of about 17 million, which are not part of that report. I apologize. I remembered after I had submitted the questionnaire.
Honorable members, we received memoranda from one Eliud Karanja Matindi, Isaac Alwacher, Joseph Mwathi Nyanjui, Khalid Ibrahim, Aisha Adan, Sonia Mushila, Masi Murugi Kuria, Ahmed Sigat, Okio Mtato Koit, David Malombe, and Collins Onyango. We forwarded them to the nominee, and the nominee responded to all of them in writing. We have them on record. Professor, we allocated 2 hours. We've done with you 2 hours and 10 minutes. we want to inform you that this brings to an end our interaction with you. The clerk has checked all your documents against what you submitted, have been found to be correct and in order.
Had only 4 programs within our ISA, 4 countries with infection prevention and control programs within the Eastern Southern Africa region. And at this time, I'm proud to say that we have 22 countries within the Afro region which have strengthened their infection prevention and control programs. So I supported in matters of development of their strategic, their national action plans, and also in developing guidelines, facility assessment, monitoring and evaluation framework, among others. Equally, I supported in emergency response, in emergency preparedness, readiness, and response pillar.
That will do. I will now invite the Deputy Speaker to be the first to ask your question. When questions are asked, we expect precise and concise answers. Deputy Speaker.
Okay. Dr. Barasa, as you're aware, the health financing strategy of 2020 to 2030 notes that Kenya's health financing is inadequate, incomplete, and inconsistent, and poses a challenge to the establishment of a universal health coverage. And now, with the shift from NHIF to SHIF, the effectiveness of the transition is being debated by Kenyans. So, what are the primary gaps and challenges that you perceive in the implementation, and what should you do to address them if confirmed as Minister of Health?
Dr. Baraza, can you answer that?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, for the question. For the primary gaps and challenges, my approach is a consultative approach. I believe that it is critical that we bring all stakeholders together. The Director General, as well, the PSS, the National Technical Working Group, stakeholders, as well as other sectors, including Treasury. We also need to involve the community. It is imperative that the community is informed and that they are aware and they own the SHI. Without the community owning it, implementation will be difficult. And so we need to strengthen communication, receive feedback, and analyze. In the consultative process, we need to conduct a situational analysis to see the strengths, the weaknesses, opportunities, and threats for the implementation of the SHI, and come up with priority actions to intervene and support in a seamless way. So, as I said earlier, community ownership is critical. Equally, we need to strengthen the operations and the logistics. If we don't have enough financing for the SHI, then the implementation will not be seamless. Equally, we need to address the logistics challenges that may arise during that. One of the challenges that I have seen Kenyans talking about is the Linda Mama. And before coming even before you, honorable members, it was raised to me. And I believe that it is critical that we have a transition plan or a transition guideline to ensure that our mothers and our children can access care even during the transition process.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. CS nominee Deborah, I see you have very good experience from your professional background and having worked in the private sector in healthcare. And one of the issues that probably might have come to your attention is the ills that bedeviled the defunct NHIF. And the move by government, and I'm certain you may have taken keen interest on the Social Health Insurance Fund and the challenges that are there now with the Social Health Insurance Fund. One of the problems that we've had with the NHIF is collusion between staff at NHIF and private medical care providers, unfortunately including faith-based ones. And we have seen exposés in the media of very small private hospitals raking in millions, hundreds of millions from NHIF. I would want to hear what, having looked at SHIF, which I'm certain you must have looked into, what are the measures you intend to put in place should you be approved? One, to curb the theft that has been witnessed in NHIF by both the public and private medical practitioners, especially owners of private hospitals. Two, how do you intend to leverage on technology to ensure, one, that you bring down the cost of healthcare in this country? There are hospitals that will charge NHIF 200 shillings for paracetamol. There are others within the same vicinity that will charge the same fund 30 to 50 shillings. How do you intend to utilize technology to curb some of those things?
You may proceed to answer.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for raising the concerns, and indeed, I understand and have interacted with various Kenyans that have raised the very same concern. First of all, my approach is a consultative approach involving the multiple stakeholders, from the PSS, Director General, the National Technical Working Groups, the NHIF, among others, including the community who are receiving the services. And with this, we need to conduct a situational analysis to understand the challenges, and from there, come up with interventions and action plans. But from an outside view and working in various organizations, I have seen the strength of having processes and procedures, of which I believe the government has, and we need to strengthen this. One of the ways is using a digital platform that will reduce the human-to-human interaction and will be able to monitor challenges. And this needs to be implemented first on a phased approach, but ultimately at a national level. And that way, we'll be able to monitor various services that have been given. We'll be able to monitor the quality. We'll also monitor the prices, the stockouts, etc. So I believe it's critical that we embrace the digital platform as Kenyans. Again, transparency and accountability frameworks are critical, so we need to look into this. And I believe that the National Technical Working Group is really competent, having interacted with them in the WHO environment. And I think we can work together with the multi-sectoral approach to ensure that we have transparency and accountability, open tenders, among others. We may also consider using external bodies to monitor and ensure that we have no challenges in that. And leveraging on technologies, I believe it's time that Kenyans embrace telemedicine and also embrace the digital platform as discussed earlier.
Junet?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, my question to Dr. Deborah is, Madam Nominee, as you are aware, health is majorly a devolved function. Health matters happen at the county level. But the problem this country has encountered for the last 10 years or so, since the new constitution and that devolved health functions, is because there is no seamless working system between the national government and the county government. It is devolved, but you'll see a lot of things are happening at the national level. All the complaints are at the national level, and these things are supposed to be at the devolved, because the dispensary at the village there is what matters. So how do you intend to make sure that health is really devolved and resources are taken to devolved units so that people can get the services at the road there, I mean at the village there? And my last question is, You can see health, the number of medical students also are increasing. And the number is becoming big. There are more health workers that are being trained, even as doctors. But the institutions that are training them now are becoming deplorable, in a very bad state. Do you think that will compromise the quality of healthcare or the quality of services Kenyans get? Thank you very much.
You may proceed to answer.
Through you, Honorable Chair, I would like to respond to the Honorable Member regarding the health, the devolved government. So again, a consultative approach. I believe we need to involve the national team as well as the county government to have open dialogue and come up with interventions. We need to look at the situational analysis and see where are the strengths, the weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And from there, we need to come up with priority interventions. So I'm coming out of the government, but I believe having open dialogue, having consultations, and coming up to ensure we understand where the national team stops and where does the county begin. Another thing that will ensure seamless flow of information and also to ensure monitoring from national level down to facility level is the health information system, a digital platform, so that the reporting system is picked up and goes to the national level and also trickles down to the facility, as well as tracking and monitoring of infectious diseases, quality of services, and also addressing the matters of corruption. So again, it will be critical for us to embrace the digital platform in this case. Regarding the medical students, what I would say is the health workforce is a critical pillar in health systems. All our health workers are important. The doctors, the nurses, lab technicians, physiotherapists, nutritionists, among other cadres. And let's not forget the morticians and the cleaners who are frequently forgotten. And I think it's critical to say that during COVID-19, we saw that these cadres were actually disproportionately affected by COVID-19 and even other infections like tuberculosis and Ebola. And so we need to strengthen our health workforce. With the numbers increasing, I believe, again, it's a consultative effort. We need to bring unions on board. We need to bring professionals on board, the doctors on board, and come up with strategies and areas of improvement. We also need to strengthen our regulatory system to ensure that we are bringing out doctors and other health workers or professions who are qualified, because we are also thinking of these doctors or nurses and other professions working outside Kenya. So we need to ensure that we are providing quality, top-notch quality and highly experienced health workers that are able or capable to work in the in other international spaces.
Honorable Naisula.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Deborah, my question is that the instances where doctors have been going on strike have risen, with the recent one being the interns in July 2024. And we know what that means, especially to the Kenyan populace. I'd just like to know how, moving forward, you'd like to resolve this issue, looking at the root causes so that it doesn't recur. And also we have the community health promoters, where they're also saying that there's stipend delays, it is low. How do we just ensure that people who work in the health sector, because it's a very important sector, are taken care of in terms of their remuneration and also their welfare? The last question to you is that whether you understand the magnitude of the ministry that you will be leading. You have very critical departments and areas. We have KEMSA, you have the malaria control, you have the AIDS Council, you have the ministry itself, you have a chief, you have all that. How will you ensure, or what leadership skills will you use to ensure that the policies that you put in place, you implement, cascades to all those departments and not, because we see in health department and also some of the big departments in this country where a CS just wakes up one morning and start issuing different directives, right, left, and center. I would like to know what leadership skills you will use to ensure that does not happen.
Go ahead and answer.
Through you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Honorable Member, for the questions. So indeed, the doctor's strike has been a challenge over time in immemorial, and every cabinet secretary has dealt with that challenge. And so there's need to look for long-term solutions. I believe that the long-term solutions are with us. So we need to work together with the unions, the doctors themselves, the interns. We need to work with the bodies, the Ministry of Education, among other stakeholders, to come up with a solution. I don't have a solution, but what I am seeing is we need to have a situational analysis and be able to develop action plans following that. There is a Doctors Interns Act that I believe is ongoing, and I think that is one of the areas we can start with and strengthen. Equally, there are the return to work formulas that were given to the doctors, of which we can implement with support from Treasury and other sectors. Regarding the multiple departments, I would want to run the office with high integrity. I have seen that we have wonderful national technical leads in the office. We have DG, we have the PSS. I believe by having weekly meetings and sharing reports, conducting monitoring and evaluation routinely, we can be able to strengthen this. But we need to align it with the national strategy and the MTP plan, identify the priority activities, the timeline, and the budget. And if the Treasury is able to provide the budget, then we can implement. And also based on outbreaks that are at hand. As you are aware, there's a monkeypox outbreak, and also we need to ensure that we are prepared and ready to respond to such outbreaks.
Nelson.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Daktari, universal healthcare was a key pillar of our Kenya Kwanza manifesto. Given the recent High Court suspension of the Social Health Insurance Act 2023 and the Digital Act 2023 due to what they call insufficient public participation, what will be your strategy to ensure that the public is adequately informed and engaged in key decisions that pertain to their health welfare? How will you then increase public awareness about the benefits and procedures of National Insurance Scheme to encourage greater participation and understanding amongst Kenyans?
Through you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Member, for the question. Indeed, I'm a believer of accessible, affordable, quality of care to all Kenyans, including the orphaned, the vulnerable, the needy in our community, the widows, among others. So I believe that we need to embrace a universal health coverage. Right from the community level, with the community health promoters, I have worked in the Eastlands, and I have seen the critical role they play in terms of bringing health back to the community. I have seen the importance of the primary care level. There is an article we published in WHO. I was part of the team that looked, and we realized that the primary care networks are weak and they need to be strengthened, because that is the primary or the first interaction with the patient, and equally the other levels of care. And so the challenge is that Kenyans have highlighted the 2.75% taxation, and they have not embraced the universal health coverage. They have not seen its importance in terms of accessible, affordable, quality of care for all, including the vulnerable, the disabled, the widows, among others. And I believe that it is critical for us to ensure that we have robust communication with the community. I think it is important that they own this initiative and they are part of it even during implementation. That way, the uptake will be great and we will see many Kenyans achieving this. And from our side, I think it's critical that once we have promised our fellow Kenyans, we need to deliver and ensure that every Kenyan has access to affordable quality care.
Posing.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Dr. Barasa, having been nominated for this position, you know that health is generally or greatly devolved. And there have been a clamor or a debate outside there that we should have a national commission for doctors or practitioners, health practitioners and so on, and for good reason. And one of the reasons is to balance health practitioners at the county level. Because that is where the biggest problem is, Madam Dr. Barasa. Because of lack of balance of medical or specialized medical people, you find that actually some of these hospitals are running like maybe, I would say, Panadol hospitals. All county hospitals actually run like Panadol hospitals. Because Panadol is just something small to make you at least live till tomorrow. Take an example of North Rift. Turkana County, West Pokot County, Elgeyo Marakwet County, Trans Nzoia County, even Bungoma County. Almost everybody is going to Eldoret for medical services. Why? Because they don't find those services. Maybe because of lack of specialized practitioners. So my two questions. One, will you support the clamor for the constitutional amendment to have this commission to be able to work out on that balancing of medical practitioners so that our people can get medical services at the right places at the county level? Or if that's a long term, what will you do if Parliament approves you, working together with governors, to be able to increase or help that health specialist at the county level so that at least we can have our people at the local level receiving medical services? Thank you, Speaker.
Through you, Honorable Chair, I would like to answer the question by the Honorable Member. Indeed, with the devolution, we've seen a lot of challenges. My approach, again, would be a consultative approach, involving the counties, involving the National Technical Working Group, the DG, the PS, and all the stakeholders involved, including partners. And in this case, we need to have these consultations in routine basis to discuss the HR capacity. Additionally, we need to come with strategies, action plans, including regulations, to ensure that all the counties have the appropriate specialists. And we can monitor the presence and the activities of the specialists using a digital platform, of which I strongly advocate for. I can also say that I am a member of the Eastern Central Southern African College of Physicians. And in this program, I was the initial group of trainers that was trained in Entebbe. And this program was rolled out in Kenya. And we are almost having the first lot graduating, and they're 41 in number. Additionally, there are other specialist training going on for gynecology and obstetrics, as well as surgery. And these are areas that we can engage with the programs and see how to support the various counties so that they can have specialists trained within the facility.
Vicaria.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. Daktari Deborah, Nitauliza kwa Kiswahili. Kama tuta bajeti kubwa sana ya Ministry ya Health inaenda kwa mambo ya matibabu. Magonjwa yametendeka, tunaenda kutibu na mambo mengine. Kukaja na policy ya kuweka the CHVs, the Community Health Volunteers, ambaye wao watashughulika sana na kujaribu kuzuia kabla pengine, na unajua hawalipwi kwa wakati unaofaa, na zile hela pia wanazopatiwa ni hela kidogo sana. Pengine njia gani utatumika kuona kama wataweza kupata hela zao kwa wakati unaofaa na pengine kuongeza juu kidogo, ndio waweze kusaidia kwa kuzuia kabla haijafika ile ya kutumia hela nyingi ya kwenda ku. Pili, watu wengi wanapata ajali, emergency na mambo mengine, magonjwa ambayo pengine hayaku, ama kama ni accidents za barabara. Wanapoenda katika mahospitali yetu, nisiseme ya counties kwa sababu pengine kwa sababu hiyo iko devolved, lakini katika hospitali za serikali wanakatazwa kuwa admitted ama kuchukuliwa katika ile emergency ya dharura ya haraka kwa sababu hawana pesa za kulipa deposit na mambo mengine. Pengine ni njia gani utachukua kuweza kufanya hali hii isiwe ni kitu cha kurudiwa vile tunavyoona kila wakati? Asante.
Answer.
Through you, Honorable Chair, I would like to answer the question by the Honorable Member. Indeed, the community health program is critical because it brings health back to the community. And community health workers are a strong pillar in health system strengthening. And so we need to embrace them and support them. Working in Fikiria Jamii, which is which are 17 clinics in the Eastleigh region, the eastern side of Nairobi. It covered Shauri Moyo, Huruma, Mathare, Kariobangi, part of Korogosho up to Kayole. We were able to strengthen the community health program. And what we did is ensure that they were bringing mothers for antenatal care, bringing children for immunization, distributing disinfectants, providing preventive promotion care and rehabilitation, because they were part of the community. And the work was marvelous, and I'm happy that the country is embracing the community health program. And so we need to support them, and again, a consultative effort involving the multiple stakeholders so that as a team we can come up with action plans and interventions. Equally, we need to involve other sectors like the Treasury and see if we can have funds to allocate for their support. Additionally, partners are critical as well as the CSOs, so we need to involve partners to collaborate and synergize our efforts in order for us to have the fruitful implementation of community health programs and universal health coverage in general. For the emergencies, again, even as we transition, we need to ensure that they are covered, and we need, even in the UHC program, part of what is covered is emergency conditions. And so I believe that by incorporating this, all Kenyans will be able to access care even in emergent situations.
Honorable Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nominee, corruption cases have been a major problem in the health sector. Some time back, there were those clinics that were bought, containers that were being charged at about 10 million a piece, which was highly exorbitant. And recently also you've seen when we had COVID, there were scandals at KEMSA, and there was even a recent scandal under this regime which led to the dismissal of the PS then of health. What will you do to minimize, or if possible, completely eradicate this menace of corruption in that health sector?
Through you, Chair, I would like to address the issue of corruption by Honorable Member. Again, a consultative effort. It is important that we think strategically, involve the various stakeholders involved, the National Technical Working Group, the PSs and DGs, to understand, to conduct a situational analysis and see where the gaps are. But from my opinion, I think that we need to strengthen the processes and procedures that exist. And one of the ways is through a digital platform. That way, we reduce the human-to-human interface. We can be able to track, say, for instance, how a Panadol from batch 001 gets from the national up to the patient's hand. Yeah, and so we'll be able to ensure that there is a seamless flow. So I am an advocate for the digital platform. Equally, we can involve external bodies to monitor also the challenges that are involved therein, and we can have routine meetings and feedback. Additionally, we need to have accountability and visibility frameworks, and also work together with the various commissions to address the issue of corruption.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to the nominees so far, Deborah. My name is Owen Bayer. I'm not the honorable member. I hear you talk about situational analysis. I hear you talk, I've counted them, there are 10 now. Digital platform, there are 8 consultations, there are around 7 there. You keep on using the same ones all the time. But the health sector is a big thing, big, very big. And I think it carries one of the biggest budgets in this country. And it has been a Tower of Babel, okay? There are a lot of conflicting people striking, court cases, a lot of issues. It requires a very high level of leadership. And that high level of leadership is policy. But as I listen to you, I'm not hearing you enunciate or really bring out policy issues apart from consultation. I think the health sector suffers from real strong policies that can drive the sector, so that we have all these issues, these strikes, and everything else really not in place. There's been the question that has been asked on, will you support a health service commission, which everybody else has been talking about. Probably that's the panacea for the problems that we have in health. So Deborah, Dr. Deborah, my question is, what skills do you bring? Are you able to work with people much easier? There has been a lot of, the PS is saying this, the minister is saying this, the DG is saying this, the CECs in the counties are saying something else, the governors, Council of Governors is saying something else. How will you amalgamate all these things and bring real leadership in the health sector so that we do not have the problems that have devolved the health sector over the years? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Go ahead.
Through you, Honorable Chair, I would like to address the question by the Honorable Member, Mr. Owen. Yes, from a leadership and a management perspective, it's always consultative. It's not a one-man show. The people, the National Technical Working Group, have been there for many years. They understand the situation. They understand the gaps, and they're able to come up with interventions. The thing that we need is to support them, to identify the gaps and come up with improvement plan. And so for me, I believe that it's critical that I give the leadership and bringing the people together to collaborate, to synergize, to harmonize, to improve the services that are being given.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Deborah, 2 very quick ones. Ministry of Health is one of the most important ministries in the country. It's for the rich and the very poor, it's for everybody. And what is bedeviling people living in the villages is we have small dispensaries which have no drugs because county governments are not able to stock them. And Kenyans are crying over whether really we should have this under county governments, or we should actually revert the entire ministry to the national government. If a law ever came to revert the ministry to the national government, would you, if approved as the CS for health, support it? Number one. Number two, again from the same scenario, everybody goes to a hospital. As soon as God helps you recover, you have no money to settle your bill, and even through Arambes, you have all these problems, and eventually hospitals, including public hospitals, start detaining patients. And the converse of that, sometimes you may die, and the hospital detains the dead body. What policy would you put in place to ensure there is a balance, that you cannot be detained in hospital forever when you've recovered, or you can't have your body if you're there? Your relatives cannot have your body detained forever. At one point, there must be a stop to that. What sort of a policy would you put in place?
And answer?
Through you, Honorable Chair, I would like to address the question by the Honorable Member. Yes, so currently we have a devolved government, but we need to ensure that the supplies and we are monitoring and ensuring that the supplies and services are ongoing in the last mile. And that's why I'm encouraging the digital platform. I have seen it work. I have seen it work in Fikiria Jamii. I've seen it work in Mata Hospital. I have seen it work in the World Health Organization. I have seen us track medicines coming into the port and distributing it across Africa. We can monitor. We can also ensure quality. We can monitor and ensure that the health workers are in the facilities and they are conducting activities as needed. So a digital platform is the way to go. There are many challenges that we face. There are many teething problems that will come. But when we have that, then even the counties can sit in their offices and be rest assured, looking at the quality, tracking on the medications, what is out of stock, etc. So a digital platform is critical. And again, about moving from county to national level, a consultative approach. We need to be strategic, yeah? It's not one man making decision or one woman in this case. I believe that we need to involve the county governments, we need to involve the national team and come up with the best interventions to address this.
Deborah, before you go to the next question, please do hand over your documents to the clerk's team so that they can do verification while we are going on. The Honorable Ferdinand. Oh, you have one more question? The retention of dead bodies and recovered patients until money is paid to various hospitals. What will you do? That's what the Honorable Member has asked.
Yes. So strategically thinking, we need to consult and see what are the gaps, what is causing this, and then involve Treasury.
It's money.
Yeah. So I'm coming out of government. So my first agenda will be to review these cases with the national technical team and the county government to identify what is causing or contributing to this challenge. And from there, I believe we'll be able to get interventions.
Ferdinand.
I think it's more or less the same thing, but all I'm saying, Madam, if we are going to be appointed as a CS in health, I think reducing the health care, let's be serious about it. As my colleague I just mentioned, it's very, very serious, a crucial item as we members of Parliament. Even now, as I'm sitting here, there are phones coming from my constituency, please, we have got Harambe. Yeah. But then, of course, you as a PS, you are coming in, should be able to have very strategic plans so that the expensive treatments like cancer, which is again coming up every time, should be able to come up with something very, very strategic for us to reduce the cost of treatment and, of course, affordable access to health care. Come up with something that can be able to save these members of parliament in having Harambes every other day, because somebody is going to India. Instead of us, somebody come here, had 2-3 cases where somebody went to India and he died there. So, and everybody now comes to me, how do we get the body here? But more so, this so-called cancer drugs, which is actually is an issue in this country. So come up with a plan. So I see your experience is very wide. So let's hope that you're going to have that kind of plans to be able to assist us in this. Can you say something?
Statement, Daoud?
Thank you.
Just take into account the positive statement made by the Honorable Ferdinand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Dr. Deborah, first, NHIF, will you change the system, or whichever it comes, that a patient can only go to one hospital, nominated hospital, and if somebody gets sick anywhere in the country or anywhere, they cannot go to any other hospital but just one? Secondly, I don't know if you answered the same question by my colleague. Would you consider that all health workers be moved to a health service commission, just like the TSC? And thirdly, the National Assembly passed my bill of cancer prevention in April. And with that bill, it talks about getting more oncologists trained, and because we've got 40,000 people dying of cancer, it's even higher than even COVID. COVID did not kill as many people as cancer does every year. And what do you think you would have interventions to train more people and have more cancer treatment centers in the country? And the last one is level 4 and level 5s. I'm not talking about dispensaries. Would you think that level 4 and level 5s should come back, like the referral Kenyatta Hospital, to the national government? Because 70% of the funds in the health ministry are held by by your ministry, if you are confirmed. So do you think level 4 and level 5 should be taken over by the national government from the counties? Thank you.
3 questions. 1, he says, will level 4, 5s be transferred from the counties to the national government? The second one, about the cancer treatment. And the third one was, will you support, if confirmed, to create the National Health Service Commission? I think there is some doctor somewhere who is sending this message to all of us. I've received it 3 times.
And there's a 4th one.
Yes.
The 4th one was regarding NHIF.
Yes.
In one hospital, will she change the policy that it should not just be one hospital nominated? They can go anywhere, so long as they've got NHIF. They do not have to go to one hospital.
Actually, that is part of the law you passed recently that is being challenged in court, isn't it? Go ahead and answer.
Through you, Chair, I thank you, Honorable Member, for the questions.
Yes, Nelson?
The purpose of this, if you just told the nominee, is actually so that you can address the members by their names.
Yes.
And this is the committee on appointments, just for your information.
Yes. So don't just say honorable member. That one is called Honorable Dawood. Okay,
My humble apologies for that.
Yes.
I will address them by the names.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Dawood, for the wonderful questions. First of all, I would like to talk about local production of medicines and consumables. I think that Kenya, we need to embrace this. Local production of medicines, the health products, is really one way to reduce the costs of medication. And so it's an area that we need to embrace as Kenyans, and based on the budget, then we can consider strengthening this. In addition, regarding the NHIF, the universal health care looks at offering accessible care, affordable care, and quality of care to all Kenyans, including the vulnerable and those with disability, among others. And so the issue of only being able to be seen in one hospital is not part of the universal health coverage. And hence, I believe that once we have implemented the UHC, first of all, the community health promoters will be able to improve the prevention, promotion, rehabilitative interventions within the community. So even for cancer cases, they'll be educated on preventive measures, and those who are having terminal illnesses, rehabilitation will be ongoing. Equally, strengthening the primary care networks is critical because it's the first contact and it filters the mild cases, ensuring that the severe cases are the only ones going to the other levels of care. And hence, there's reduction in the overwhelming of other levels of care. And so I believe that we can have this as accessible, affordable, quality care by strengthening our community health promoters or the community health programs, as well as the primary care networks, and ensuring that we are offering quality care across all levels of care. So regarding the specializations such as in oncology, as discussed earlier, we have the East Central Southern African College of Physicians, which is a program that is running in multiple hospitals within the country, supporting doctors to specialize. We may also consider having this for other specialists, including the nurses, and see how to see how they can grow career-wise as the health workforce, and that way we can also have access to care. For the doctors at the national team, I believe it will be a consultative approach. I cannot make that decision myself. I believe that it's critical that I involve the whole team, the stakeholders, the partners, and other sectors to be able to see how to address this issue.
Point of order, Speaker. Which issue? And I thought if it is about the commission, health, what is your opinion, nominee minister? If you say consultative, what is your opinion as the leader? You support, you don't support, even before you do consultation. What is your input? What is your mind? Yeah, yes. you are running away from being personal.
Yes.
We want to get your suitability, you, not a group, but you. Thank you, Speaker.
Go ahead.
So
the question is, if you are confirmed,
yes,
will you support the creation of the National Health Service Commission? There is some doctor somewhere sending this to all of us.
As part,
ask you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, honorable members. As part of the doctors' fraternity, I support the National Health Service Commission. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mary. Eh?
The one for level 4, 5 to move.
I'll help you to ask.
The level 4 and 5, Honorable Dawood, I believe that it's critical.
To be fair to the interviewee, even as minister, she has no capacity in law to lift level 4 and 5 from the counties to the national government. It must be a legislation and an agreement between the two levels of government to transfer. So even her opinion here will be relevant. Mary Mase.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Deborah, I put it to you that for you to be able to realize your policy objectives, you must have adequate or sufficient financing. But when you look at the Ministry of Health, and especially health research, it remains significantly underfunded. And when you look at the budget of the ministry, there's notable dependency on donor funding, especially on research, disease control and management when it comes to control of malaria, HIV, AIDS, name them. My question to you, from your experience in the health space, what are the barriers to achieving optimal funding in health research? Secondly, there are a number of hospitals, if you are approved by Parliament, there are a number of hospitals across the country that have been built through World Bank funding, GOK, and have remained unoperationalized for a number of years. Beautiful structures. Case in point is in my constituency, Amukura. Beautiful structure. They are not been operationalized, no furniture, nothing. So if you are successful, please do an audit of all such hospitals across the country, ensure they have been operationalized so that there's value for money, and before you start building others or advise for others to be put up. I think that the last one, just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mary, for the wonderful question. I have done a lot of facility assessment, right from the community-based organizations, various facilities at the different levels of care, and also at supporting various countries within the Eastern Southern Africa, as well as the Afro 47 member states supported by WHO. And I'm an advocate for facility assessment. We need to have good capacity, offer quality of care for our patients. And so that will be a top priority for me to ensure that routine assessment is conducted, that our hospitals are offering quality services. Again, a digital platform would be good to ensure that we are also monitoring and looking at the processes. Yes. So regarding research, indeed, we need to have policies to support research and regulatory. We need to have a regulatory body to look into this. We need to work with the ethics board, among other boards, to ensure that this is aligned. And we have multiple partners who are willing to support in matters research. And so it will be open dialogue, consultation and discussion, and see who can join us to support in the agenda of health research, this being another activity that I wish to undertake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I wish to state that the nominee comes from my county, and especially Saboti. But that will not conflict my assessment of her capacity to serve in that ministry. And I am comfortable from where I sit of her competence, but what I'm worried is that the ministries, especially the Ministry of Health, is a theater of politics. And, you know, the previous minister also hailed from my Saboti constituency. I don't want a brain drain of my sisters coming to Nairobi and being swallowed by the politics of the town. How are we kept in terms of interpersonal relations and the politics that goes around and the cabal of corrupt individuals around the ministries? How will you deal with it? Then secondly, the shift, NHIF transiting to SHA. I think a segment of it is called shift. Is it prudent? Why not revitalize the NHIF in terms of digitalization, prudent utilization of resources, instead of transiting, which means you could also transit corruption? Lastly, Speaker, it is my view that Kenya is ripe to be a medical tourist destination, just like Turkey, just like Malaysia is a policy on tourism.
The biggest is India.
Yes, thank you. And now being a regional hegemony, you know, we can start with the region, not even beyond Africa, but just as a region. Do you believe that we are ripe to be a medical destination? If so, how? And if not, why?
Nominee.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And indeed, I love your last statement about having Kenya as a tourist destination. Having worked with the World Health Organization, Eastern Southern Africa, that covers the Eastern and Southern Africa region, it's actually based here in Nairobi. It's in the Kenyatta University Teaching and Referral Hospital. It is a regional office. And I have seen the tremendous things that have happened there. We've had expatriates come to stay here with the family, and that has increased. Our Kenyans have been employed through this. Tourism has also expanded, and also some of the products that they buy that are utilized in the office are being bought from Kenya. Equally, as they look into developing infrastructure, most of the time they're using local products. And if they also want to transport these health products, they can consider us. So first of all, I believe that we need to embrace regional partners, not just the country office, the country representatives, but regional partners such as the Africa Union, World Health Organization, among other partners, because they are bringing expertise from abroad, and these are the ones that will strengthen, build capacity, and also mobilize resources. Equally, we need to think about becoming centers of excellence in Kenya. This may not be achieved maybe this time, but it can be a long-term vision so that we capacitate our facilities. A lot has been done in the KU TRRH hospital, among other hospitals, and I think that is the momentum or the way to go in terms of building a capacity and becoming centers of excellence for Africa.
Just to, if you allow me, Honorable Speaker, on the question of medical tourism, yes. You've dwelt much on the aspect of expatriates coming into the country. India is one of the countries that receives the most number of patients who go to live there, stay in their hotels, use their, so it's a big beneficiary of medical tourism. Tanzania, across the border here, there's so many people from the coast who go to a hospital that is called Muhimbili or something. And many of them go there, and they benefit a lot in terms of revenue because of patients going out there. Kenya has just been sending away patients; it has not been receiving. In terms of policy framework and legislation, what would you propose if you are given this opportunity to develop Kenya as a medical tourism destination so that we can reap big in terms of our giving out medical services and also in terms of bringing revenue into, in the form of tourism in the country? What policy and legislative frameworks would you propose?
That you combine with Caleb and Mrs. question about medical tourism. Go ahead.
And the Speaker, also the transit from NHIF to SHIF. Orosha.
Go ahead. Yes, Deborah, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much, honorable members. The first thing we need to do is assess and look at best practices from the other countries, such as India. What have they done in terms of building their capacity? And how can we improve? What are the timelines? What are the budget costs? In terms of specialists, we need to ensure that we have top-notch specialists in the areas, and also expand the medical equipment that can be utilized for this. And again, the infrastructure, the logistics, among other aspects that are involved. And so, yes, it is true that we need to have policies with regards to this, but in terms of how to progress, I think that we need to look at the priorities in Kenya. We don't have affordable, accessible, quality of care for patients. And I'll give an example. When I was in Fikiria Jamii, there was a widowed, she had 3 children. She used to wash clothes in Isili. And this lady had developed complications, and we had to send her to Kenyatta Hospital. And so we had to dig deep into our pockets to get money for her transport and her consultation. Once we did that, she went to Kenyatta Hospital, and an array of investigations, including invasive ones, were requested by the doctor. Because they could have cost her an arm and a leg. And for treatment, it would cost her life because she could not afford it. So coming back, I think we need to have our priorities right. And that is offering affordable, accessible care to all Kenyans, the vulnerable, the needy, the orphans, the widows, those who are unable to support themselves. And after that, we can think long-term of having Kenya as a medical hub.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Dr. Baraza, considering the recent reports of vaccine stockouts and the shift in policy regarding donor-funded programs, like those provided through Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, what are your plans for ensuring sustainable financing and reliable procurement of vaccine and essential health products during your tenure as a Cabinet Secretary for Health? Another thing is about, and I think Honorable Kareb has asked you, it's regarding the transfer from NHIF to SHIF. To tell you the truth, majority of our people, they are not getting it, and they are not even registering. So I would like to know, to hear from you, if you happen to get this chance, what are you going to do about it? Thank you.
Go ahead, nominee.
Thank you for those wonderful questions. And I will start with the last one, transfer from NHIF to SHIF. The service is to the people of Kenya. And so we need to engage them. They need to own it. They need to understand it. We need to embrace and have community feedback, and then work on it to see how we can intervene. And I believe that that was one of the challenges, that the community was not involved. We did not have robust communication with the community. I think it is critical for us to engage the community so that they understand the vision of SHIF, and they also contribute to see how this vision can come to fruition. Equally, it's important for us to involve the stakeholders, the counties, the county government, partners, among others, to make this come into fruition. So the dialogue is really critical when we are looking to transfer patients. And then we can come up with appropriate interventions. Regarding vaccine stockout, pooled procurement can be done amongst various countries, say for instance in Eastern African region. And then we can also consider talking to the Treasury and see if resources can be allocated, as well as discussing with partners in terms of supporting in the area of vaccine.
Mishimbogo. Honorable Mishimbogo.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, my first question, it is on the issue of the program dubbed as Linda Mama. This program used to facilitate free delivery by our expectant mother in this country. But right now it has been faced with quite a number of challenges, making women suffer, especially those who are expectant. I don't know if you're appointed, what mitigation measures are you going to put in place to ensure the Linda Mama program or a replica of Linda Mama program is enshrined so that our women will no longer suffer? My second question, it is about the rising mental health burden in this country, where some studies have shown that in every five people, one is suffering from health disorder. And this has been witnessed in our learning institution, especially in our universities, in our secondary schools, where we have seen love triangles cases, we have seen some suicide cases, some reckless killing, and so many other issues. And this issue is compounded by a fragile mental health system, socio-economic challenges, and cultural attitudes. Given the existing mental health policies and action plans, what are the key challenges facing the mental health system? If appointed, what policies will you put in place to address these challenges? That is, the immediate, the medium term, and the long term. And also, is the mental health integrated in the UHC? My last question, Honorable Speaker. No, I have the last one. This is last one. The other time I asked only one question, Honorable Chairman. I just want to ask the last question. Kenya right now has a deficit in terms of doctor-to-patient population. Now with the government directives, which frees new employment and term wage bill, what strategy are you going to ensure that we have more health provided, and especially for those dealing with chronic diseases such as cancers, because we have few oncologists. Also in the mental disorders, we have few psychiatrists. What are you going to ensure that at least we have more specialized doctors? Thank you.
You followed 3 questions. Linda Mama, will you bring it back in its same form or another? What do you do with mental patients and mental health care? Okay.
Yes, through you, Honorable Chair, I'd like to address the concerns. I am a beneficiary of Linda Mama, and my daughter is a beneficiary of Linda Mama. And so I'm an advocate of it. And I will ensure that it's incorporated if SHIF is rolled out. Now, during the transition period, at times such activities may, fall through the cracks, but funds have been allocated from the discussions we were having while I was in WHO with the national team. So we need to have a transition plan and or guidelines to ensure that some of these critical covers like the Linda Mama are always there when we are transitioning. So this is an area that we look to and ensure that all mothers and the children are covered. I will combine the mental health and doctors to patient population. Indeed, this is not just the doctors, but the health workforce in general. We need to look at how we can protect them and how they can grow in their career. And so we I will engage the universities and other training programs, such as the Eastern Southern College of Physicians, the surgical programs, the obstetrics and gynecology programs, and have deliberations on other programs that we can have in the country for our health workers to progress in their career, because we can have even clinical officers, nurses specializing in mental health, in matters oncology, among others. Equally, it is critical, again, as I said earlier, to strengthen community health programs and the primary care networks with mental health specialization, or professionals that have been trained in mental health. And so these are areas that we can look into addressing.
Sharia.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Deborah. KEMSA has been in the public domain for procurement irregularities affecting donor funds. What's your comment on that? If approved, what policies do you have in mind in safeguarding public resources and the management of KEMSA? Question number 2. Chapter 6 of the Constitution and the Leadership and Integrity Act 2011 imposes the highest standards of trust and integrity for state and public officers. And this is in relation to what my colleague was saying. How do you intend to address the public perception of the Ministry of Health as a mafia house associated with corruption and lack of accountability? What specific strategies will you employ to enhance transparency, restore public trust, and ensure that the ministry operates with the highest level of integrity?
Thank you, Honorable Member, for the wonderful question. And indeed, KEMSA has been in the public domain. What I intend to do, again, is to strengthen the processes and procedures, and that one of the areas is looking at the digital platform, as well as having external bodies conduct routine auditing. Again, visibility and accountability reforms, as well as engaging or a consultative approach to involve other sectors such as ESCC to look into these issues. We need to have transparent tenders, and I will hold my office with high integrity according to the laws.
Yes, Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Dr. Deborah, a healthy nation is a wealthy nation. And I want to echo my colleagues what they have said. The health docket is a big docket. It's a very serious docket. And also is a docket with a lot of contestation and a lot of conflict. Having said that, almost 4 years ago, we sent many doctors to Cuba. And also Cuban doctors came to Kenya. We never had any feedback. I really want to hear from you what has been that feedback, whether positive or negative, and if there are any positive things, what is it that we have been able to borrow from the Cuban health system? My second question is, you have been a medical registrar at Kenyatta National Hospital. Across the road, you walk to Nairobi Hospital. In Kenyatta National Hospital, you have the largest Kenya Medical Training College in Eastern Central Africa. And also, you have the largest teaching hospital, university that trains doctors. When you compare the two facilities just across the road, in one you are in Europe, and in the other one you are in somewhere in Africa, not even in Nairobi. Just in case this committee is going to approve your nomination, what is it that you are likely to do so that we are able to see a better facility at Kenyatta? Finally, Honorable Speaker, there are memorandums that have been raised by Albert Gitonga, Henry Fundi, and two others about your practice status at the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council. What have you got to say about that? Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
So, in terms of the feedback for the Cuban doctors, I have not been to the ministry. I'll be new to the ministry, and this will be a priority agenda. So I will review, and I'll be able to make a report and share with the Parliament. Regarding the training in the Kenyatta National Hospital and how to make our facilities better, routine facility assessments, identifying gaps, and coming up with international interventions to build up capacity is really critical. And I will be an advocate for that and ensure that we are conducting routine assessment. For my practicing license, I am a qualified doctor. My registration is A6275. I have been in clinical practice from 2007 to 2020, compliant to license renewal. In 2020, I joined World Health Organization. It is a UN, part of the UN agencies. It is an international, independent entity with no affiliation to any member states. I was an international civil servant, offering services to 22 countries in Eastern Southern Africa, and the 47 member states also supported in the Afro region. So my work and my capacity was at an international level as a policy advisor, giving strategic direction and technical advice to various countries in the Afro region. Once the president nominated me as cabinet secretary, because of the courtesy and respect and coming back into the Kenyan medical environment, as well as the office of the cabinet secretary, I renewed my clinical practice.
Mule.
Thank you very much, Chair, and welcome Dr. Baraza to this committee. Chair, I've pursued and I've looked at the CV of the Dr. Baraza. Having worked at Kenyatta Hospital as a registrar, Mata Hospital as a promotion, worked at Eastern Deanery as a physician and promoter, and then straight to WHO. I have no doubt on your experience, but I have a serious concern of where you are coming from and where you are getting into. And I think Kosin alluded to that. We want to hear you, how you will transit. Having been in the medical fraternity for the last 20 years, where you are coming from is where things are done as the policy of the institution. You are joining government whereby complex, low interest politics carries the day. Madam, with all due respect, I believe you are getting into the Ministry of Health, whereby we have several departments, starting with the doctors themselves, starting with the nurses, the procurement agency, KEMSA, the programs, everything. I want to hear from you your management skill, on how you transit from that set mind of a straight line of thinking, and no wonder you are telling us every time consultation. Here, it is whereby the law applies. The law which is applied at KEMSA is not the same law which is applying with the doctors, enumeration and hiring. So, my question starts with, how do you tell Kenyans you'll streamline supply and demand of health communities in this country to the grassroots level, putting in mind we still have a devolved government? Secondly, from the international community where you are coming from, there are those policies and guidelines which are being given to this country, we must adhere to. One, Honorable Mukami talked about Gavi and vaccines. You know very well Gavi has been supporting this country for many years to provide vaccines and other commodities. But as a government, we have always delayed to pay these supplies, yet endangering the young newborns and the future of this nation by not being vaccinated and exposing them to diseases like polio. What is your take to how to progress on that? Thirdly, as a country, we are binded by all international commitments, starting with the United Nations Convention on on health policies. And I want to hear from you, how do we get out from donor-funded health programs in this country to a government-funded programs in this country on TB drugs, TB diagnostic tools, HIV drugs, HIV diagnostic tools, vaccinations and distribution of vaccinations to the country, malaria drugs and malaria transmission diagnostic tool. And last, how do you coerce the seamless working relationship between the Ministry of Health and the county government, putting in mind the largest budget within the ministry remains at the national government, and what is required to be transferred to the county government, it is transferred. And lastly, what policy are you going to use on relationship on working with the county government and the CECs at the county level to ensure that Kenyans does not suffer anymore for lack of health services in this country? Thank you.
Quite a mouthful. Can you answer that?
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Honorable Mule.
Honorable Mule, my sincere apologies for that. And indeed, I sense a lot of passion in matters health. And if hopefully given the opportunity, I believe we'll work together to address some of these pertinent issues. Yes, so again, this will be a priority in my agenda to understand the situation and come back with interventions, seeing that I will be new to the ministry. So the issue of supply and demand, again, we need to strengthen the information system. I think my mind has been focusing on that because I have seen it work. I have seen it work in various organizations that I have worked in. I have seen it being rolled out. I've seen the teething effects, but I have seen the impact it has had. It has reduced on costs, it has improved quality, and it has enabled people to track and see where their stockouts, among others. So we can be able to track the supply of commodities up to the last mile. Yeah? And then we can be able to also monitor other services. So I am an advocate of the digital platform because the human-to-human interface is what is bringing challenges, I believe, in our country at the moment, among other things. So for the vaccines and commodity delivery, yes, we need to allocate budgets to support this, and then we can have pooled procurement of vaccines. We'll also deliberate with the vaccine programs that are currently here, the vaccine production, and see on their effectiveness and their efficiency and the cost implication. So coming from my background, I know the concerns, the teething effects of vaccine production, and I know the members, the nominated committee wanted me to talk about vaccine production, but I think it is important that we go in depth and identify all these things before making commitment. In terms of health policy, for the dwindling donor funds, one of the areas we can consider is health insurance, but again, we need to have community ownership. The community need to embrace it because, you know, there are taxes involved. So we'll need to educate them and make them embrace it. With your support, with the county government support, the stakeholders, the partners, I believe we can make this successful. And equally, there are some programs which are again feeding into the universal health coverage, including maternal to child health programs, the TB programs, and so on. So we can see how to work as a team and synergize our efforts for improvement of services in Kenya.
As we sit here, the Kenyans who are watching, and they have been sending some SMSs to almost all of us. A few of them, they say, in case you are approved, embrace biotechnology and diagnosis, harmonize salaries of health workers. They earn different salaries while doing the same job. Somebody else says there's a program called Edu Afia for students. It was suspended because of fraud instead of punishing the fraud. Another one says advise her to solve UHC staff menace. They get only half salary for full work. Another one says Linda Mama must come back. That's what Mishi was saying. Another one says ensure SHIF covers ICU costs which are unaffordable by all Kenyans. Another one says, how will you handle monkeypox disease if you are confirmed? And you had answered that. Yes. Yes, Mule.
Chair, I didn't hear her touch on the issue of diagnostic tools as recommended by the UN on the TB, HIV, and also supply of vaccines and drugs for malaria and the diagnostic tools for malaria. Please.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
The ones I've given you are just comments extracted from SMSs. Can you answer the members?
Thank you, Honorable Muli, for the question, and through you, Honorable Chair. Yes, this is an agenda that will also be priority in my list to be able to identify the situation and the gaps and the interventions therein. Regarding monkeypox, I'm happy to say that within this year, we've had multiple countries within the Afro region that have had monkeypox. And I have been part of the team that has been supporting the countries. And so I believe that this, with the support from the National Technical Working Group, we will be up to task to support the country to address monkeypox in terms of readiness and response in Kenya.
Daud, what was it?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to follow up what my colleague, Honorable Imase Mary, asked about facilities which have not been opened. A case in point would be even Meru, where there is a 5-story building which was done by Honorable Kiraito. He was the governor. 3 years down the road, it's never been opened, and there is congestion in Meru level 5. So there are many places like those. Do you think once you get in, you will say it is not national government, it is county government. What would your position be on those unopened facilities?
Take also from the Deputy Speaker.
Dr. Deborah, also some concerns that have been raised by members of the public who sent me messages. They are saying that the community health promoters are being paid timely from the national government, but the contribution of the county governments comes in very late. I think they've been said that Isiolo County, they are currently on strike because they have not been paid. Nyamira County have not been paid for 9 months. So how will you ensure that the county governments are also able to make their payments as government does, national government does its contributions?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Dr. Deborah, just 2 quick questions. One, there has been worry of staff of NHIF transitioning to SHA or SHIF. They are worried about losing jobs. You know, we have a law that is in place, but they're worried. What is your take on this? Are you going to transit all of them? Are you going to ensure all of them have jobs or others will lose jobs? This is a concern of NHIF staff. How do you respond to them? And secondly, what legislative proposals do you have to strengthen the health sector as you take over, if approved by this committee? Do you have any legislative proposal you want to make here? Because these are legislators and they will support your agenda. Do you have any legislative proposals going forward so that we can strengthen the health sector? Or what gaps are there in the law that you may want to fix to make health a better sector?
Thank you very much, Honorable Owen, and for the questions that have been raised. So I will start with Honorable Dawood's question regarding facilities and their capacity. It is critical for us to monitor the capacity of healthcare facilities to ensure that they are up and running and they are offering quality services. And so it is critical that we conduct routine assessment to identify gaps and come up with intervention. I hope to work together with the county government in terms of identifying the gaps and supporting, because healthcare, the health system is not just the infrastructure itself. It is the commodities, it is the services, it's the human resource. So we need to look at all those things and ensure that our healthcare facilities are up and running. And that is a task that I would wish to take up and in consultation with the counties. Again, the community health promoters, indeed, they are a critical component and a pillar for health service delivery. They are the ones who go to the community, supporting preventive, promotive, and rehabilitative activities. And so discussions with the county government on the gaps as to why they are not, the community health promoters are not receiving their money is really important, and it will again be part of my agenda. Regarding the NHIF, I'm still new to the ministry. I will need to review the HR capacity, the number of human resource that is required for the new insurance, but an intervention can be to match and move the HR, depending on their roles and responsibility, to the new area. So again, this is an agenda that we can have with the technocrats to see where the gaps are and how we can move the NHIF, because it is very sad when, you know, the sole provider of a family loses their job. And so this is something that we need to support our NHIF staff.
Saying that the law that was actually passed in Parliament on the social health insurance and social health authority says that they will all be assessed, and if you have the skill set for the new system, them, you will be taken. So there is no guarantee. Don't set yourself up. When you get there, you'll get into trouble that you promise you'll hire them. They will be all reassessed. And if they are suitable, yes. If they are not, they will not be taken. Because it was said that in NHIF, there are some people even who are geologists, and yet they're working there, or nuclear scientists. So their skills don't match the work that they're doing.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
You will be the last.
Honorable Chairman, Kenyans have really been crying on the issue of public participation, and that there's so many decisions made in terms of Ministry of Health without their knowledge. My question to the nominee is, are you conversant with Article 232 of the Constitution on the values and principle of public service, and to what extent does your personal and work experience reflect these principles? I thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Chairperson, Chairman.
Yes.
My last one, CS nominee. To me, you come across as a very young, diligent professional, but I have doubts in my mind. Will you be able to manage the cartels in Afia House? Because the home of cartels is Afia House. It was Christian Mafia House some time back. Do you have what it takes to fight the corruption cartels in Afia House, in NHIF, in KEMSA? Do you have what it takes?
Go ahead and answer.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I think we also need to be fair to our time and the nominee. That question has been asked several times, so we can't keep on repeating the same. So I think honorable members must be attentive.
Speaker?
Yes.
Speaker?
Yes.
The question of the mafias and corruption was asked, but I think to be fair to the majority leader, he's asked about what he thinks in terms of demeanor. I think it is just more in her direct strategy. And even as you respond to that, I would tell you that the mafias always also say, we have seen many come and go, including the most recent one. So I think as much as that question has been asked, she can respond to it.
Isula is taking over my job.
Women power.
Let's take Raso. Let's not do another round. Raso, just you'll be the last. And the question being asked is very pertinent. It was asked before, as Amizi said, in fact, 2-3 times. Do you have the capacity, the ability, the will, and the strength to fight and resist the mafia at Afia House? That is the question.
To have thick skin.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Dr. maybe mine is just one quick question. You have worked at the WHO, and there's prescribed number of doctors per patient within a population. What is the standard, and how far are we as Kenyans? Because the UN says 1 policeman to 400 Kenyans. What do they say in terms of doctors, both at the national and the county level per population? Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you, honorable members, for the questions. With regards to public participation, yes, this is a very pertinent issue of which I am passionate about. I believe there is need for community ownership. And what I see is that the highlight is the taxation of 2.75. We are not talking about accessible, affordable quality of care for all Kenyans, including the vulnerable and the ones with disability. So there's need for robust communication we need to strengthen communication to the community so that they embrace and they own this initiative. We need to gather feedback and see how we can address the challenges. We need to look at the misinformation and counter it. We need to engage the community. And one of the people in the community that we can use are the community health promoters. And so I think that, or I believe that the risk communication, community engagement, addressing all these things is really a critical highlight before embarking on this journey. Regarding being able to manage the mafias.
You can't manage them, you confront them. That is what you have been asked. You eliminate them.
So, Honorable Chair.
Your colleague who came earlier said you neutralize them.
First of all, we can look at prevention than treatment. And one of the areas is the early warning indicators. We can use a digital platform, yeah? We can use, open tenders or transparent tenders. And we can use independent bodies to monitor this. And engaging the EACC and other bodies in this.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
In the discussion. So I think we need to strengthen.
Do you have the courage and the will? That is the question.
Yes.
To confront the mafia.
Yes.
And defeat them.
I will hold my office with high professionalism and high integrity.
Good.
But here she can't manage and treat mafia. She has to deal with them head on. She has said that she's going to manage and treat. We can't deal with mafia as like that.
I think she's understood. You can't treat the mafia, you fight them. They are a criminal enterprise. And exactly.
I think the Honorable Mukami did not get the nominee right. She said there can be preventative treatment, and my understanding was that preventative in terms of preventing corruption, if I got her right. And what she was talking about, curative, I think is what she was now explaining in terms of working with other agencies. It's only that she's a doctor, she's using medical parlance.
Okay. The last question from Raso. What, from your UN perspective, is the doctor-patient ratio in an average society like Kenya?
No, we are not quite there, but we are doing well compared to other countries in Africa. So we need to look at improving the HR capacity, not only for doctors, but other cadres such as the nurses. Yes.
What are the numbers?
The ratio. What's the ratio?
I will have to confirm the ratios. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now, a few formal questions. Other members, a few formal questions. Do you hold any leadership position in any political party?
No.
Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report or investigation?
No, Honorable Chair.
What is your net worth in terms of wealth?
Okay. So my net worth is a combination of mine and my husband, and it's 455,845,320.
You and your husband?
Yes.
Honorable members,
that is Mr. Speaker.
Yes?
That's Speaker. Mr. Speaker. I think because
yes, Caleb.
Yeah, because this is a House of Records, so I propose we divide into two.
Chairman, it is not necessary to be divided into two. It can be another way.
Don't break families.
Yeah.
If they own it jointly, if there's a dispute, the courts will decide.
455,845,320. 320.
Okay, millions.
Yeah.
Yes. Honorable members, the nominee, according to the clerk, has submitted her papers and are all in order. 7 memoranda were received from various people, and in her written response, she answered all of them. You are now released. Yes? Yes. Yes. You are now released to go back with your original documents, which will be given to you by the sergeant behind you. And have a good day.
Thank you. I'd like to again thank His Excellency the President for nominating me as Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Health, and also for the nominated committee for giving me the opportunity.
Appointments committee.
The
Appointments committee.
Appointment committee for giving me this opportunity to also present myself, and I am happy to bring my expertise and serve the people of Kenya.
Good. Bring the next nominee. Okay. Members, do you want to break and resume at 2? How many minutes? 10 minutes. Lunch is served in the boardroom of the commission. Those of you who are hungry. Yes. 10 minutes. We'll do lunch after the next nominee.
Ambia sergeant wanaweka on. Hii hapa chini wasiinua itafikia kwa barabara.
Tunaenda kula ama tunakaa?
So tunasema agenda.
Cielala. Acha niingie hapa washroom Irene.
Hello. Kwanza tuongea na hawa. uko na hiyo ni backup ilikuwa hapa. Okay. Ukiongeza tu hapo kidogo. Iko sawa? Hebu guza on. Yes, sasa wanakaa wanaendelea. Poa. Acha waendelee. Chama amerudi kweli? Wewe, nasikia tulikuwa na moto huko. Bado? Nasikia wanapaka kufanyia chama ile kitu. Yako. I didn't hear you. Umemwambia? Betty.
na meeting na sio, lakini sioni nikienda. Ninawaambia junior anchors kwa ndafuta MCK number. Hacha nikuje niweke. Hakuna kitu unaandika. Uinuliwe. Tumeshuka. Hapa nimechoka. Anastahili huyo alifuata.
I think ni kama step out although kuna yule mwenye alikuwa nafaa kuja step in, but you could just cheza ukipima kichelewa.
Ndio. Hey. Huko ndani. Allah, nilikuwa nasema umeenda. Hapa siwezi tuacha tu nisifikie hapa. Ndio nilikuwa ndani. Ile meza shika tu.
Mwenye chini. Amedu.
Niambie niko na shilingi na nilipoteza.
Umekutana tu na
nitamwambia Masi nilikupea shilingi yangu.
Umekati zote?
Sioni kama vile mtu anapita.
Nenda mkaa kudeni.
Hapa kiasi tosha hata nikalia. Na mimi ni mkubwa.
Ama ukaile kiti ya kwangu arudi.
Nani?
Huyu kwenye amesimama huyu. Kwangu alikuwa amekaa hapo la arudi.
Arudi. But unaona mtu anakuja na siezi.
Hawaingii. Naona kuna shughuli kwa juu. Ndio nini sasa mnaingia na nini?
Sergeants, bring the next nominee. Honorable members, the meeting is back to Good afternoon, Alice. Maybe I should not call you Alice, I should call you good afternoon, nominee.
I think I feel nice when you call me Alice, Mr. Speaker. And maybe I should also call you Chairman. I don't know, I need to. With your permission.
Your support staff or your security? Here you are secure.
No, yes, not security. It's a support staff, just one person.
Yes.
Murefu.
Good.
Thank you.
Ako hapa?
Ako hapa.
Okay. You have a choice between the Bible, the Quran, and affirmation. Which one?
The Bible.
Depending on your faith.
The Bible, yes.
So you may be upstanding and take the oath. Take the Bible by your right hand and read the standard oath.
Thank you. I, Alice Modoni Wahome, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. You may take your seat. Alice, if you have your documents, pass them on to the clerk so that as we proceed with the process, they'll be verifying your originals against what you submitted. Welcome to this approval hearings of vetting. I'm the Speaker of the National Assembly and Chairman of the Appointments Committee. On my right is the Honorable Gladys Boss, Deputy Speaker. Sarah Kyoko is our Deputy Clerk. I will invite all members to introduce themselves, starting with Naisula.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Nelson Koech, Belgut.
Kosing David, Poko South.
Gikaria David.
Mase Mary, Teso South.
Abdul Rahim Daud.
Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi, mjumbe wa kwanza Trans Nzoia County.
George Gitonga Murugara, MP Tharaka, Tharaka Nithi County.
Owen Baya, MP Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui Kadhiani.
Stephen Mule. Dido Raso Saku.
Mukami Washira, Nyeri County.
Lastly, Caleb Amisi Saboti.
Welcome, Honorable Alice Wahome. This is a distinction for you to be vetted twice by the same committee within the same political term. We vetted you some time back in 2022, and we have received communication from the President that he has nominated you to the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing, and Urban Development, the same ministry that you are here. We invite you to introduce yourself We are conscious of the fact that you are a former colleague in the House, but for the record, introduce yourself, your name, your educational background, your experience, your key competences, and your suitability for appointment as Cabinet Secretary within 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, to this appointment committee. Sorry?
Chairman or Speaker? Not
Yes.
Chair. I'm sitting on a chair.
Chairman, although I would prefer chairperson, but I'll go by the chairman. Thank you very much. I think it's awkward. I think I just prefer to use the speaker. Thank you, Speaker. My names are Alice Modoni Wahome. I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I have served as an advocate before, prior to the nomination in 2022. My last certificate as an advocate was for the year 2022. Thereafter, I'm a graduate, therefore, of the Nairobi University Law Faculty. Since then, I have served as an advocate in practice and served in
When I last checked, it was called University of Nairobi, not Nairobi University.
The University of Nairobi.
Yes,
I had said the university, and I take the correction, the University of Nairobi, where I finished in 1984, and then went to the law school in 1980, up to 1985. I got admitted as an advocate, and therefore, since then, I have had the opportunity to practice both as a state counsel in the Attorney General's office and also as an advocate in practice. I've done a lot of advocacy, human rights defense, and activism, you could call it that. I have served as a member of the Law Society of Kenya, served also as an advocate, as a vice chair for FIDA, and other women rights organizations. I have then had the privilege to work as the Member of Parliament for Kandara for 2 terms. I served from 2013 to 2017. Then I got another privilege to serve 2017 to 2022. And then I still got the opportunity to be elected a 3rd term in 2022 August, when this government came into place. I got the privilege, as you have rightly said so, to be nominated as a Minister for Water, Sanitation and Irrigation in September 2022, where I served until October, 5th of October 2020, the Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development. I have served since then until the 11th of July this year, when I was dismissed under Article 152(5)(b). I think I will say that in terms of my competence, I am a team worker. I take a lot of pride in working within the team. I have had the privilege, I have talked about advocacy and training and litigation as a litigation lawyer, but within the Ministry of Water, I did various matters, various things in terms of the work, which was new to me that time. And my handover report speaks for itself. It talks about non-revenue, reducing non-revenue, coming up with frameworks for reducing non-revenue water. In water, we also were able to come up with a framework for water purchase agreements to work within the framework of PPP. We did several boreholes, several strategic plans to raise funding to the tune of, by the time I was leaving, we had about a total, including the Kenya budget, we had a total of about 80 billion for water. I was able to understand the mandate very fast. and we raised the water coverage from 65%, the national water coverage from 65% to 72% by the time I was leaving within that short period. And then sanitation from 26% to 32%. Now in the Ministry of Lands, where I have then served for those other 10 months, now I believe this was my 10th month, we have various programs that are running, and therefore I would say that in terms of the work that I have been doing, and I'm very thankful to His Excellency the President for returning me back by way of this nomination back to the ministry that I have been for the last 10 months. I find that as a confirmation in one way or the other, or expression of confidence that I did my work for those few months properly, and subject to the approval, I'm willing to serve the country in that capacity. There are a lot of challenges in the ministry, but in terms of competence as a lawyer, I do not find myself as a stranger. For example, in the State Department for Lands, where obviously there are matters that I had done before. I was exposed to conveyancing, but I was not exposed to some of the challenges that are there, including fraud, including cartels, including bad practices, which we have, with the support of Parliament, I'm sure we'll be able to overcome. So I'm a team worker, I'm a hard worker, I believe in hard work and honesty, and I have the right aptitude to carry out my duty as a minister.
Do.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll invite the Deputy Speaker to fire at you the first question.
Okay, Honorable Wahome, I'd like to ask you this, and because it's one of the questions that most lawyers are asking. There's been the ongoing digitization of land transactions and records to curb corruption. There's been the rollout of Ardhi Sasa, which was having a challenge, and I know that also you had the ministry's strategic plan 2023-2027. Could you tell us what you are already doing in regards to these three areas, but also what you would do, and that you feel that there's still challenges going forward if your confirmation of your nomination is made? Thank you.
I thought you said you have some support staff with you.
The question is what we are doing in respect of the Ardhi Sasa, the digitization and digitalization system within the ministry, the Department of Lands. And that there are several questions coming towards that particular strategy to deal with the land. One, this particular program is meant to bring efficiency to secure land records and to provide maybe surety that the security of the records will be maintained with integrity. The program started way back in 2014, and where we are, I could safely say that we have been able to cover the entire Nairobi with about, which has about 300,000 titles, and you can be able to access the Ardhi Sasa platform, and therefore we are at a better place. But I still know that there are a few records that we are still working on loading. And of course, with the huge developments that are coming up, we'll still require to have a bigger space in terms of that platform. so that we can capture land in real time, be able to give records to the public in real time, and accessibility becomes easier and more assured. The story of missing files should be one of our bad history, so that this is a system that we should encourage, embrace as an information management system. What we have moved now to Murang'a, to Isiolo, to Mombasa with the same system, and we are already working in another 27 registries where we have been able to take our scanners, because the first exercise you do is to network within provide the infrastructure. Then you do the scanning of the records. You know, our records have been manual. We want to, of course, to get rid of the manual records. Not completely throw away the records, but be able to know that we have the information system secure, properly secured. But then the records are put on, on board, loaded. With that, then we can be able to say that I want to be very honest with the Parliament, because I'm at the right place. We needed a better budget, a bigger budget, to the tune of between 35 and 40 billion to be able to secure all our records under the digitization system. And of course, the country needs to be able to have fiber networking in those other places. And therefore, another maybe 5 years, we can safely be able to do this, provided that we get sufficient budget as a country to cover it. And yeah.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, yes, nominee.
Your gadget is not working.
No, it's working now.
Thank you. CS Nomi, I will not ask questions of if you are approved, because you have been the Cabinet Secretary for Lands for at least a year or so. And you are aware there have been very many cases of land grabbing around the country. And we've also seen you on TV on some land which was alleged to have been grabbed somewhere in Loresho. And you also know of many other cases that have been brought to your attention, or the attention of your office, your former office at the Ministry of Lands, around Windsor and other areas. Cases where your ministry officials, officials of the National Lands Commission, those from the police have been involved. I would want to hear what you would do, if approved, or what you have been doing to curb the rampant cases of land grabbing, and especially considering the recent court judgment by the Supreme Court that a title by itself is not prima facie evidence that you are the owner of, legitimate owner of land, that one needs to go beyond that face value of the title to check how that title was acquired from the initial first owner. And you're aware, many of the cases that you have been dealing with are cases where land is illegally transferred from the bona fide owners to land grabbers, and with the protection of, or facilitation of officers in the Ministry of Lands, and protection of other government officers, including the police, they take away people's land. What is it that you have been doing to address that, and what will you do that will now completely curb that vice? Lastly, is your engagements with the National Lands Commission. I would want to hear your firm commitment to respecting independent constitutional commissions like that of the National Lands Commission, knowing their boundaries between the work of the ministry and independent commissions like the National Lands Commission. What is your position on the role of the National Lands Commission vis-a-vis the role of the ministry that you have been working in? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ichung'wa, for those questions. It is true, and it should be actually a national tragedy to have the fact to have a situation where a title is not prima facie evidence, necessary prima facie evidence of ownership. When I was going through my university law course, I knew that title, and the land law that was taught is that title is sacred. The title deed is almost absolute, but it's no longer the case because, as you have rightly pointed out, we are aware of very many cases of fraud being carried out by Kenyans with the support of sometimes unscrupulous...
You mean Kenyan criminals? Because not every Kenyan is carrying out fraud.
Kenyan fraudsters.
Yes.
Kenyan fraudsters and cartels. And they are not just, when we say cartels, I want to clarify. They are powerful cartels, they are moneyed cartels. Some of them surprisingly have made money through those kind of fraudsters, but then maybe cleansed that money into institutions like schools, like banks, like other maybe real property investments. And they are also powerful. But of course, they are also the ordinary cartels and criminals also who don't have much money, but they are part of the whole system. And I have come across very many, and some are very sad cases, because people have, the cartels have reached a point where they don't respect the title deeds, and sadly, many times, or quite largely, the officers of the ministry have been, in numerous cases, part and parcel of procuring those kind of titles. When you look at the Land Act, to be able to deal a big blow to the cartels when they secure fraudulent titles, and you, Honorable Speaker, I mean that you are the owner, say, of this particular building, cartels come and they perform some miracle and procure another title, where your title is safely somewhere, maybe under the locus of this particular building or parliament. And that title is the normal paper that we use for titling in this country. But other times it could be that paper, but the signatures are superimposed, or signatures of former commissioners of lands, maybe former registrars, both dead and alive. Not that they are the ones who signed, but some of our retired officers have also been part of that cartel. They've been signing. Some in their death, they are said to have signed. And therefore, what am I doing? I think we need to work on some amendments very quickly on the Land Act, so that the minute the registry, the technical information on the land records are known to be interfered with, to have been fraudulently secured or changed, so then the registrar, say the chief land registrar, should be able to immediately effect a cancellation and leave by law, because the minister is the custodian of all land titles, and therefore be able to say this record should look like this, and so that the person flagging another title out there should be left to be the one to have the honors of going to court to prove that the ministry has changed records or altered records, and that these are the true records. What has happened is that the ministry, previously the courts have taken the position that a title is sacred, a title can only be cancelled by the court. And you know, for the court to arrive at a position where it is able to say that these are the records, truly the evidence must be produced before the court by the chief land registrar or through his officers, so that then the court can be able to rely, will always rely in a good judgment, well-reasoned judgment, the court should be able to summon or the owners of the case to be able to call for witnesses and the right records to inform the court, to help the court arrive at the right decision, is evidence from the ministry. So therefore, there is no reason why we should, as a ministry, not be able to rectify the records. When you look at the current section 79, yes, it's not clear that you can be able to alter that title. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I have been asked what I have been doing. I have been utilizing that section. Severally, I have impugned some of the documents because they are obvious frauds, and therefore I'm not willing to take the dirty work of my ministry to the courts. Let the person alluding or alleging that they have a good title go take me to court, and that should happen to the same for everybody. What has the fraudsters have actually taken that section and utilized it in their favor, and you know they have the money to influence, to pay lawyers, good lawyers, and eventually you may be the owner of the title and find yourself losing. It has happened. We have several cases in the High Court, others in the Court of Appeal, where people, genuine owners of land, are struggling with judgments that don't make sense at all. And I do not want to go beyond that, but they don't make sense and they cannot. So therefore, we need to change the law to some extent to be able to give clarity to what the registrar should be able to do in the event that there is a clear fraud. I have taken the position that I will tackle the fraudsters. I have found myself in one of the notorious cases. I was actually locked up in a suit premises, not a suit premises, in a property that is clearly the records. I found the records had actually been already rectified. The records were okay, but there is somebody also claiming they have a good title. And I was locked by goons within, I think the police were part of the system, so that even when we entered there with them, as a minister, Honorable Speaker, and if there is one time I feared, is that one time, because it was down the valley. Even if it meant me running up, I would have had a challenge to run the hill up. And these are young goons who have been put to guard this property. Maybe you should ask, why did I think I should go there? I'm taking this fight to the crime scenes, Honorable Speaker. And I'm willing to do that because once I have established that this is a title, either for schools, for institutions, because these people have stolen land right, left, center. A lot of government land has been taken away, including prisons land. Institutions have lost land to them, to either people working within or people working within those institutions and other people. So I am taking the war to the crime scenes. And I believe that I need a lot of support from the police for purposes of enforcement. And but with the law, the answer is really dealing a big blow by use of the law, so that it is clear what we should do when we are faced with those kind of things. Yeah.
Junet.
Thank you, Chairman and Speaker. So, Mr. Chairman, my question to the nominee is, first, Madam Nominee, can you tell the committee in the period that you are there as a Minister for Lands, you have been, as you have just put it now, you have been following up grabbed lands and land that have been grabbed. Can you mention which public land can you say you have recovered from grabbers as of now? And secondly, whether it was necessary for you to go to that scene, what necessitated you going to that place? Because how many land can you visit as a minister to go and that is a security issue, that is an enforcement issue. But more importantly, there was a bill that was authored from the ministry, the Lands Amendment Act, that was withdrawn by the majority leader. And you wanted to take the powers of the National Land Commission completely. What necessitated that? What was the reason behind why you wanted to usurp the powers of the Independent Commission? And lastly, the issue of disappearance of files in the Ministry of Land still exists. Kenyans go to the Ministry of Land, RD House, they can't find their files. And we have been told that land was being digitized since when the former cabinet secretary was there, Ferida. Up to that time, up to now, from that time up to now, digitization is still going on. But files cannot be traced. When will this issue of disappearance of Kenyans' files end, Madam CS? Thank you very nominees. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Ichongwa had asked the same question on the, what is our mandate vis-a-vis the mandate of the National Land Commission, and are we respecting the mandates of the, is there any issue? As far as I'm concerned, Honorable Speaker, there is no problem or challenge. We've not had any conflict or fight between my office and the office of the National Land Commission. In fact, I would say that I am having quite a cordial working relationship with the chairman and his commission. But that does not mean then we abscond or we abandon our duty, and therefore each has their mandate. Our main mandate in relation to titling is we are the ones, the minister is the one who does the leases. In fact, all leases in this country are signed by the minister. I would say not my signature, but for the minister. So I take responsibility for all the leases, including those that are going around there that are fraudulent. Secondly, we also do the title deed or the certificates of title. That's done by my registrars. So to that extent, then, our work is different because the National Land Commission's main mandate is to manage public land, administration and management of public land. And the amendments that we were proposing were speaking to the valuation. I still think that I will be able to come and persuade Parliament that valuation of government projects land, compulsory acquisition should be, the valuation should be done by the owners of the project, by the government, because we are the, you see, the National Commission is an independent organ of this country. And therefore, if it is the government that is doing its projects to appropriate authorities, to initiate investigations on its own motion, that's regarding complaints, historical injustice, and all that. And then finally, and then there is to encourage the application of traditional dispute resolution mechanisms to assess tax on land and premiums on immovable property in any area designated by the law, and to monitor and have oversight responsibilities over land use planning. So I believe that the bill, one of the bills was Honorable Leader of Majorities, and the other one was my bill. There was the very sticky issue that was floating around, which was actually an incorrect position, that we had planned to change freehold title to leasehold titles. One, it is practically not possible within the law for me sitting as a minister or any of my officers to change land tenure from one regime to the other, meaning from leasehold, freehold to leasehold. But with the application and consent of the owner, it is possible. So there was no provision that we had brought to do that. What raised maybe concern is the proposal to levy some charge or some fee on freehold ownership within our cities. Let me clarify again. The levy that we had proposed in the bill that was withdrawn was levy on freehold land within cities. So far, by the description of cities under the Urban Areas and Cities Act, we have Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru, and Eldoret is soon coming on board because it has been approved. So 5 cities. We have Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru, and Eldoret is soon coming on board because it has been approved. So 5 cities. But the...
Chair, sorry to interrupt the CS, but because we are House of Records, and she has mentioned a bill that I have sponsored, which what she has said is not accurate. The bill that I had sponsored initially is what then became the Owen Bayer bill, amending the National Lands Commission Act on Section 14 and 15 of the National Lands Commission Act to vest powers to the NLC Act. What Honorable Lesuda was asking is regarding the bill of the Land Amendment Bill number 2 of 2023, which I withdrew, which came from
Which was our bill, yes.
And the issue she has raised is the issue of rates on freehold land. And in the bill again, it was not clear whether it was in cities. It is actually the Committee on Lands of the National Assembly that in their report proposed that you limit that to cities. So I think is good.
Yeah, the process was ongoing. I agree and I accept.
What came from the ministry is not what you are saying.
The bill was ours, but there were many proposals to amend even that bill. And so far, maybe the argument is, I'm making this for clarification, that there was no proposal for rates because rates are not payable to the national government or the Ministry of Lands. Rates are payable to the county governments, and they are doing their own review of rates. We were proposing a levy or a charge on freeholds because freeholds within the cities then therefore are enjoying facilities and they are paying nothing. And maybe I could say here that if you look at where the freeholds in this country and in this city, for example, using Nairobi, Honorable Speaker, is that the freeholds are within the Karen, the Muthaiga, the Lavington, and it's important that I say maybe some areas of Kirereshwa, Kitisuru, Kiuna, those upmarket areas. Why? I think it was a skewed way of raising tax against some people and not everybody. So that if you go to the whole of Eastland and the Southlands, then you will find that, you know, areas of all these areas, you know, that I haven't mentioned, they are paying rates and they are paying land rent, both. And therefore, in other countries, what is happening is that if you have a freehold, then you pay, including any other land, you pay some development tax because the land that you are sitting on is actually has been developed to equal. In this country, then, we are having some people paying and others are not paying. And I think that is a conversation that we'll be able to bring back to the National Assembly for debate and discussion, and also robust public participation and debate. And I don't think there is nothing wrong in saying that, but we must understand that in other jurisdictions, what is happening is that there is payment of, you know, against charge against land where developments have come and they were not there before, because anyway, these developments must be funded by either the land or by a taxpayer. So, and I think that is what was taken to mean that we are charging a charge on freehold, and there is likelihood.
Alice Wahome, you are being too wordy.
Yeah.
You can say what you are saying in very concise terms.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
The Speaker,
I believe I have maybe exhausted.
Hold, there's a point of order there.
Yeah.
The Speaker, it is good to have clarity on this matter because that bill was as well a controversial bill. It is very important to have clarity here that the proposal that came from the ministry was that all freehold land be changed to leasehold in the whole republic. It is Parliament, a committee of this Parliament, and that's why Parliament must be given credit where they do their work. That is suggesting to them that we should maybe do it in cities. But the ministry, what they brought to Parliament was that they want even the ancestral land that somebody is holding a freehold in Migori. They wanted to change it to leasehold. For what? She should tell us why, what was informing that, instead of now hiding under Parliament.
Alice, why?
The provision was saying that the minister will be able to designate the areas, which then means you designate through regulations, and I would still have had to come to Parliament to be allowed the designated areas that we would have picked. So, and therefore, the proposal by Parliament, I commend. I think it helped and it improved the provision.
Mole?
Thank you, Chair, and I'm sorry I didn't want to interrupt.
You have interrupted, just go on.
Chair, we are in a vetting process, and the leader of majority and the leader of minority have stated the actual position. But the nominee, she's trying to run away from the reality. The reality is that the bill which came to the House exactly wanted to levy even the ancestral land in this country. And it came from the ministry. She was the CS. So instead of using too many words, please admit we move forward. Because at the end of the day, Kenyans could not accept your proposal. And it came from you. It did not come from the House of Parliament. Speaker. It did not come from Kenyans. It came from your office.
Yes, sure. Yes, Alice.
Speaker, I said that the proposal had indicated that the minister will designate areas where the levy will be. It was not blanket, because it is not possible to collect.
Point of order,
it is not possible to collect levy in the entire country.
Mr. Speaker, yes. That is true. But why do you want to subject a land that is in Bungoma or Migori for a minister who's sitting in Nairobi to designate whether it will be a freehold or a leasehold? Why do you want to do that? Just say it was wrong to do that, and now you are rectifying it. You are agreeing with Parliament for that issue to become a city's issue. Just and we move on, Madam C. You are former member of Parliament here.
I think the clarity I have made, I have even given credit to Parliament, but I have said that it is Parliament that was going to give me permission to say where to levy the. Yes.
Point of order,
Okay.
a brief one.
Yes, yes, Naisula.
Thank you, Speaker. And I just want to put it to the nominee, and from what the majority leader had said to another nominee here, that one of the challenges of the cabinet that was there before is communication. Because Kenyans are not understanding what you want to do. When they raise questions, it is said to be propaganda, but now we have confirmed here today that it is actually the truth. And so I think moving forward, if you're confirmed, and the last thing also is when there is public participation, and Kenyans have an issue with a clause or with a matter in a bill, it should be discussed thoroughly and given the view of those because the bill could be good, everything else could be good, and we have one contentious issue. Could we exhaust it? Because I can assure you, after what happened in Parliament, these parliamentarians will not be a rubber stamp anymore to any issue that will be contentious, Madam Nominee. So that is all I wanted to do, so that we could make progress.
Yeah, thank you. I would hate a Parliament that is a rubber stamp. It's of no use to anybody, even themselves. But and I agree with you. This bill had not even gone to second reading, where the debate was going to happen. And during debate, the proposals for amendments would obviously, by the House, I think the subject was still.
We'll make progress. What the members are telling you,
yes,
is that a bill came from your ministry with these contentious proposals to the House. When it was picked up and spread like wildfire, the ministry maintained a conspiracy of silence. Instead of coming up to say, it was our bill, we withdraw it so that you quell the fire, you said nothing. But that is, let's move on. Posing?
Thank you, Speaker. I think there is need for better communication.
Yes.
I agree with you throughout the entire government,
Yes.
including my former ministry.
Yes,
Honourable
even
Speaker,
His
yes.
Excellency the President has said, lamented, that one of the weaknesses in the government is poor communication. You are doing good things which nobody knows. And when you do bad ones, you don't own up.
Questions on housing levy.
Okay.
Yes,
Point of order, Speaker.
We proceed to the housing levy question. I was asked by Honorable Koech how many people or youth we have employed under the affordable housing levy program. I want to confirm that in our records we have about 106,000 youth, both men and women, and I want to add here that most of them are youthful, below 35, and we ensure also that we include women because we have women who have the skills and artisan skills, yes.
Youth has no gender. It's just youth, men and women.
Sometimes when you say a man, it is said it is also a woman, but until you say it is both male and female, then there is a problem. So thank you, Honorable Speaker, but I would say the youth, it can be youth, women and youth, or youth men. Yes, so we have ensured that gender is also observed in terms of those who are working and benefiting. Is it sustainable? It will be sustainable if we are able to continue with the housing, affordable housing levy. And I'm aware that it is also still in court. Would I say that up to now we have over 100, we have at least 48,000 housing units that are in different stages of construction, between maybe 20% and 95%, some nearing completion. In fact, we expect that we will be launching several of those units this year. And so it is sustainable because this is one of the best projects and programs that the country can allow to continue. Everything else bad said about it, but this one in terms of employment and in terms of self-sustaining, if we can allow the levy to continue, it is sustainable. And I bet that what we are giving, including allowing housing to people who previously cannot access and afford decent homes, then I would think that the country should take it and proceed with it.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. And if we were to be direct to the question and answer, I would say we are almost spending 1 hour only for leadership of the House. We have not even had anything ourselves. So, Speaker, what is mine? Mine is this. Nominee, Honorable Alice Wahome. This issue of house levy or house tax, of course, was very controversial, and it is still controversial. However, because it is in place, it is mainly in urban. It's only in urban. And the people who are paying are in the villages. And most of us in Parliament, we represent village constituencies. About 80% of this country is village, or 70% for that matter. And even if, and you know, the government has run to talk about jobs, creation of jobs. My view, Minister, is, if you are confirmed, what will be the housing plan for the rural people who are also paying this tax and paying this levy for people in towns to enjoy houses and to enjoy jobs? Nobody in my constituency or constituency rural who will enjoy those jobs. Nobody will enjoy those housings, right? But we are losing money. So what is it that we are advising even the president or the government in terms of saying, these guys in the rural are paying these taxes or levy, but this is our housing plan for them, so that we can actually move as a country. Thank you, Speaker.
Vicaria.
Thank you, Chair. I will only ask questions that have been raised by Kenyans. The chairman of the IDP camp in Nakuru called New Canaan is asking, after the settlement of the court cases referring to Donga Farm and Kisima Farm, when is the ministry intending to do the titling? Secondly, there is a guy from Joro asking about Ndefo plot in Menengai Slopes and whether there will be titles, whether you will be giving titles to that place called Ndefo plots. Thirdly, is a teacher in my constituency asking about...
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, not to interrupt my colleague, I think those questions can only be answered by the minister when she is in office substantively. Whether she can give me a title or not. She can't give anything now.
Honorable Chair.
I was about to tell
she is jobless.
Honorable Gikaria, you are assessing the suitability or otherwise of Alice Wahome being reappointed Minister for Lands. Now you're asking her to issue titles.
Sorry, let me rephrase.
Under what authority?
Let me rephrase.
Yes.
Assuming she's appointed to that, assuming she's appointed to that position, Honorable Chair, because these are pertinent issues, Honorable Chair.
On another point of order,
yes.
I think Honorable Junet's point of order was very legitimate, because the questions Honorable Gikaria is asking, even if the minister is approved, are the questions that we change our standing orders for, to cause the minister to appear before the House to answer such questions. These are not questions for a vetting process.
Alice, answer.
I think in
Gikaria, you have relayed concerns of your constituents.
Thank you very much.
Which are not vetting questions.
Maybe the last one, and that is related to the affordable housing.
Go ahead.
Is related to the program. Is a very good program for purposes of employment. But the contractors who are given that do not come and actualize that by adhering to the labor laws, by paying, say, for city rates or the rates that are there in the labor law. Maybe what action will she take to confirm that this will be done? And
if she's confirmed.
Thank you.
Again, she can't take action unless we say she will be a minister. Now, but you can answer those.
I think largely in terms of titering, I want to say that we are not on course because we need better funding for titering. The total number of, in terms of percentage, the country has about 30% of our land titled. Meaning,
Alice, who has asked you that?
Because
the questions they asked,
on the titles.
Holding, Posing just asked you about how do rural folks in Kenya benefit from housing levy? Very simple. The second one of Gikaria was, will titles be given to some 2 farms? So it's not titling generally.
Let me say that I think you saved me from answering Gikaria's question.
Yes.
And then we leave it at that.
Are you the one I told last time about reading a book of a witness who talked too much?
No, not me.
It was not you.
Not me.
Yes.
And I'm sure.
I think it was Linturi.
Yes. So I will leave that question. On the question of IDPs is gone. Affordable housing in rural areas.
Yes.
This is a new program, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members. It's a new program. It's just starting, and it has been met by various challenges, including litigation. I believe even the rural folk are entitled to decent housing. I see the program moving there going forward.
Mary Emase.
Thank you, Chairman. I had 2 questions, but one of them has been, I think, prosecuted well. It was on the proposed levy on land.
Very good.
But I would want to say, Chairman, that there is need to improve the communication in terms of public participation. Probably going forward, we need to change the law so that members are involved in doing public participation with the people we represent, so that we disseminate the information and then bring our feedback. But Chair, I want to ask on collapsed buildings. There are reported incidences of collapsed buildings across the country, which have resulted in injuries and loss of lives and property. Oversight of the construction industry falls under the ambit of the State Department of Public Works. So my question is, what has been done to address these cases and to avoid future incidences? In your view, are these measures sufficient in resolving the issue?
Alice?
It is true the regulatory authority, that is NCA, has the mandate in terms of ensuring that only people who are qualified are contractors. But the problem is not just about contractors. I think the problem is deeper. We have people taking shortcuts, and some people also, we need to work collaboration with the county governments, because some of the buildings coming up do not even have plans, so that even the issue of the National Construction Authority or enforcement should start at a further place at the county level. And I think that we need to do our work better. We need to strengthen the Public Works Department, Honorable Speaker, and ensure that in terms of national work, both the national work and the private work, because most of the buildings that collapse are public. But also Kenyans need to work better and ensure that they do their buildings using professionals. There is a lot of shortcut in that regard. So that the Kenyans should be also their own watchmen. I mean, the government cannot be everywhere. I think government is doing its best, but Kenyans must also start building with integrity, meaning applying the law and the regulations.
Daud?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to comment on one thing before I ask you a question. From your CV, you have said you're a member of parliament from 2022 to 2027. So does it mean you were not a minister? I know you were elected until 2027, but you had to resign to? No, it's in her CV, that's what I'm saying. So you need to correct your CV.
I will look at that, because it was only 2022.
Let me ask you my question now. Adjudication mistakes on land are normally sometimes done at the lands office, and it costs people to rectify those mistakes in acreage or size or whatever, about 18,000 shillings to rectify. And not just that, you have to pay, initially you had to pay 150 or 300 or 500. That charge has now gone to 3,000 shillings. And there was no public participation when you increased the charge from 300 to 3,000 shillings. Somebody has got 10 parcels of land under adjudication, has to pay 30,000. That's even before you factor in other costs. That is one question. The second question, what is your take on the Dungu Land Commission lands, which were cancelled, which there is a report regarding the same? The last one is regarding affordable housing. You have talked about it, and my colleagues have talked about it. And there were grand launches by His Excellency the President, who has nominated you to that ministry again. But unfortunately, those housing were just launched, and they have not taken off. And like Honorable Aisuda has said, there are 24 billion in that account. So what is that money doing if it is not being used? And those lands are, those housing projects are just stationary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you allow me another one, but I think.
Ferdinand, take two.
If actually you are appointed as CS, I want to find out, because you going around, you'll find yourself, there's a lot of upcoming Like you go to a place like Madari and other places which are congested. There's no plan at all so that you find people living in a very affordable way. What plan do you have to be able to at least streamline some of these upcoming dwelling facilities that actually are causing problems? You'll find that even getting electricity in a place like that is not there. And somebody staying in a place in Madare, and water is actually passing through her house. So what plan would you have for that kind of thing? Secondly, I come from Trans Nzoia. This affordable housing scheme, have you actually ignored Trans Nzoia? Or what is happening when it's supposed to be countrywide projects that's supposed to help people in areas that Trans Nzoia, where people actually also need those affordable housing? Alice?
I have not picked, let me start with the Trans Nzoia. I haven't picked this specifically, but if we have no affordable housing program coming, I think I want to assure you that the first entry to the affordable housing program is the 290 constituencies. Every constituency is supposed to be a beneficiary when we roll out fully of a minimum of 210 housing units. So yes, we will be there. And of course, there with the available land, I won't say when because it's a program that as soon as possible, maybe we don't even have land in your place, so you needed to work with the ministry to get land for that. And I'm not saying there isn't, because I don't have my document with me. I believe in Trans Nzoia County, we already have some affordable housing programs coming up. Who are you? Yeah. We do have. It's okay. We will be there, and I'm sure that it is every other wish of member to work with the ministry to ensure that they are there faster than maybe the event plan. Yeah. Then the slum upgrading. We have a very good slum upgrading program. It's the one working in, for example, in Kibera. We are in Mukuru. We will be going to Mathare, and therefore, what I can say is that the government needs support for the affordable housing program. The houses for the slum upgrading is even cheaper. Those houses are even cheaper than the social housing, and we have a lot of goodwill in terms of funding.
Just
yes.
Hold there. We are now classified as a middle-income country, right?
Generally.
Kenya. Not generally, we are classified.
Yes.
We are not a HIPIC, highly indebted poor country, we are not. Now, when you talk of slum upgrading, is your policy to eliminate slums or to upgrade slums? How do you upgrade a slum?
That could be the terminology that we are using, but basically, you know, we are providing the necessary infrastructure, water, ensuring that the necessary facilities, including electricity, connectivity, and is available, and roads. And the program is well funded by the UN, the European Union, World Bank, and also AFD. So I think that the question is, why are we talking of slum upgrading instead of slum eradication? Maybe that is something we can think about and change the name.
No, I think if I have understood her well, Speaker, she's saying they want to make slums habitable, that people can still live in slums, but they become a better place where they...
That cannot be the direction of our country.
It is not. It is not. It is basically, once we work, we eliminate the slum. So possibly we need to change the wording of that program, the title.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's begin by saying maybe that concept of slum upgrading is not our concept. Yes. The financiers, you've talked about them.
Yes.
Those are the people who brought that terminology, because you build for me nice things up country and a slum upgrading, and it's a misnomer. Two questions. The first one is on housing levy. We are interested in this because we are told we have actually collected lots of money through those levies. And there was a report in the papers that the peers had actually invested the money on treasury bonds. That sounded a little bit odd, but you may need to confirm whether indeed we do have that surplus, and that is the route we are taking, while at the same time, His Excellency the President has taken another route of saying, instead of just affordable housing for people to buy, we will now put up hostels in institutions, which I think is a very good program that would go side by side with the affordable housing. On land, again, if you are confirmed, we have experienced the President going around the country and interacting with the people. They come up to him to say, we do not have title deeds, and we need those title deeds. And he makes generous promises that in 2-3 months, I'll be back here to give you the titles that you need. As the person responsible for policy, are there policies in place where you can actually carry out those premises without having to embarrass the head of state, so that those down there do not say he gave false promises, etc., etc. You're able to carry out to the letter when the promise is made, it's actually executed.
Alice, Dawood is protesting that you didn't answer his question. Yes. And then Dungu report, go ahead.
I asked about the adjudication, about the Dungu report and the affordable housing, where nothing is going on. And you've got 24 billion in the account, putting in treasury bills or bonds.
Yes, Minister.
I could start by looking at the Dongo report is a very good document report, and I know that several of the properties that are within and picked by the Dongo report will clearly indicate the kind of cartel that I was talking about. I know I was asked to define what is a cartel. I think, in short, a cartel is a thief. It's a thief for land. The Dongo report is a lot of, I don't have the figures, but some of the land recovered has been recovered through the EACC, because we have institutions, some we have had to go to court through EACC, and it is work in progress. The report is still live. That's what I would say. Affordable housing, everybody wants affordable housing, but there is also recognition that there has been a lot of disruption on this particular program, both by cases and therefore implementation, and that's why we had some money not able to implement immediately, because when you have also cases going on, you need first to understand where you are. And it is not that there is surplus. We have also already procured for all that money you are talking about. What happened, Honorable Speaker, is that the last financial year, 2023-2024, we had a balance that was not utilized because payments had not been done to the tune of about 38 billion shillings. And it would be reckless to hold money into a general account without investing it, even if it's short term. So there is, it's not that it's being invested because there is no work. We have 106,000 housing units. Right now we are releasing the newly procured ones, over 55,000, and therefore I want to confirm that that money is already taken up, plus of course unexpected maybe annual income through the levy of about 62, 63 billion shillings if you know, the Kenya Revenue does its work properly. And I think that is the amount we expect so per year, about 63 to 65 billion shillings. So the 38 is part of the budget that we presented and will all be spent in this year. So Dawu, I want to encourage you. I believe that I'm here to seek support also for my suitability, and when that happens, then if that happens, I think on my part I should say if that happens, then we should be looking at, Meru is a beneficiary of some of our affordable housing. We've come there with the president, so maybe we have not reached your constituency.
No, Speaker, they have launched with His Excellency, put the stone.
Your question
but
is that
it
we have
not
not
moved
started.
even one way, and they've got the money in the account while she was the minister. That's why I'm not saying if she's confirmed. While she was the minister, it has not moved.
Sometimes, Honorable Speaker, I appreciate the concern of the Honorable Member. Sometimes lack of takeoff is because of various things. Maybe documentation, perfection is not complete, logistical issues. Sometimes even when we do proper investigation, you find that the contractor who had said that they are able to take off sometimes get a bit of delay, and we are supporting even local contractors. So I don't think it's a case where we are that so strict. We are working with our local contractors, and you know, sometimes logistical issues, and thank you, Honorable Judet, for once. I know it is a very important key issue in terms of implementation.
Yes, Owen.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to just to ask one question, one very important question. Cabinet nominee, you know, land in this country is one of the reasons why we had the 2010 Constitution. It's one of the key aspects, and it actually gave birth to Article 67, which formed the National Lands Commission, where people from regions that for a long time had had issues on land, especially historical land injustices, that gave birth to Ndungu Report, Njonjo Report, and many other reports, pushed and voted. My people woke up very early in the morning to go and vote for the new constitution, not because of any other thing, but because of land, especially the coast. Today in Parliament, over 80% of the petitions we receive are actually on issues related to land and security. Now, looking at it, it becomes, therefore, it requires leadership, strong leadership to actually finish these issues of land. But the National Lands Commission, I don't want to belabor the issue of National Lands Commission because you've answered many questions, is one of the key planks in resolving the issues of land. People knew there was a ministry, but then they set up the National Lands Commission so that they can solve the problems. So the minister and National Lands Commission must work together to ensure that eventually people get justice in terms of historical land injustice and review of grants. Nominee, I am reliably informed that since you became CS, you have never had a meeting with the board, the National Lands Commission. You know, a formal meeting to actually sit and discuss issues and give leadership in the sector. And I think this is bringing issues as we move forward. But, Honorable Speaker, what I would like to say this. We have moved amendments to amend the National Lands Commission Act so that we can extend their mandate in the review of grants and hearing historical land injustice. But the biggest impediment has been the ministry, including a letter that we received from you dated 24th April, which is signed by you, that you know there are certain issues. When the committee called you for the meeting to discuss these amendments, the committee said that the minister did not make an input. But when we passed the law in Parliament, when it was going now, we are supposed to send it first, and we respected your letter, and actually these were my amendments, and we held back. But the vibes I get, if I can use that word, the vibes I get is that probably the minister does not want the National Lands Commission to exist. She wants absolute power to run whatever she wants, the show in the land sector. And they're
making a speech. Can I ask a question?
So my question is, do you still believe that we should not review the law, especially section 14 and 15 of the National Lands Commission,
to give them power to review grants and to hear historical injustice? I mean, do you still believe we should not review that and deny the National Lands Commission the power, or you have changed your mind about it?
In those many words, he's asking, are you hostile to the National Land Commission? And have you ever met them since you became minister?
Maybe I will
Formally.
repeat
Yes.
first that I state, I don't know where your information is coming from, Honorable Member, but I said that I enjoy cordial relationship with Otachi Garrison, the chairman, and his commission. That is one. We have not had any conflict, either by exchange of letter or by verbal exchange. So the source you have could be a very biased or an incorrect source. I am working with them. Remember, they are also an independent commission, and their mandate, they must also not encroach on the mandate of the executive, because their mandate is very clear in the Constitution, and I have no personal interest or ministerial interest or executive interest to encroach on their mandate. But they must also remember there is also the clear mandate they have and we have. I have met them, Honorable Chair, in various meetings, formal meetings. I have met the board, and when the chair also confirmed that the board is coming, some of the members did not come, and I don't want to go into that because the commission, I think you need to summon the commission yourself as Parliament. The commission has its own challenges. I think it's right now maybe a bit.
You say you have no problem with them, then continue to list their problems.
Not myself, person, their own challenges, not between me and them, Honorable Chair.
Okay, it's between
That's what
them.
I'm saying.
Okay.
Maybe the reason they are not working is the challenge between, but not between me. They have handed over during a formal meeting the national land policy, because as their mandate, they recommend to the ministry the national land policy. We have had a whole morning meeting, the entire board led by their chairman. So, and the chairman also paid a courtesy call. We have had other mini meetings for various things with the chair and any other commission that has an issue to deal with at the ministry level. So I'm okay.
Your Speaker.
Microphone.
Amendment of Section 14
I think my
and 15.
take would be the take of everybody else. I mean, I work for the country. If those provisions, that particular maybe amendment you are talking about, if it is subjected to public participation and debate and other stakeholders and it goes through, then I wouldn't be the one who would hold it. But I don't want to sit here and say that it's okay, because it may not be okay for many other stakeholders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Alice Wahome, this Ministry of Lands has been cited as corrupt from time immemorial. And the issue of, even when you watch news, many times you find people have been, kicked out of their houses because of the issue of fake titles, which you've addressed very well, I must say, because you've said you have a way of dealing with the fraudsters. Even if they have to go to court, let them go to court. But my question is, what action do you propose to take if you are approved on the staff of the ministry that are clearly, in many instances, involved in the same fraud? Because you've given us a direction on what you do with the fraudsters outside, but what about the staff? Because those ones are your staff. And secondly, when Kenya Kwanza came into office, there was the promise that the issue of evictions and demolitions of people's homes would be a thing of the past. You saw over 10,000 people kicked out of their homes in Mavoko, and that still continues to happen. In fact, recently, I think some people are kicked out of some estates within the city of Nairobi, and compensation given was definitely not enough, and part of it never even got to the registered owners. How do you, has the policy changed? And if so, what do you want to tell those Kenyans that have such issues and are concerned?
Let's take, we're going this way? No, we're coming that is. Amisi?
Speaker, for starting where I am. Speaker, I've been quietly listening to these proceedings. I may not be a happy person because I expected, we vetted the nominee before us 2 years or so ago, and she has served in various portfolios. I expected a progress report, sort of success stories from where we posted her. But I can just see a lot of verbosity on this and this land issue. This land issue, Speaker, it affects even the public offices. If you look at the audit report of parastatus and the government agencies, 90% of the audit is just on land, either ownership, one entity taking another one to court, one parastato, and it consumes a humongous amount of money between legal fees and accounting fees and surveying fees. So it is an area that you do not just talk about it in the passing. So I wanted to hear from the nominee. Yes, she has served there, she's going there back. I don't have your progress report so far, but the issue of parastatals and the government.
You say she's going back before we decide?
Yes, if she's approved. Yes. The issue of parastatals and the government agencies taking each other to court on land issues. Is there a policy statement that you can solve it once and for all so that we save this country a lot of money that is being used between lawyers and the legal firms in all the parastatals, virtually all of them, and the perennial historical land injustices? I come from Kitale, and I think you've been there. You've tried to come across the land issue of the Kitale prisons, and it is across the country. We are perennially in constant problems with our constituents and the grabbers and landowners and the government entities perennially. Can it stop once for all? Can we have a progress report from your ministry going forward?
Answer the question by Robert and Amisi.
From Robert, what am I doing with my staff? What have I done with the staff that I have said that sometimes they are part and parcel of the cartels? Since I got into the ministry, we have had 4 arrested officers and charged in court. There is another 3 under disciplinary processes. And therefore, I think to that extent, and have had a meeting with all the registrars in the country to restate the policy and the position of the minister and government in terms of this business of participating in fraud. And they know, and we have many other cases with the DCI, and I think there will be likely other officers that will be taken away by those cases. I think I could say to that, and I have also said that I intend to come back to Parliament to sharpen the provisions that will help to deal with the fraudsters. Then you asked, I think the question on kicked out, I don't understand that one. Demolitions of people who, Madare and elsewhere during the rain season. I think half of those people had already suffered a big blow for being within the riparian and the watercourse area. And even those who were affected because of building along the river were also calling for government intervention to be provided for with homes. We have, I think, the estimated numbers, if I'm not wrong, and those would be mainly with the Kindiki, because of interior coordination was about maybe 20. The rough estimate that came to the cabinet was about 20,000 Kenyans that were affected by the demolitions. I think demolitions are right now not going on, but it was so that they are removed from already insecure space along the river where in any event they were being devastated by the floods, because we experienced out of the normal, maybe beyond the normal of the floods or rainfall. Therefore, I think going forward as a government, we need better maybe, these are emergencies and you require maybe money to be able to settle those kind of people. So I think everything adds up with, do we have funding to be able to resettle them? They were given 10,000 and some, I'm told some, I think there is information that some may not have received, which is still not sufficient, but it was a gesture for people who also, Kenyans must stop also building along the rivers. I don't know, I know and I understand and I believe that these Kenyans don't have maybe better places, but remember some of the people utilizing, some of those people are not the owners of the structures. The structures could be owned by people living elsewhere. I mean, on government parastatal, I think land moving from one maybe person to another, parastatal fighting each other and cases in court. I have already proposed to the executive that we circulate, before I left office, that I think in June I proposed that all the departments, all the ministries forward to the ministry the list of their properties so that we can now start cracking holistically so that we have a one government approach in terms of recovery. I was given approval to circulate that request to call for departments to forward all land that is said and known to have been grabbed. We will be working on that. Of course, I will require police, I will require the investigative agencies, and I will require the EACC. And I think then it is, whether I'm the minister or not, Kenyans should be prepared to move from government-owned properties because it is public wealth, it is public property, and it is horrible where, as the situation where we are, and I agree with you, we should give it a one holistic approach so that we clear with it once and for all.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Waziri, I just want to ask you one question regarding the pending bills, because I understand there are many pending bills in your ministry. I need to know how you are going to sort it out, considering the current financial state at the moment. The other question is about compensation. There are many Kenyans who have given their rad to the government, and they've been waiting for their money, and it's like it's taking too long. Thank you.
Ms. Shimbogo.
Asante sana mwenyekiti, nitauliza maswala mawili, swala la kwanza kwa lugha ya Kiswahili na swala la pili kwa lugha ya Kiingereza. Swala langu la kwanza, Mheshimiwa Wahome ambaye umekuwa waziri katika hii wizara kwa muda mfupi, ningependa kujua mikakati ambayo utaweka katika wizara yako na kupitia serikali kuu ya Kenya Kwanza ya kuhakikisha ya kwamba Wakenya wengi ambao wamejenga kwa miaka nenda miaka rudi katika zile ardhi ambazo zilikuwa zinaitwa GL ama government land, na zile ardhi ambazo kuna absentee landlord, yani wale wamiliki hawajulikani na hawako, na pia wale ambao wamejenga katika ardhi za wale wamiliki ambao walipatiwa ile tunaita grants ama zabuni, rubuni, na watu kama hao hawajafika katika sehemu hizo na wala hawajulikani, kwa sababu kihistoria wakati wa nyuma kulikuwa na siasa zile ambazo mtawala akiingia anaweza kupatia marafiki grant ya mashamba katika sehemu tofauti tofauti, na jambo hili limefanyika sana katika sehemu ya Bonde la Ufa na sehemu ya Pwani. So ni mikakati gani ambayo serikali kupitia wizara yako itafanya ndio tatizo hili la mashamba liwe historia, isiwe kila wakati wa siasa, wakati wa kampeni Wakenya bado wanauliza maswali yale kwa yale. Na niweze pia kuweza kukubaliana na Mheshimiwa Owen wakati aliposema ya kwamba kuna tashwishi ya kwamba huenda pengine wewe, na hiyo ni hisia yangu, ukirudi katika wizara hino utaweza kuendelea kuhujumu tume ya ardhi, kwa sababu wakati mmoja ulikataa kuongeza muda wa kushughulikia mambo ya historia za mashamba. Na tatizo hili ni tatizo nyeti katika bonde la Ufa, katika pwani na Kenya kwa jumla. Kwa hivyo hivi sasa umesema ya kwamba mambo yatakuwa tofauti, tunataka tuone ya kuwa tofauti, kwa sababu tatizo hili bado liko, hatujaona ya kwamba kama tumefaidika katika mambo ya dhulma za kihistoria za mashamba. Swali langu la Kiingereza, what specific timeline?
The Kiswahili version was just a speech. Now ask the question.
Mwenyekiti, hilo ni swali na nafikiri Mheshimiwa Wahome ameelewa hilo swali nilivyoliuliza. My second question, Honorable Chairman, what specific timeline did you establish when you are the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Land for the completion of digitization of land records across all the counties? How many counties right now they have those digitized land records? What is your roadmap? Many times we have been putting some allocation in terms of this program of digitization of land records. So what are you telling? What is the status right now? We want to hear, because we know this is the only way where we can avoid some cartels, we can avoid some corruption, and so many other anomalies. Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you. Sharia, we can take Sharia as well.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. I think you're teaching us something new of saying no chairs. And Mheshimiwa Wahome, significant parts of the country are formerly trust lands and fall under the Community Lands Act. It's public knowledge that the community land legal regime remains not fully operationalized, and if granted, has not been regime not fully operationalized. If confirmed, what possible solutions do you propose? I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Can you answer those, Alice?
Chair, from Honorable Shurie, trust lands, it is true, this, most of this is what we call as community land. We have the Community Land Act 2016, and the Community Land Act is operational. We are registering community lands everywhere in the country, but it is a slow process because the communities, the members of those communities must sit and agree, prepare inventory, and it's not an easy process because also we have seen that leadership sometimes within the communities is infiltrated by politics, but the preparation of the inventories is quite a tedious task because every member is supposed to sign, agree and sign, and then have that inventory forwarded by the office of the governor under the law so that then you can start the process of registering. But we are on course in terms of various counties, and I believe we need the support, in fact, of elected leadership to expedite those processes as a government. Then Mheshimiwa Mishi is asking, I believe what she's asking me is a policy issue, and in terms of absentee landlord and people who have moved and become squatters on people's lands. We are in the process, Mr. Speaker, of finalizing the national land policy. It is a matter that should squarely be captured there so that as a country we agree what to do. But also we must not encourage, there is a lot of criminality in some of the people in terms of moving to people's land and becoming professional squatters. Those must be discouraged, but there are also genuine squatters that the country and the government need to work with and work on that require sometimes the government to raise budget to purchase those parcels where the squatters are, and then do a land settlement in terms of the squatters. So the program in terms of land settlement is ongoing, is a program of the government. We need more funding for that. The government needs more funding to deal with that, Honorable Mishi. But I agree with you, there is a lot of this problem in terms of absentee landlord. Let's have policy, and the policy will be brought to Parliament, and the input of Parliament would be very critical in terms of handling those. Then I think extension. Honorable Bayer, you accuse me of maybe being the person rejecting. I hope, Honorable Member, you haven't been given the wrong card in respect of my activities in terms. This particular, the Commission has not come to me officially or formally to say they want to extend. And in any case, the term of the Commission in terms of historical land injustices was limited by the statute, not by the minister. Opening that would require an amendment, but also we must, and I, as a minister who has served, we must caution the country that we cannot have historical injustices for land perpetually. We need to be very careful, and also if we open, we must limit that to a certain period, because we are talking about historical, not current. Any other current injustices can be done within our courts of law. We talk about historical, and that's why there was a time limit. Sorry, Honorable Speaker, I think there was a question on the digitization. No, not yet. There was a question on digitization, where we are. I had said earlier, we've done Nairobi, Mombasa, we are ongoing. Isiolo is more or less complete. In another 1 month, we'll finish with Isiolo. Murang'a is basically on board. Then we've gone to Machakos. We have 27 counties that we are working with currently. And I wouldn't be able to say specifically. I had estimated that to do the entire work, we may require another 5 years if funding is properly availed, and I have had talked about between 35 billion to 40 billion Kenya shillings to do the entire exercise.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Alice, land is a factor of production, and where I come from, land actually is a major source of conflict. And the many questions honorable colleagues have raised, it is indicative of that, whether you are in urban or rural areas. The first question which I want to pose to you is this thing called Ardhi Sasa. The major problem, and that is why Kenyans are angry, is because a simple transfer of land or property from one individual to other take maybe 1 year or 2 years. If really we have a platform, if really it is digitized, why would it take inordinately such a long time if what you are explaining to the committee is seamless? Secondly, I think the issue of corruption in land, it is not just simply said. I think it's profound. Examples are everywhere. In the county of Marsabit, we largely live on community land or trust land. But what is surprising, there are individuals who hold titles in areas that have not been adjudicated. And when they go to the ground, they are told, show us the extent of this land, and they cannot. So what is simply happening is those individuals who are involved in titling are the ones who actually are illegally issuing illegal title deeds. Going forward, if the House is going to approve your nomination, what is it that you are going to do differently? Because, Honorable Speaker, I have to make this point. From what Honorable Alice has given the committee this afternoon, I think that committee may be running into headwinds with you, simply because you need to carry leaders along. Because land is not just anything. Land is about community, it is about people, it is about settlement. So people must really be carried along. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to ask the nominee. She has a broad ministry moving from land, public works, housing, and urban development. And as a nominee, you must have a vision. And I want to ask the first question is that, what is your vision to sustain urban development in the 47 counties? And how do you plan to address the challenge of rapid urbanization in terms of planning, in terms of giving blueprints of how the water supply will be done, roads construction will be done, the issue of electrifying those urban areas, and the issue which is very fundamental of sewerage in most of upcoming towns within Kenya. Secondly, the State Department of Planning Public Works launched the National Building Code 2024 on 17th of July 2024. The code is expected to update the standards and the requirement in the construction industry and aims to resolve the various issues affecting the Kenya building economy environment. If approved, how would you support the execution of this code? Various associations, including the Association of Construction Managers of Kenya and Interior Designers Association of Kenya, have raised concern concern on being unrecognized by the code. What is your opinion and what is the remedy of this? In prayer on my first question, when you get to that ministry, are you able to give...
When or if?
If you get to that ministry, are you, and do you have the capacity to give a vision of how do we want our towns and our urban areas be planned so that we can have proper coordinated construction, which includes the housing program? You are also in charge. The last one, the assistant chiefs.
Mule, one question at a time.
Okay, can I finish with this? Can I finish with this?
You've hit two already.
This is the last one. As the Minister for Housing, and you are in charge of this ministry, and to implement the housing program, what do you visualize on how the common man at the village, the assistant chief, the chief who is paying the housing levy to benefit from the housing program in this country?
That question has been asked 4 times. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but I think it is important to Mule.
Maybe I can start with it and say that I had said that I see this program of affordable housing is a new one.
Stages and is spreading.
And I see it going forward. I see it going to the rural areas as well. But for now, we are within urban centers. For obvious reasons, infrastructure, facilities.
The next question.
Yeah. Mukami had asked me about pending bills, Honorable Speaker. The pending bills, we have about 18 billion legacy or pending bills, some of them from cases that are filed against the ministry. And these are being considered as part of the national pending bills from other ministries where a decision must be made so that we agree as a country how we deal with all the pending bills, including verification processes. That is a process being undertaken with the leadership of the National Treasury and the Executive. So we will have decisions made together. Compensation, I don't understand which compensation, because compensation in terms of compulsory acquisition is done by the National Land Commission, and basically that is not within my mandate. Any other compensation, maybe by judgments, those are pending cases or pending bills. I believe I could start with the question of Adisasa had been answered, but I am saying that this really, I'm thinking that we should get accommodation, because it's now real time possible to access your records and get information regarding your land records, especially when somebody else other than you want to access your records. You are the one to approve. I think the challenge for me is how to move faster to the other, maybe not now for me, for the ministry, for me if I'm approved, but for the ministry, the challenge is how to expedite. And I had said that with the necessary funding, it is possible to expedite. There is an issue you raised regarding titles in Marsabit or even elsewhere. Let me also warn the members, just alert the members and the public that it is not all titles that are out there that are actually valid titles or are titles. They could just be papers with no worth of a title deed. There are many, some are just made at Liver Road, like some of the cases the Honorable Majority Leader was raising, are title papers. When you look at them, they look like they are genuine, but they are made from River Road and they cannot transfer proprietary rights to any property. So I don't know what you are referring to in Marsabit. I think it would be important for me to have the records so that I be able to know what you are dealing with or referring to, or the ministry to be able to be brought to their attention so that they can maybe stop whatever could be happening. And I agree, it is profound, and the land issue is obviously very emotive. So therefore, community land, be part of the community land processes so that you can help to expedite the community to have their land put in a title, because it's private land. Community land is considered as private land for that community. The rights are the same, so they would need to come back together quickly so that there is no land left without title. I think security would be secured by that. Individuals involving in titling from my ministry, I had agreed, and I also said we have a few we are processing in court. My vision is the vision of the ministry. The minister doesn't have a vision personally, but the ministry has a vision in terms of urban development. And in terms of urban development, we have the Urban Areas and Cities Act. And that is specifically addressing the problem of rapid growth of population vis-a-vis the facilities available in our small towns. And that's why the KUSIP, that is Kenya Informal Settlement Program and Kenya Support Program for the urban areas has been developed, which of course is basically focusing on the facilities we have in all the towns, small and big, so that the planning becomes a condition, proper planning, PDP preparations, and all those physical planning for the land use and for the development use are part of the conditions for accessing the funding under those programs. So in my view, if you ask me what is the vision, Those programs are for between, they are 5 years program, but looking forward, we need very elaborate cooperation between the county governments, because you know they are the ones in charge of the planning at the county level, including survey work, so that then it is possible to have properly planned towns now before they become fully congested. My ministry, with the leadership of the Directorate of Physical Planning, former ministry, I beg your pardon, Mr. Speaker, has sufficient capacity to be able, and of course we can always increase capacity as a government, to be able to guide the county governments, and they always draw back for purposes of planning, and they seek support from us. And of course we have the Physical Planning Act that requires also to be maybe reviewed to capture some of the issues that you are raising. So my vision is to see well-planned towns that have all necessary facilities of a big town, but even better planned than our big towns like Nairobi. You cannot say that it is properly planned, but we can now have better planned towns. As they grow bigger, then they have the street lighting, water, sanitation, and every other, yeah. And of course, including titling.
Thank you, Alice. Yeah. Alice, let me ask you 1 or 2 questions. Under Schedule 4 of the Constitution, the distribution of functions between the national government and county governments, you have the responsibility for housing policy and the general principles of land planning and the coordination of planning by the counties. For the period you have been minister in this docket, have you ever had a meeting with county governments to discuss the issue and coordination of planning by those counties? I ask this because if you look around the country, we have completely misstepped, so to speak, in our planning and land use activities. Anybody with the land touching on any road just wakes up and builds a shop. In the old days, if you look at all the urban areas and markets, they were designated, meaning it is possible to easily provide security and amenities such as water and everything else. What have you done, and if you are confirmed, what do you plan to do to effect this constitutional responsibility?
Honorable Chair, it is not the easiest to actually work with county governments, you know, and for government, national government has been having its own challenges in terms of intergovernmental relationships. On my part, I haven't had a meeting with the county governments as a whole, but we have worked with different county governments or governors in terms of their planning. And they have brought their planning documentation to the ministry, and for sometimes for even for support in terms of that planning, and ensuring that it meets the thresholds that are required. I think going forward, I would say that it is necessary that I meet the county government in terms of the institution itself, the COG, so that we can agree. But they also think that the national government is encroaching a lot on their mandate, and they refer a lot to Schedule 4. And I do agree that quality standards, regulation, and of course capacity building is some of the things we are doing under the Kenya Urban Support Program. Within that, my ministry before me has held several meetings with the county, with the COG, and the CEO of COG has been a constant, and I think she's done a good job for the county governments. Yeah, has worked well with my ministry.
Some Kenyans sending messages to us.
Yes.
Why did she take sides with the Kirima's land dispute when she came into office?
I didn't take side with the Kirima land. I took side with the owner of the land. It could have been any other person. And when I pronounce myself as to ownership, sometimes it helps in terms of dispute resolution, and that is what it is. My task is to say who is the owner, and I said that it's a long dispute, and at that time there was no outstanding court case.
Another Kenyan says the nominee has declined to answer a question from Dawood on how fees was increased from 300 to 3,000 without public participation. Another one says implementation, this is actually a member of Parliament called Andon Olwoch, that you've ignored the implementation of decisions of the House of Parliament on matters that have been brought to your attention following decisions in the House. Another person called MacDonald Walbengo says, why has the ministry not processed titles to public institutions and schools? Because my grandfather donated land to a school, and to date we are unable to get our own title and give the school the title on the land we donated. That's a very good Kenyan. Other Kenyans would go to grab the land back. Another one says, who are these cartels with government documents that the minister is talking about? Another one says, rich people are buying land from less fortunate people, transferring the land and refusing to pay. What is the minister doing about that? Those are comments from Kenyans.
I think for schools, it's an important, very important question.
Is the one of the schools.
Yes, we have titled over 14,000, going to 15,000 title deeds for schools.
I actually, Alice, know of a school.
Yes.
That was given land by a generous person, and his grandchildren, over 50 years later, came because the school had no title, took away the land, and kicked out the school.
Yeah, I think previously the institutions did not just schools, actually most government institutions, and maybe that is one of the tasks that we should achieve, do not have titles for those properties. And the titles are supposed to be produced and held.
If you are confirmed, can you have a Marshall Plan to issue title deeds to all public institutions within a year?
Okay, those without issues, it is possible.
Yes,
as you emphasize on that public institutions, I want to add, including KICC. Yeah, thank you, Speaker. You know what I mean? Yeah. Including KICC.
Honorable Speaker,
you know that, go on.
Sorry?
You know that and go on.
As she knows. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, let me clarify on schools. We have over close to 15,000 schools that we have under our program. There is a program for titling of school titles, you know, and we have covered close to 15,000. The total is about 31,000. So I think we are on course. Possibly we need to expedite in terms of that. A few have disputes about 1,500, but the balance we are working on, a balance of another maybe 14,000. Ruoch says, I have ignored the House of Parliament. I am not aware of any area that I have ignored. Maybe it has not been brought to my attention. And should I be approved, I would want to engage him personally or get him to. Yeah, I know him. I don't know what he's referring to. The fees that the member of the public, and it's important, is there was elaborate public participation. The fees of 300 shillings, 500 were fees that were for 1980. Prescribed, you know, when the act was actually, basically it's over 20, 30 years. And so we reached a point where we reviewed, and there was elaborate, and there is records of public participation. And I would also seek that Kenyans agree to support, because it's their government. Yeah.
Alice, you are so wordy. If there was public participation, just say so.
You know, Kenyans out there have said I haven't answered.
Yes.
Yeah, so I want them to understand, you know. Yeah.
Lastly, Alice, Do you hold any position in a political party?
Not at all.
Not at all. Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report or investigations by any agency?
Not at all.
Not at all. Do you hold citizenship of any other country apart from Kenya?
No, only Kenya. And I have no interest.
What is your net worth?
I think that one I need to be my net worth is
What did you tell us?
about, where is that document? It's about 300, net worth is about 300.
You don't know your wealth of head?
No, not of, it's mine and my husband. So maybe what? It's 300 and what? $327,650,000.
How much were you worth when we last vetted you?
I was worth slightly less. When you vetted me, Mr. Speaker, last time, I was worth 218,400,000.
So you have had some nominal growth.
Kidogo.
You've grown by 100 million.
I have grown in those 2 years. Yes. Yes. I was just a few adjustments. It is the properties that have increased in terms of appreciation in value. And then there was one tenant that was not paying my family rent, and they paid about 14 million, about sometimes in March. So
did you use your office to get them to pay?
My office of MP, of minister?
Yes.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Thank
I
you,
am not
Alice.
the one who corrects the rent.
Thank you, Alice.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We have checked your documents and we find them to be correct, except you can tell us there were 9 memoranda against in response to you. Did you respond to them in writing? The clerk.
And I would ask that the committee adopts my response.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Unless you are lawfully held,
Yeah, thank you very much.
you are released to go.
I'm free to go.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's a relief, Honorable Speaker.
It's a relief?
It's a relief. You know, I am jobless and I need the job. This is since 1985. This is one unique time when I am jobless. So, and I do appreciate the opportunity to be before the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alice.
Thank you.
Members, I give you a 20-minute lunch break. How much time? You have 2 others to go. Half an hour. Okay. Yes.
Maybe after chairman,
yes,
we could consider the suggestion I had floated in the group.
Let's go and discuss it at the lunch place.
Yeah.
But the problem is not members, it's the respondent.
imezima. Shika. Ule bupo stia wase wakamla. Langat. Semo. Lunch imeorganiziwa wapi? Okay. Kuna food hapo. We are breaking for how long? Huh? We are breaking for how long?
30 minutes, singoko shakula. Unaona ukienda chini huko mwisho? There's packed food there. Kuna kuku, kuna ingoho.
Hata na strain ebu kidogo brother.
Kijana yangu rai.
Kidogo tu bro, acha nidunge hii hapa. Bro. Kolo. Usikumbuke kuweka hiyo nini kwa charge.
Wanafunga hapa ndani.
Ebu ongea nao sergeant. Kolo. I'm coming.
itakuwa imetoa. Sasa akimaliza patio namwambia jina alafu nitoe hii.
Hivyo. Koda oka hivyo.
Atakafikia. Mtu hii bulb tunawekanga huko.
Anafikia. Unajua ikiwa hapa anaweza nini? Vuta hivi. Mwekee maiki vizuri.
Hii ni ya shule.
Zima.
And this is something that other civil servants and other people who have been appointed in government should emulate and make sure that wherever one is appointed, he should serve with integrity, with dignity, and passion to assist the people of this country. The offices that we hold, Madam Speaker, are not meant for us. They are meant to serve the people. They are meant to ensure that we deliver on services. We make sure that if the drugs are needed, if there is an intervention in a particular area, the officers in charge should intervene and make sure that they serve people. This House has, in this House, we have been able to have discussed many government officers. Very soon we shall be discussing about the issue of the IG and many others. It is upon members that we need to ask that the officers appointed serve the people of this country with all dedication, with all the passion, with commitment, and have integrity and fairness, so that we are going to have a nation where services are being provided without any problem. Madam Speaker, I support, and I want to say that we pass this unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Dr. Nyikal, member for Seme.
Now listen to people.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the committee report on the appointment of Dr. Moth. Madam
Check it, Agnes.
Tulikuwa na capture kumsaidia. Huyo Fiona alisema kwa kucompile, wa compile pamoja. So ni capture tu nikango ni yeye anadisaidia. Shit. Lunch ilikuwa wapi? Hapo nje. Chini. I tried to ask, no one knew. Huh? What are we doing? We'll pull a 2 beans. Nitabaki nikiwili zote mbili.
Actually, Mina, mimi sidani.
We call the meeting to order. Sergeant. Who is coming? There's no memorandum. Not even one.
Nominee?
Members agree that some people can keep asking questions.
Yes. Waheshimiwa, nao muulize maswali fupi fupi. There are some yes. No. Yes.
My proposal.
Yes.
Member should ask his question in 3 minutes, and the leader and the nominee should answer it in 3 minutes also.
Even less.
Even less, 2 minutes, let's say.
Yeah? Yes, yes.
Kuna hii niko
Honorable members, the next nominee is now here before you. Your name is Dr. Julius Migos Ogamba.
Julius Migos Ogamba.
Right. Welcome to this Committee of Parliament that is going to speak to you, interrogate you, to assess your suitability to hold the office to which His Excellency the President has nominated you. I'm the chairman of this committee, Speaker of the National Assembly. Sitting here on my right is the Deputy Speaker of the House, Honorable Gladys Boss. On my left is our Deputy Clerk, Sarah Kyoko. I'll invite members to introduce themselves, starting with Honorable Naisula.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa.
Riat Mohammed, MP Sona East.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa.
Nelson Koech, MP Belgut.
Thank you.
David Kosing, MP Pokot South.
Thank you.
Gikaria David, Nakuru Town East.
Thank you.
Now on this side.
Masem Mary, MP Teso South.
Thank you.
Abdul Rahim Daud, MP North Imenti, Meru County.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa.
I'm Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi, Member of Parliament, Kwanza, Trans Nzoia County.
Thank you.
George Gitonga Murugara, MP Tharaka, Tharaka Nithi.
Owen Baya, MP Kilifi North.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa.
Robert Mbui, MP Kadhiani.
Thank you.
Stephen Mule, MP Matungulu.
Thank you.
Dido Raso, MP Saku.
Santeni.
Mishimboko Likoni.
Thank you.
Rehab Mukami, Nyeri.
Asante.
Kaleba Misi Saboti.
Thank you.
Mr. Ogamba, once again, welcome.
Thank you.
This committee. You will be sworn. You are going to testify on oath. You can choose, depending on your faith, to swear on the Bible, on the Quran, or to affirm. Which one do you prefer?
I'll use the Bible. Mr.
You swear on the
Speaker.
Bible?
Yes.
Take the Bible in your right hand and recite the standard oath.
I, Julius Migos Ogamba, do swear that the evidence I shall give before the committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Before we start, can you pass on your documents to the clerk so that she can be able to verify documents you're carrying against the documents submitted to us? Very good. For a start, we invite you to give us a self-introduction, briefly, your name, your educational background, your work experience, and your key competences that make you feel appropriate for the position for which you have been nominated. No more than 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, honorable members of the Appointment Committee. I'm greatly humbled to be here today before you for my confirmation hearing, the position of CS Education. First and foremost, Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya for finding it fit to nominate me to this position. Honorable Speaker, my name is Julius Migos Ogamba. I was born 57 years ago in Kisii County. I went to primary school in a school called Kenyoro, and thereafter I moved to a school called Homa Bay where I did my CPE exams. After that, I was called to Kabarak High School where I did my Form 4, and then I was called again back to that same school for my A levels. Thereafter I passed, and I was called to go to the University of Nairobi to do the degree in law. Prior to that, I did a stint as an untrained teacher in Buruburu High School under KD Hand schools those days. After graduation, I went to the Kenya School of Law, and after admission to the bar, I started my legal practice in Nairobi. I started a law firm called Migos Ogamba and Company, and thereafter, in 1996, I took a break. I went to the University of London, where I studied a diploma in the advanced legal studies. I got a diploma from there. Since that time, I've been practicing law, spanning almost 31 years as a private practitioner. I have represented various clients, both individual clients and corporate clients. I have also had a stint in politics. In 2007, I ran for Parliament for Kitutu Chache North, and 2017, and also in 2022, I ran for the Deputy Governor, Kisii County. In the year 2023, Honorable Speaker, I was appointed to chair the KenGen board, where I've had the opportunity to lead the board and the leadership team in that organization. I provided leadership since that time until I'm still a chair there. So I know that in leadership, you learn to lead organizations. You also have the opportunity to study in that organization. Honorable Speaker, in terms of my suitability to this position, I have had an experience, a large experience, in handling complicated matters in court. I have also had the opportunity to understand what the education docket entails. Honorable Speaker, our Constitution provides under Article 43, under Article 53, and also under Article 55 for provision of education to the children of this country. And the Ministry of Education, under the Basic Act, the Basic Education Act, and also the TVET Act, plus the Universities Act, expands that mandate so that the provisions therein are espoused and has to be undertaken by the Ministry of Education. The role of our CS, Honorable Speaker, is to ensure that those provisions, that mandate, is undertaken by offering leadership in policy and putting the team together so that they achieve the goals in that particular act.
That will do. I will invite the Deputy Speaker to be the first to ask you a question. And we expect, when questions are put, to receive concise and precise answers to those questions.
Mr. Ogamba, as you are well aware, many Kenyans have put in a lot of complaints relating to the competency-based curriculum, complaining about the lack of facilities, training of the teachers or sufficient teachers. If you are confirmed, what would you change? What is your analysis of the situation, and how would you handle it if you are appointed to this position?
Thank you, Madam Deputy, for that question. I have listened to Kenyans on the issue of the CBC. The competency, it's a competency-based curriculum that came about in order to replace the 844 system that was there before. The issues that I have identified as a challenge in the Act and as a challenge in the program are 3 in number. There is a problem of lack of teachers. There is also a problem of the engagement of the parents in that program. There's also the challenge of the infrastructure that is supposed to be available to ensure that the CBC is done properly. In my view, the CBC, the competency-based curriculum, is a good program that came to ensure that the children who are learning get the benefit from their talents. So therefore, what would be done is to ensure that the parents understand what is required for them to be able to assist the children when they are undertaking this CBC.
Naisula.
Thank you, Chairman. To the nominee, I just want to understand from you, what is your take on governments continuing good policies that exist? And why I ask that question is that our cabinet secretaries continuing with the good policies that they find there. In the education sector, we have found and we have seen in the past, every time a cabinet secretary comes in there, they think by changing policies that even are working is showing that they are working. So I want to understand what your take is on that, whether you will continue with the good policies that are working. And my second question is the whole issue of the new university funding model, whether you are aware of it, and what measures will you put in place to ensure that you communicate effectively, especially to the parents and guardians, on what the new university funding model is all about?
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Naisula. The question of changing existing policies in an institution that are good is, I think, something that needs to be considered. I do not believe that as a CS, if you went to the institution and you found that there are policies that are working, you need to change them. What you need to change is what is not working. So, because government is one, and you operate on continuity, it's a perpetual succession, so to speak. So if you find that a particular policy is working well, you do not need to change it. What you need to do is change that which is not working. On your second question on effective communication, it is true that there is a challenge with effective communication because some of the policies are complicated. So when they are not unbundled sufficiently for the public to understand them, it brings a bit of a challenge. I think what is not in doubt is that the university funding that you refer to, without a doubt, is a good program. It's a good program because the initial funding that existed was a funding that was going to universities as a block. And in that sense, each and every student was getting it without relating what they are receiving to their needs. The new funding model is a model that is based on the need of the student and the costs of the program. So that if, for example, you are able to fund your education, then based on the fact that you are able to, you should not be financed by government. And in that sense, the little funds that are available go to meet the needs of those who are most vulnerable. So in a manner of speaking, if this unbundling was done properly, then the public would understand what it is. Because the new funding model is a funding model based on the MTI, where parents are assessed using the means testing instrument so that we can determine what level are you, because there's a strata of 5 stages or 5 groups of students that get this funding. So the people or the students who are most vulnerable get the highest amount. Those ones who are able to fund or to fund their service, to fund their education, get the equivalent of what they are able to. For example, the most vulnerable students get 95% funding, and the ones that are able to fund themselves, or are able to pay for themselves, pay a total of about 60%.
Majority Leader? You'll skip. Yes. Junaid?
I want to ask the nominee that, you know, Okili, I hope you know what you're getting into. Because this Ministry of Education is not a joke. This is something very big all over the country with a lot of problems. And as you are aware, there was a new curriculum that was introduced midway, sometimes back, in the former regime when they were almost leaving. And that program has given children and parents a lot of problem. People don't know whether you are in primary school or secondary school or university. You just continue going to school until you find yourself in university. Because all classes, there's a mix-up. Parents don't understand it, children don't understand. So the question I wanted to ask you is, what do you think is the intention of the competency-based curriculum? What do you think it is supposed to achieve in your own view? If you have done research or if you have thought over it, as now the man who's to become the minister, if you are approved by the House. And from your own analysis, just tell us 3 major issues that bedeal the education sector and how you intend to handle them. The second one, before I conclude, there is this new funding model that has been brought of the universities. And it's supposed to, as it has been put, it's supposed to help the needy and everybody and the people who are in need of fees and such kind of things. But as it is today, it looks like it's not working, and it has refused to work. And it has stopped the transition from secondary to university. Many families that are poor, who are depending on help and other models, are now suffering. Their children cannot go to school. What are your thoughts on that kind of modeling? Because as far as I am concerned, that model was borrowed from developed countries and fixed here when we have not achieved that level of model. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Jeanette. Now, the question that you ask on the 3 main problems that are bedeviling the education sector is a very important question. And in my view...
First, I ask you whether you know what you're getting into.
I'm coming into it. I'm coming into it, and that's why I've started with that one. Because when I thought about it, I realized that the main problem of the education sector is funding. Each and every problem that you can identify in the education sector, its root is funding. Funding in the sense that there is not sufficient money to cover all the programs and all the students in the country. So then I asked myself, just like you've asked me, do I know what I'm getting into? Is this something that I need to do to get in there? And I said, somebody has to do this job. So if you find that I'm suitable to take this position, my thoughts are the only way to solve the problem bedeviling the whole sector is to find a way of raising enough funds to ensure that the provisions of the Constitution with respect to education are covered. When I thought about it, I realized that there has not been a clear audit to find out, for instance, how many students do we have who need resources? How many funds do we have that cover these students? How many organizations are giving various assistance to these children? How many people are contributing every day towards the school fees of these children in the country? In other words, how much money is the whole country spending on education? So that we can come up to a decision on how that money can be harnessed in order to service the education sector and ensure that all the children in the country are actually get free education as stipulated in the Constitution. So I said I would take up the challenge and work with all the stakeholders to find a solution to the funding problem. The second problem that I realized needs to be tackled is there are a lot of good policies and good laws in the education sector. But I realized that perhaps we are not adhering to those particular policies. What do I mean? I mean there is nothing in the education sector that is not provided for, but people are not obeying, or they are not faithful to those policies. So we have a problem of implementation of those policies, hence the need to find a way of ensuring that implementation is up to date. The question of the new curriculum-based, the competency-based curriculum that came about, it actually started in 2012. The 844 system, it came to replace the 844 system, which was basically exam-based. Exam-based in the sense that you have children doing exams. When they don't pass, the ones who pass go to university or to colleges. The ones who don't pass lose their way in the middle. So it became necessary to come up with a competency-based curriculum that recognizes the competencies and the talents of the other children who may not be as good as in the exams. That is why it is a program that will help, that carries every child along. So it is a good program, but it has not been understood fully by all the parties and all the stakeholders. So one of the things that needs to be done is to unbundle the various elements of that particular CBC and have that information passed on to the public so that they can understand. So there needs to be a lot of sensitization in that area because we are now in that program.
Yes, Nelson, has he finished your questions?
The new education funding model, I'd referred to it earlier. It started last year. It is only 1 year into operation. We are doing the second year now. It has some teething problems. And of course, one of the challenges that it has is the means testing instrument is not wide enough to capture everybody and to be able to identify everybody's level of income in order to know the children from those homes, what level of funding should they get from the university. So it is working, and it's work in progress.
Nelson, Posing.
Thank you, Speaker. And my question, Speaker, this is the most interesting candidate before us on this committee. And this is the reason why I'm saying, Speaker, I've heard him very clearly. And for the whole of his life, now it's remaining with 3 years for him to attain retirement age. Only 3 years. He has never worked in public service at all. Anywhere, he's not worked in public service. He's not been motivated or what? And in getting the suitability speaker and following what Honorable Junet said.
He's currently the chairman of Kengen.
Just the other day, Speaker, that's something just the other day. In terms of suitability, Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Section 7, which I want the candidate to be able to explain to this committee and maybe to convince me, what motivation has he in public service now, 3 years to his retire, while he was not motivated for the rest of his life, when he was very, very useful. Remember, Honorable Speaker, I'm not saying that he's not useful any longer, but to attain retirement age is only 3 years. Was that a headhunting or was that a reward? I want Mr. Miko to explain to this committee and the people of Kenya. This is not a joke ministry, as Honorable Bujune said. Actually, I don't know what it's to call. And you are coming in during a time when there is complications on CBC, funding, teachers, and so on. And you have never worked in public service. So my question is, what motivates you now at your retirement age to work in public service, Honorable Migos, for us to approve you? What is it? Convince me.
Let's take the next. Kikaria.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe my question to the nominee is, basic education faces so many challenges, one of which is capitation and the additional fee charged by schools. Secondly, there are those issues that arise because of the school feeding program. How do you plan to address these challenges to ensure timely disbursement of capitation funds and compliance with the Act provisions to eliminate additional fees, thereby ensuring accessible and inclusive education for all Kenyan children? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me start with Honorable Gikaria's question on the basic education issue of capitation. The problem of capitation, or the issue of capitation, is a problem that is of a national nature. It is an issue that arises from the fact that we do not have enough resources in the country. In fact, in the capitation model, the government was supposed to do 80% of capitation to the schools. But at no time has it ever been able to give that figure either on time or in total. So there is a challenge in the money coming to the schools for them to be able to undertake their programs on time. So one of the things that may be brought to bear so that that problem is resolved would be agreeing with Treasury through Parliament that the sums of the budget of the ministry be ring-fenced, because it's a sensitive ministry, so that it gets released on time and released in totality. That is one of the ways that we can resolve the weakness in that particular area of capitation. There are programs and there are policies in place that do not allow the teachers in schools to raise or to give extra fees or levies from the parents. But there are some principals or some teachers or some schools that flout this particular requirement or this particular regulation. So therefore, what we would do is to ensure that we have a strict implementation of those policies by ensuring that we have a watertight disciplinary mechanism for those who actually flout those particular regulations and policies. On the school feeding program, it is a program that was rolled out by government to cover the ASAL counties where there are difficulties of getting food, and also the informal settlements in some towns. And it is currently covering 26 counties. We have a coverage of about 2.6 million children. And it is a program that has to be continued because it helps the students to be retained in school, and it helps them to come, and continue being in school. So what needs to be done is to come up with programs and policies that allow intergovernment agencies, for example, Kenya Meat Commission or the Cereals Board, so that we can utilize the amounts of money we have to be able to reach more children. It's a program that the government wants to continue, and it's a program that if I was nominated, I would continue to pursue. On the question of retirement age, I am not yet on that.
It's irrelevant. There's no age limit for a minister.
There's no age limit.
Mary?
Thank you, Chairman. I want to pick up from where...
Honorable Speaker. That question of age was building my question. And I was asking, what is his motivation in joining public service?
Yeah, let me answer about motivation, but not age.
Yes.
But nobody
there's
asked
no
about
age limit provided in
exactly,
any law.
Honorable Speaker, but I'm also aware.
On being a minister.
That is true, Honorable Speaker, and I don't know whether you got my...
You say he has never worked in public service.
So I was
What
now,
is motivating him at this age to accept to be appointed?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes, thank you for that question. Let me just say that the job that I've been doing as an advocate and working in this country, I have also represented public institutions, so that it can't be argued that because I was in private practice, I have not had any motivation to work for the public. I've also done pro bono work for a lot of public institutions. As I indicated earlier, I've also doubled up in politics, running for parliament, and it's because I wanted to be or to work in the public sector and to assist a lot of the things that I see happening. So it's not true that I have no motivation to work in the public sector. And as I said, I'm currently the chairman of Kengen. We have done a lot of public programs. We've been able to resolve a lot of the issues that were there pending, ensuring that for the last 1 year, our plants have been 95% available, meaning we've been able to produce electricity at that level without it going below 90%, meaning I've been actually doing some work for the public.
Mary?
Thank you, Chairman. My question to the nominee is on free and compulsory basic education. The Act provides clearly that every child, up to 11, should have free compulsory basic education. And Section 28(2) mandates the Cabinet Secretary, in consultation with the National Education Board, to ensure the establishment of all learning institutions, be the primary, the secondary, special needs, name them. But despite all these provisions, the Kenyan parent is still waiting to see this provision coming into fruition. I want to ask the nominee, what are you going to do? Because today, even the free JSS, today parents are being charged more money than even the Form 1s. All communication circulars from the ministry have been disregarded. What are you going to do? And we're receiving concerns from Kenyans telling us how we are splashing money at all levels by various institutions, NGCDF, county government, I don't know, there's presidential bursary. There are so many bursaries. What are your thoughts towards probably seeing how those funds are harnessed to ensure that we provide free, compulsory basic education to Kenyans? Thank you.
Thank you.
Daud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the nominee has talked about CBC. If he is confirmed, grade 9 is just round the corner. And he is aware, he has said the funds are not there, they are not adequate. So what would be his position when we get to January next year? Where will the grade 9s be? Will they be in senior secondary, or will they still be in junior secondary? where there are no classes, because there are no JSS teachers, there are no interns for that matter. Secondly, there is a problem of all schools which retain exam slips, which there have been many circulars from all the ministers who have been there that they should not be retained. What is your thought on that? And the last one is special needs schools. They have been ignored completely by the Ministry of Education. If you are confirmed, what are you going to do about the special needs schools?
Deal with those two.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll start with the question on the parents being charged a lot of money by various institutions beyond what is indicated in the various circulars from the ministry. Honorable Speaker, the problem, as I understand it, is a problem that arises out of the Constitution with the formation of the constitutional, the independent constitutional body called TSC. In the Constitution, TSC is in charge of all the teachers, and it handles including the discipline of the teachers. Now, what then happens is the Ministry of Education is in charge of releasing funds to schools, and when those funds are not used properly, or when the teachers do not follow the circulars, the Ministry of Education doesn't have power to discipline those teachers. They have to go through, they have to prepare a report, go through TSC to give that punishment. So what has happened, because of the reforms that are taking place, there are consultations where we are supposed to work together, and what has come up is to agree with TSC so that with respect to principals, the Ministry of Education becomes an agent of TSC with respect to handling those aspects, especially where they do not follow the circulars from the ministry. So there are regulations that are being discussed as we speak, and once it is agreed, that then would be a problem of the past, because once an audit is done and it is found that a teacher has not done what he was supposed to do, then it is possible for the ministry to take action against that teacher directly without going through TSC. Then the question from Honorable about it.
Very quickly, while in the high schools, we will have empty 2 classes and a laboratory or 2 which are full there. So I don't know what we will use those classrooms for while we don't have them in the primary schools.
Yeah, I was actually coming to that. Thank you for those interjections. When the decision was reached that grade 9 or the junior school will be domiciled in primary schools.
Migos,
yes.
You are answering questions as if you are a minister in office, defending a position. You are a nominee minister. The questions being put to you is for you to tell this committee whether what they're asking you, the vetting members, whether what they're asking you is okay with you, or you will institute changes, and in your view, what you will do if you become the minister. Because you are now talking as if you are defending a position you already hold, which is not the case.
Thank you for that guidance. My personal position is the decision to have the junior school domiciled in the primary school is the correct one. And it is a position that if you found it fit for me to become minister, I would enforce. And how would I do that? An audit has been done to determine that there are 16,000 classrooms that are required. So far, 3,500 are under construction, and they're likely to be ready in the next 2 or 3 months. The other 7,500, I understand, are supposed to start in October and they'll take 3 months. The shortage that will be there then comes to 5,000. This 5,000, then we have to do a systematic check to find out whether the adjacent schools where there will be no Form 1s, the children can go and study in those particular classrooms. So, yeah.
Majority Leader.
Chair, I had skipped asking a question because I had wanted to hear the nominee. Now that I've heard him, and you have put the question very well to him, paraphrased what the Honorable Dawood was asking. And he's telling us that he is confident JSS grade 9 would sit well in primary schools, whereas many of us in this room, because we are dealing with these issues on a day-to-day basis. There are members in Parliament who will tell you there are schools that are 20, 15 kilometers apart. So if you tell us that you will have some kids taken to a school neighboring where they'll be hosted, then I can tell you it's going to be very impractical. And I think the direct question we wanted to hear from you, Mr. Migosi, was, maybe just let me start from where Kenyans are asking, because they were asking, you are the running mate of the former cabinet secretary, Ezekiel Machogu. Kenyans have been asking, is this the right person for the job, or is he going to just be an appendage of the person he was running as deputy governor for? You are now telling us that you are confident what had been started before you even get to the ministry would work. And we have 8 classrooms, for instance, in a primary school. Secondary schools have at least 4 classrooms in a single stream school. If you take grade 9 to the primary school, you need to construct a classroom and leave a classroom empty in the secondary school. You will have no laboratories in the secondary schools, in the primary schools, whereas you have them in the secondary schools.
Be your own man with new Vassman Extreme Ice.
Briefing probably I've gotten from the PSS and other ministry officials relates to funding. So if you have 16,000 classrooms shortage, on average a classroom will take 800,000 to 1 million shillings if done by CDF. If done by the ministry, on average it takes about 2 million shillings. So are you telling us you will, within the next 5-6 months before January, to be able to accommodate grade 9 in primary schools, be in a position to raise, is that almost 32 billion shillings for building of classrooms? And my direct question is, do you have the courage to change that which is not working in the Ministry of Education?
Thank you, Honorable Chunga, for that. What I'm saying...
You said what I told you less politely.
Yes.
Now, go on.
What I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is if we have a problem, we got to get a solution for it.
Right.
There is no question that Year 9s will not be in class in January.
The question is,
one way or
which class? In primary section or in secondary section?
Yes. So my position was a philosophical position that domiciling it in primary school made sense. But if we find...
Now move from philosophical to
practical. Now, if we find... Yes, if we find that that philosophical position is not practical while you are in position with the facts and factors that will be provided at that point, then we got to make a decision because the children must learn. So what I can say here, yes, thank you. Yes. What I can say here is that I'm ready to take the decision that is in the best interest of the children.
The children of Kenya.
Yes.
And you have the courage to do so.
And have the courage to do so. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Mr. Speaker.
Ferdinand.
And you can only Mr. Speaker.
Okay, we'll go to the
Let me
next.
come in.
Yes. He can only give that decision if he becomes
now.
the minister, he says.
Yes.
Let me come in now. Appointee.
Switch off your mic.
Yeah. So I just want to ask you a very specific question which I've asked and I'm going through at my constituency and I hope elsewhere as well. This is on the learner with disability. Learners with disability in this country are facing a lot of problems. I see some of them and I said, what the hell is this? To access education has been a problem. Just because we don't have enough schools that can take care of that. Of course, there's special need to have the teachers who are specialized in that. I want you to tell me what would you do, because to be able to deal with these disadvantaged children in our society. How would you, if you became a Minister of Education? Because that has not been addressed for quite some time now.
Rugara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two questions to the nominee. The first one is, we've just come out of a strike by the intern teachers demanding confirmation. And in as much as that was directed at TSC, policy on education is by the ministry, and TSC just takes care of the human resource element of the teachers. There is also a threat, as we speak, of yet another strike, which means if it is not addressed properly, then our children's learning may be interfered with. My question to you is, how do you intend to relate with TSC, which, according to the teachers, is accused of high-handedness and mistreating them? And the example they give is the recent sacking of 742 interns who claim to have been unfairly and procedurally dismissed just because they exercised their constitutional right to go on strike. So how would you, as the policy maker, relate with the TSC? Number two, as regards the classes, because that is the biggest infrastructure for schools, there are areas that are highly disadvantaged. Would you espouse a policy of affirmative action in respect of areas where these classes and classrooms are highly required?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I would like to ask the nominee for education the following question. The Minister of Education disburses school capitation, where each child is supposed to get 1,420 for primary and around 15,000 for per annum for junior secondary school. The Nominees system is based on availability of birth certificate for pupils as full proof for accountability. So you present a birth certificate and the child gets money. Kids without birth certificates end up not being given capitation, and yet they are in school and require funds. There are schools with over 1,500 kids who get capitation for only 350 kids because the other kids do not have birth certificates. This, for me, is a constitutional issue because it speaks to discrimination. That children are being discriminated in school. You're actually growing rich schools, poor schools, because children have birth certificates, others do not have birth certificates. The kids are denied funds for an administrative issue that is not their making. The ministry needs to look for a no punitive measure or a non-punitive measure to ensure schools are capitalized and every student gets his or her fair share. This has resulted to poor schools and rich schools. All schools must get capitation based on all kids in school and not only kids with birth certificates. That's the background I'm trying to lay there. Nominee, I want to ask you this. How will you stop this discrimination if you are approved as a Cabinet Secretary for Education? Secondly, how will you improve on NEMIS to ensure there's no corruption, that it captures all kids
without necessarily having a birth, whether the child has a birth certificate or not. The birth certificate is supposed to get funding. I suffer that because I come from a community traditionally that has never looked for birth certificates when children are born, and therefore my schools get a quarter of the capitation they're supposed to get. And this spreads in northeastern Kenya, in other places where birth certificates has not been really a significant thing. How will you handle this, nominee? Thank you.
You can deal with those three.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Wanyonyi's question with respect to special schools and children with disabilities, the learners. The only solution to handle that situation is to come up with an affirmative action program. Because in a society where we have a number of our children in that weak position, it is upon us to come up with programs and support them first. So if I was to become the CS for education, I would immediately ensure that an audit is done, find out how many schools are there for these children, how many they are, and what they require, and create a specific affirmative action for them so that they can be able to be brought up to the level of the other children. That's what I would do, to access education just like everybody else. To Honorable Murugara's question with respect to the strikes and the threat that is coming up, this morning when I woke up and yesterday, the Finance Bill 2023 was also declared null and void, meaning we are back to utilizing the Finance Bill of 2022, which means that the question of resources is shrinking even further. The threat of the strike by the teachers is based on their collective bargaining agreement, which was supposed to be effected, I think, from this July. Now, it is imperative that we arrest that situation by one, ensuring that we have clear and forthright discussions with the unions, so that we are able to come up with a solution, because they also live in this country. And why am I saying that? I'm saying that because in 2019, when we had COVID, it was not possible to sign a monetary CBA with the unions. So when TSC discussed with them, they agreed to sign a non-monetary CBA. That gives me hope that these are Kenyans and they'll be able to see the real situation on the ground and will agree to come up with a working solution, even if it is to defer some of their needs so that they do not go on strike. On the high-handedness of TSC, I plan to have discussions and meetings with them, because I believe that sometimes what creates friction is maybe non-discussions or non-meetings with these other colleagues or other players in the sector. One of the things that I think works, and I've seen it work from Kengen, where I come from, is when people have different positions and then you shoot letters to each other, then it becomes even more complicated. If we were to have the issues reduced and then we sit together, we will be able to find out what is the problem, what is the reason why they are not following or they are not adhering to the circulars that are being issued. The reason is because all of us, the Ministry of Education, the TSC, the unions, the associations, the stakeholders, the sponsors, the religious sponsors, all of us are working for the children of Kenya. So if the interest is that of the children, we should be able to get a solution to whatever problem that we face if we discuss it openly. With respect to disadvantaged areas where we need to ensure that the children have their particular classes, it is a problem that needs to be solved. And one of the ways this can be done is by partnering with other organizations. For instance, you would work with organizations to build affordable classes from which then we could lease and pay them in installments. So we could look at the situation the way it is and come up with affirmative action to ensure that those classes are there, because those children will be disadvantaged if we don't organize for them to have the classes to be able to study. Honorable Owen, the question on the children not being captured in Nominees. It is true. The Nominees tool is based on the birth certificates. And where there is no birth certificate, the children are not captured. If they are not captured, then they don't get the capitation. So it is straight away a discrimination on those children, because the Constitution under Article 53 does not say the children that are supposed to be funded have to have a birth certificate. It just says the children of Kenya must get their education. So what has happened after that, I think problem was raised with the ministry. A group or a team was formed, and they have undertaken a physical census, a 50-day physical census of the children in the country, and that exercise is ending tomorrow. Once that is done, those children will be fed into the system. In the meantime, the Nominees is not comprehensive enough. So there's a proposal to come up with a larger ICT program, which we are calling KEMIS, the Kenya Education National Management Information System, whereby it will capture not only the children from birth or from entering school, but it will capture everything else. There'll be what do you call them? You call them modules inside there that capture everything relating to the student, so that you are given a number when you enter school and you stay with this number until you get employed. So that if you go to a particular school, it will show you've gone to this school. If you graduate, it will show you graduated with this degree. So until the time you get employed, then you can change the numbers at that point. This also helps us resolve the issue of certificates, or fake certificates as are known in this country. So that problem is being addressed, and it's a genuine problem, and I believe it is something that if I became CS, I would follow personally to ensure it is done.
Yes, as Honorable Mbui comes on, Nominee, would you consider when on dealing with Owen Bayer's issue, would it not be prudent for you to engage the registrar of births and deaths to go around schools and issue certificates, birth certificates to children, especially in disadvantaged areas?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, because once this exercise ends tomorrow and we have the report showing which schools or which students do not have birth certificates, then we can engage them to go and issue those birth certificates. It's a possibility.
Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Migos, you know, the issue of capitation is normally very low based on the amounts that are given and constantly delayed. How do you feel that you deal with this issue? Then there's also the reference all the time to free primary education, free secondary education, yet we are aware that parents have to pay for teachers that are paid for by parents under BOM. And also we have constant, every time we have exams, the parents have to pay for them. Co-curricular activities, parents have to pay for them. So the uniforms, parents have to pay. So will you consider dropping this misleading term of free education from Kenyan education sector, or will you make it really free? And finally, the Basic Education Act is very clear that no child should be sent away from school for whatever reason. But this is constantly happening, because if you go to all our rural areas, you find children walking back home during the day for, small amounts of money, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 shillings, 100 shillings. What will you do to deal with this menace?
Thank you, Speaker. Mine is Nominee. How will you propose to enhance teachers' training, teachers' evaluation and monitoring, teachers' accountability and professional development to enhance quality education in Kenya?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Dr. Julius, your predecessor was actually a district officer, he was a district commissioner. So he has a fairly feel of the different parts of this country, including the most rural and marginalized areas. I don't want to repeat what Honorable Kosing said. You haven't worked in public service, and you haven't worked in education, other than getting educated. My serious concern, really very serious concern, is there are too many moving things in education. And the first thing which I want to take up with you is NACONEC. The idea of coming up with NACONEC from the beginning is to allow access to education for the nomadic children, the pastoralists, the most marginalized people in this country. But within very few years, NACONEC has been turned into some sort of paltry for all disadvantaged enclaves in Kenya, including Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, and all that. Going forward, if the House approves your nomination, how will you help in terms of bringing back NACONEC online to address the mandate for which it was founded in the first place? Secondly, it is this issue of Tibet. I think honorable colleagues have touched on, but I want to repeat. The idea of having Tibet institution is once we lost the middle-level colleges, I think in the late 80s and 90s, then Tibet is found that this is a serious gap in our education, particularly on the side of technical skills. With the current funding model, a lot of those youngsters are likely to drop out of those institutions. What would be your plan or a strategy to make sure that those learners remain in those institutions until they qualify? Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Nominee, answer those three.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll start with the Honorable Mbui's question on the low capitation. The low capitation is an issue that is tied to the low funding in the government. As I said earlier, the government was supposed to be funding 80%, but the capitation that has been going to schools is far much less than that 80%, and that's the problem of not having enough funds coming from Treasury. And of course, there's a bigger problem in that the economy is not able to meet those obligations. And the issue relating to the primary, the schools not being free, education not being free, because of these other additions that actually sometimes lead to even the figures being higher than the school fees that is supposed to be paid, and then using that to send the children home. That is a violation of actually the policy that exists, and it boils down to the issue that I had raised earlier of the difficulty in ensuring that those who flout these laws are punished. And the solution to that is to ensure that we are able to come up with a fund that will totally cover the costs of education in the country, so that the children just go to school and the government pays for everything, so that the question of sending them home, retaining certificates do not arise. And that's what I was saying earlier, that perhaps it is time we have a conversation as to what is the actual amount of money in this country is everybody spending on education, and what is the amount of money in this country that we need yearly to cover for all the children so that it is completely free. If that audit was done, on one hand, the amount of money from various units, because you go to CDF, you'll find a bursary, you go to counties, there's a bursary, you go to the private sector, there is a bursary, there are scholarships that come from other institutions that cover certain parts, but nobody has done an audit to find out for sure how much, and then there's capitation, etc. How much is it that is going to this particular sector called education? Because it then happens that because there is no coordination, there is duplicity. Some people get more. Some people get more than 3, 4 amounts coming from the various institutions. Others get nothing. So if we did, on the one hand, that particular audit, and then on the other one, we find out for sure how much do we need per child from class 1 all the way to university. If we find then that there is a gap, then we come up and find out how do we fill that gap. I wouldn't say what it is, because once you do it, you might find that we actually have more money than we need, in which case we'll be okay. But if we find that there is less money, then what do we do? Do we come up with an education bond, for example, to cover that part so that every child goes to school for that period? So it is time we need to have that conversation, including with the private sector, because the private sector, when they give scholarships, they are giving to these children. So if we come together as a country, we will be able to solve that problem. The challenge that we have...
From here, possibilities are everywhere. From taking first steps here, to beginning your own wealth journey here. From backing global trade ambitions here, to delivering on that promise here. That's why we're here, in the world's most dynamic markets. A bank that connects potential to possibilities. So, where will you go from here?
And work with other textile companies, then these ones do the uniforms and we distribute them to the children. So we would have solved that problem of uniforms. But we have to have that conversation to see what is the best way that that can be resolved. Honorable Mule, teachers training. We now have the new CBC system, and teachers have been undergoing a lot of training and retooling. For instance, next year we don't have Form 1s. What is going to happen to the teachers who have been teaching Form 1? So we need to address that question. The teachers who are teaching Year 9, are they well equipped to do that teaching? In fact, when I was talking to TSC yesterday or the day before, they told me there has not been a rationalization of teachers. There are situations where, for example, in primary school as we speak, they have an excess of 18,000 teachers. And this excess of 18,000 teachers came about by the issue relating to delocalization, the removal of that policy of delocalization. And then on the other hand, we have 400,000 teachers who are trained and they are not employed. On the other hand, we have a shortfall of 106 teachers, 106,000 teachers that we need to bring in for us to be able to do the CBC up to the level where we are. So we have a problem of policies that operate in cross purposes. So there is room for us to sit down and rationalize and say, are these the type of teachers we need for this course? If I can go further, I was talking to the university team, and they said in this year, 173 students have applied to go to the university. 53,000 of those are teachers. They are going for education. So we already have 400,000. We have 53,000 applying to come in. We then have universities that are not able to meet their obligations, but they are offering these courses. Are they offering the right courses? So it is a question of us sitting down and looking at the whole sector to try and understand what is really ailing us vis-a-vis what we are offering. Because you cannot be offering courses where you have 400,000 people already out. You're bringing in 53,000 just because we employed 58,000 the other day. So everybody thinks when I come out, I'm going to get a job. In 4 years, we'll be having 600,000 teachers or 700,000 teachers. But on the other hand, we have 18,000 that are not tooled properly to deal with the system that we have. And all this comes to us, and that duplicity works backwards to raising the cost of education in this country. So what we need to do is frank, be forthright, and say, let us look at this problem in its entirety and look at it so that we can get a solution. And if every day when you wake up making a decision in the education sector under Article 129, and you say you are doing this for the benefit of the children, you will make the right decision. You would make the right decision, and this problem would be resolved. Going to Russell's question on not having worked in the public sector, I'm very passionate about the public sector. As I sit here, I have educated over 600 children. They've gone to various universities and various schools. I come from a humble background. I have seen what education can do. And I know when you disadvantage a child, you've taken away their life. Because without education is the only thing that can help children in this country move to where they are supposed to be. So we must, as we wake up, if you are in the sector, ask yourself, this decision I'm making, is it for the benefit and the interest of the child? If you find that the answer is no, and you're in the public sector, then you're in the wrong place. You must answer that question correctly. So in terms of NACONEC, it is true, it was a program that was supposed to deal with the ASAL areas. But the disadvantage in, for example, Northeastern, is not different from the disadvantage from a child who lives in the slums in Mathare. They are both Kenyan children. So if we are able to get enough resources to cover for the children in Northeastern, we should be doing it for those other informal sectors. The question should be, how do we raise the funds so that we move from covering 2.6 million children to 10 million children? Because they are all children of this country. So what we need to be working on is not reducing what NACONEC is doing, but expanding it. Is not reducing what the school feeding program is doing, but expanding it. Because with that expansion, you know, somebody who is hungry in Northeastern is the same hunger that somebody suffers in another place. So we just need to accept that we are all Kenyans and we need to resolve the problems that we have in the best way possible. So if I was to become nominee, I would expand NACONEC. I would not reduce it. I would look for resources to ensure that in Northeastern, even the children who are following their parents, create caravan schools so that they go together with their parents and they are being followed to study. So that, I mean, it is not rocket science. Those children are our children who are in this country. Yeah? And we cannot have a country where you do not enjoy the benefits of the country.
Shuria.
Oh, he has not answered the question on TVET.
On TVET.
TVET.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for reminding me.
Concise and precise.
The TVET is a very important program. The TVETs are being constructed in all the 290 constituencies. We have done, or they have done 252. I think there are 52 remaining. And what I would do for TVET is create the TVET colleges in the country and isolate a few to become centers of excellence. Because what is happening is, like, we are in Kenya and we have countries like Sudan, Congo, and they're not as advanced in the TVET using the technical studies as we are. So that we can have students coming from other countries to study in our colleges here in order to raise the funds. With respect to the dropout is because of the funding. So as a government or as a country, we need to start thinking, what other revenue, self-revenue collection, raising revenue methods can we come up with so that we can be able to sustain ourselves? and that is part of it. The other thing that needs to be done is we have major projects that take place in the country. We need to develop a mechanism where, if we are going to undertake, say, the expressway project, we identify how many trades, how many disciplines are in that project, so that we inbuild a component in the project where the students from these TVET colleges would work in that particular project, both as learning, because the TVET you do 50% in class and 50% with the industries, and work with the industry so that we do not lose that momentum. So we need to keep going and expanding.
Thank you. Shuria? Kama huna swali ni sawa sawa.
Niko na swali, Bwana Chairman. Thank you, Chairman. Bwana Nominee, there's a lot of uproar in the education sector, and I was glad when you picked the issue of the finance bill. I'm not sure if you're aware of the High Court judgment on the constitutional petition 371 of 2021, Nelson Harvey versus Cabinet Secretary for Education, and 7 others on the CBC. What's your take on the judgment?
I haven't had a chance to look at the judgment. Maybe when I get a chance to look at it, then I'll get back to you. I actually not looked at it. Thank you.
Mishi?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, there's been a tendency whereby some TSC teachers, when they're posted to ASAL areas, they refuse to go on the basis of insecurity. This has really disadvantaged the learners from those areas to an extent that some of them drop some subject because they don't have teachers. What policies are you going to put in place to ensure that these students or learners from ASAL areas are not disadvantaged in terms of education? My second question, there have been recent research, and it has been noted that there's quite a number of girls dropping from school due to early pregnancies. What measures are you going to put in place to ensure that these girls are given a second chance to learn and they're not expelled from school until they're ready to give birth? And after giving birth and having maternity, they can be reinstated back to the school so that they finish their education. I thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Mukami? Amisi? Caleb?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to know, the nominee, what your views on the continuous delay of the disbursement of HELB loan. It has become a thorn in the flesh. Most university students are on the streets on the same, and also the arbitrary increase in the university fees that is now making education look like a privilege rather than it's supposed to be for everyone. Then lastly, Speaker, the late Dr. Griffin, the former founder of Starehe Boys Center, where I schooled, once told us that if you are given a glass or a coffee cup, you wash it as if there's no any other coffee cup that has been washed before. And the nominee, you are going to a very sensitive ministry. We've heard all these stories now and before on how you expect to do education. To me, is like an economic necessity to this country. It's a major pillar of any nation. And Honorable Speaker, from even the elementary to secondary to the university, if you look at the ASEAN countries, the development parts of Singapore, South Korea, Japan, it mostly was on education. They streamlined the education sector. When you report to office upon approval, if in case you are approved, what is these radical measures you are going to introduce in that ministry? What is this miracle? How are you going to perform the miracle, and what are the paraphernalias of this miracle? Because we need to see, we've been hearing these stories, so what is this that we are going to see in the Ministry of Education for once, when maybe in 100 days of your service to that ministry?
Answer those, Migos.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. To Honorable Mish's question on the Northeastern teachers refusing to go because of insecurity. This has been a teething and thorny problem for TSC. And the only way this can be done is if we work together with the Ministry of Interior to come up with the parameters and strategies to ensure that the teachers are secured. And one of those would be perhaps coming up with low-cost boarding schools so that the student can be studying in one place that can be easily secured. On the question of girls' pregnancy, the ministry's policy is that they are not supposed to be sent away and they are supposed to be given a chance to come back and continue with their studies. We don't have a policy where if they become pregnant, then that's the end of their life. That changed. It was there before, but it has since changed. To Honorable Amis's question on the continuous delay on HELB loans, this again is a problem of the resources being released on time and the issue relating to the collections of those who have already gone before. I understand that there is a study that is going on to find out whether HELB can come up with a bond to ensure that they have enough resources to cover the students so that we avoid this problem. On the issue of the increase on fees, I understand the fees has not increased for the programs. What has happened is that before, the program's cost was not being indicated. Now with the new funding model, the program amount is being indicated and the parents are thinking the fees has been increased from what was being given as capitation. So the fees, as I understand it, are not increased and what would happen is under the new funding model, the student is still getting funded through the scholarship and help as to ensure that they are not paying more than they were supposed to be paying before. On the question of what I would do...
Excuse me, Mr. Nominee. You know, when you said that the money being indicated as school fees is the actual cost as costed by the ministry. But when a parent in the village receives a school fees, admission letter that has 350,000, 450,000, can you imagine the panic you're causing across the country? It is careless and not strategic. This is how you build anger in the country. So the letter should just have the exact cost per household cost, not the full amount, because the rest is being covered by the Higher Education Fund and HELP. So I hope you're going to change that if you're confirmed.
Thank you, Madam.
Related. Sorry to interrupt. Maybe Mr. Migos, you could also tell us in relation to that university funding, what would be your view on the funding using public resources of students who are in private universities? Well, across the country, we have universities and campuses that are almost closing down because they don't have students being sent to them by COOPS, or the Kenya Colleges and Universities Placement Services.
Speaker, allow me briefly. On the same issue on the university funding model, there are students, you'll have to have a criteria on determining who's the most vulnerable or poor. And what we have seen is that you have a category of children of single parents and a category of children who are orphans. And you give different, what measures will be put in place to ensure that you actually get the most vulnerable in the community and not disadvantage them in the new university funding model?
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Finish the other round. Then
yes, I was going to...
You're going to
the issue of the miracle that I would do in 100 days. There is no miracle that I'm going to perform. That there is a problem in the sector, and is a problem that needs to be faced head-on. So there'll be discussions on what do we do to solve those problems, and I will not be able to do it alone. But I will offer leadership and hold discussions and consultations with each and everybody who is involved in the sector. For example, with respect to not having enough classes so that the children can be in school, the year 9 children can be in school in January, is an immediate problem. So that's a problem that takes priority that we need to look at and solve. So I can't sit here and say I have a miracle solution to all the problems that are there, but what I can do is say I'm ready and willing and able to offer leadership to get the kind of solutions that are required in the sector.
Order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I didn't say miracle in literal terms. You know, Honorable Speaker, when you stand to be a president of Kenya, you know what ails the country. You tell the people, this is the problem of this nation. This is what I want to solve. That's what I need to hear from the nominee. This is the problem of the Ministry of Education. This is how I intended to solve. You can't say, I will get there and consult. What are you consulting on? On what?
Migos, yes. Waswahili wanasema kila shetani na mbuyu wake.
Thank you, Honorable. What I can say is the challenge, as I said earlier, is a question of funding. So when I get to office, if you sit fit to approve my nomination, I see a solution in this way. In the monies that we are giving to the education sector, which is 27% of the budget, is this fund being used for the purpose for which it was meant? The UNESCO recommendation is that any country should spend not more than 20% of its budget in education. So we are spending 27. We are already above by 7%. It is not going to be possible to get probably more funding from the central government.
You know,
so the solution
you are
must
told,
be
Migos,
yes,
by Emase and somebody else, duplex applications of public resources.
Yes.
Take the issue of bursaries. The MCA is giving bursary. The Member of Parliament is giving bursary. The Women Rep is giving bursary. The Governor is giving bursary. Your ministry is giving bursary. Banks are giving scholarships, and many other organizations. Apart from the banks, all the others are drawing money from the same source. And sometimes you find fraudulent activities where one child gets a bursary from each of those giving bursaries. How are you going to reform the bursary scheme that will largely contribute in saving probably even 10 billion shillings?
Yes, Chair. We also have TVET and also the technical schools doing the same thing.
Yes, I do. So as I had indicated earlier, because we've not done an audit of how many amounts of how much money is being used for this particular sector, that is the first thing I would commission, an audit to find out how much money is out here for the.
And you have the correct dismantle of these cartels?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. You are asked by Jeanette.
Yes, I'm going.
You know what you are walking into.
Yes, I understand that. I understand that there are cartels and other people, but we come at this time, at a critical time when there is a crisis. Using this crisis, it is very possible to dismantle the cartels because with the support, the political support, the parliamentary support, and the support from the public, if we say today that we know you've been doing the wrong thing, we will report you. Somebody would think twice before they continue with what they are doing. So I would use this crisis to dismantle the cartels that exist there. But on the issue of private universities that Mheshimiwa Ichung'wa asked, what the students who are going to private universities are getting is the loan facet, not the scholarship. So, and this is born out of the contention that the parents have chosen to take their children to private universities. They should be able to fund that. So they are getting the loan portion of the the funding, not the scholarship portion.
That is under the new funding model.
Yes, that is under the new funding
They
model.
are ongoing. There are students who are ongoing under the old DUC system.
Yes, the ongoing students
Who are
under
still
the
getting
DUC system are still getting the capitation. And speaking as an advocate, I think once you give somebody a right, if you start taking it in the middle, it becomes a bit bad. So I'm thinking that maybe
it's just because even the loan element is public resources.
Yes. What I think can be done is to review the policy that is in place. Find out how did that policy come to be, because it's ongoing. The one for the new funding model has changed, but the previous one on capitation was a policy that was in place and was going on. So, and then we can do up the math and find out if it's just maybe 2 years that are remaining or 3, but it's not something that I can speak to at the moment. It is something that perhaps that I need to do more research on in order to be able to come to an informed decision.
Yes.
Madam Lesuda's question on how do we determine who is the most vulnerable. The tool that is used is called the means testing instrument that has 8 parameters. We think that those parameters are not comprehensive enough because it does not identify and they are not linked sufficiently to determine what the incomes of those parents are. So what we think is that it needs to be expanded and linked, because what has happened is you would find the rich not feeling the proper figures and the poor, because sometimes of lack of knowledge, they do not put in the right information. So we need to come up with a tool akin to the psychometric test, where you can put so many answers, but at the end, you get the correct result.
Because I'll be more comfortable if you say, if confirmed, I will come up with a tool.
If confirmed. No? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry. If confirmed.
Thank you, Chairman.
Because you are going to give policy direction to the ministry.
Yes, if confirmed.
Yes, so when, okay, yes.
Thank you, Chairman. But I will not talk again, but I wanted to just say to the nominee, if you get this opportunity to serve Kenyans in that docket, because I've listened to you carefully and you keep talking about money, all your solutions seem to be around having a budget. I want to assure you that as a parliament, we are just about to pass a very rationalized budget, where budget cuts are across the whole, all the ministries. So that's all I wanted to say.
Yes, Migosi, I think we'll end there. There are some Kenyans sending in messages. Many you have answered. One says, ensure TVET students get their certificates from their colleges within a month of graduating. The domicile of JSS we have dealt with. Another asks, where will senior secondary school be domiciled? We have dealt with. Workers with disabilities are forced to renew exemption certificates every 5 years when their status does not change. I think that is valid. Another one has said, what are you going to do about mushrooming boarding schools, especially in Kisii, that have no facilities? Another one is asking, what is going to be the fate of P1 teachers after the transition? Last, another one asks, what will you do about the imposition of extravagant uniform expenditure on students by schools? Buy a long-sleeved sweater, a short-sleeved sweater, 2 pairs of shoes, 2 pairs of trousers, so many things, when in many family setups, children use one pair of clothes until they're exhausted because of lack of money. Now going to school, uniform is costing more than the fees.
And you have to buy from that school.
And then you are obligated to buy from a designated retailer. Those are the cartels we are telling you about. What will you do about that?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the rationalized budget, I agree that it's going to affect a lot of operations, so we will have to look inside and see where to cut inside the operations in areas where maybe it's not a priority, so that we can attend to the most important aspects in the ministry. Workers forced to renew every 5 years their certificates. That, I think, is a question that needs to be taken up with the organization that deals with this, the relevant ministry, so that we can work together and maybe have that particular requirement removed because the person's position does not change. The mushrooming boarding schools, this is a question of the registration requirements. It means there is a weakness there. We'll need to look at the quality assurance to ensure that the registration of the boarding schools meet the requirements of the ministry. P1 teachers, they'll have to be retooled and absorbed into the new program so that they do not, because they are permanent and pensionable.
Let's end there. Let me now ask you a few questions. Do you hold any leadership in any political party?
No, Chairman.
Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report?
No, Chairman.
We received a memorandum. Unfortunately, I'm told it was not sent to you. You can respond to it and send an email to the Secretariat from one David Ogega Ochwangi.
Yes, they actually
You got it?
I got it and I filed a response.
You've responded?
Yes.
Okay.
And I've sent it so you could.
The clerk thought you had not received it. You've responded to it?
I rely on that response, yes.
Is it factual?
The response? No, it's not factual. I'm not the one who signed those documents. And I have documents from the committee confirming that position.
What is your net worth in terms of personal wealth?
I'm worth 790 million.
790 million?
Yes.
Made up in?
It's made up of largely land, and I've got tea, I've got trees, and vehicles, farm equipment, and of course the income from the law firm.
Okay. Thank you, Migos. We have also checked your documents submitted to the Secretariat and compared with what you had sent earlier, and we find them to be in order. You are consequently held. You are released to go.
I want to thank you, Chairman, for this opportunity and honorable members. And I want to also thank the many Kenyans who sent me messages of goodwill. Thank you, and I hope I'll find favor with yourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Yes. Peter 12. Do you want to pass here? Yes. Do you need any health break? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Yes.
Deno, ukimaliza utaisaidia. Oh yeah. Deno. Ile kota inazima. Bueno, ningemwona nilitoa huko kukuja. Ukaangalia ngazana hii kama hizi. Siaka tu. Nakumbuka nilikuwa wewe watu. Najua ngapi? Ngai talking to other
Niko break ya 5 minutes alafu nipige nominee wa mwisho.
Iko sawa.
Kutoka hapa naye.
Iko sawa.
Hata betri iko poa. Fungua joto. Iko na vumbi? Hiyo ni ya homa. Achana.
Mbona hiyo sanction? Nini? Sanction. Nashuku kama iko huko hapa. Sijui tokea kwa nani. I think sasa kuna nani kama sio utafanya hata una
Minutes are over.
to be appearing before this committee in mid-term through an otherwise 5-year term, which is what I perceived to be, but even more privileged that I come in another capacity as the nominee for the Ministry of Defense. For purposes of introduction, I am Rosalinda Soipan Tuya, former member of Parliament. I pride myself to have served for 3 terms, 2 terms at the National Assembly, and a very short 3rd term as a member of the Senate. In terms of education background, I'm a lawyer by training, having done my Bachelor of Laws degree from the University of Nairobi. I have also acquired a diploma in law through the Advocates Training Program at the Kenya School of Law. And I have a Master of Laws in Sustainable International Development from the University of Washington in Seattle. I have had occasion to serve in various capacities at the private sector through development work. I have worked with the USAID. I have worked with the Kituo cha Sheria in advancing public interest litigation. I have also had occasion to serve as a member of the executive in the capacity of Cabinet Secretary in charge of environment, climate change, and forestry. Mr. Speaker, in terms of suitability for the position that I have been nominated to, the array of service that I have had occasion to be in, both in the public sector, the private sector, and in the civil service as a Cabinet Secretary, really posture me for this position as Cabinet nominee for Defense. Mr. Speaker, and my legal background and training from my conception of the role ahead of me, it's largely a policy role in terms of analysis of policy, design of policy, and oversight of implementation of policy. And I believe that my role and experience in the 3 fields posture me well for the assignment ahead. The assignment ahead, should I be confirmed by this committee, again is largely a heavily constitutional office. You will find that the defense sector or the defense space and indeed national security really has the Constitution and Parliament as the bedrock of operations of the role ahead of me. So in appreciating and thanking His Excellency the President, William Ruto, for nominating me for this position, I believe that I have the requisite experience and training for the job. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll ask the Deputy Speaker to have the first shot at questioning you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I can also make a confession that the nominee was my student at University of Nairobi. But that in no way will affect my judgment. Honorable Soipan, like you said, that the defense docket is highly regulated by law and rules and standing orders and military procedures. We have the Constitution and the Kenya Defense Forces Act, which establishes the position of Cabinet Secretary for Defense, who is then the principal advisor of the President on defense policy, while we have the Chief of Defense Forces, who advises the military on operational and administrative matters. So despite these two distinct roles, there's a potential that there can be an overlap. How do you intend to manage that relationship? Because that is probably the most difficult thing in the position. Thank you.
Soipan, and we expect concise and precise answers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In terms of my role as CS for Defense, upon confirmation by this committee, I understand my role as being that of principal advisor to the President on matters of policy, also a heavy advisory role to Parliament on matters policy formulation, assessment of the capabilities of the Kenya Defence Forces, and any attendant action to ensure maximization of our capability. Mr. Speaker, I am aware of the distinction between, I have no military background, and the Ministry of Defense has both a uniformed unit and a civilian unit. My role upon confirmation, again, will be chair of the Defense Council, the composition of which is consists of the Chief of the Defense Forces, the CDF, and the service commanders. I am a team player by design and by practice. I am also very consultative in my leadership philosophy, and this is a skill set that I will have to employ heavily in terms of the need to understand the operational and administrative role of the uniformed side of the ministry for complementarity, but also to give me a competitive edge in terms of bringing my expertise from the civilian aspect, borrowing and learning from the uniformed aspect, so that my advisory role on policy is going to be rich and sufficient to advise the Commander-in-Chief, as well as my interaction with Parliament. So I am confident that I will bring a team spirit to the ministry, and particularly at the level of the Defense Council, which is where I will be interacting with the service commanders. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. CS nominee, being one among the lucky 10 or so who were reappointed after the dismissal, what would you tell us would be at least one of your key achievements as Minister for Environment and Climate Change before the dismissal? And also Kenya having hosted the African Climate Change Summit last year, and being one of the principal proponents of carbon markets trading. And that responsibility was in your office as Cabinet Secretary to enter into either multilateral or bilateral trading agreements for carbon credits. What would you say were your major achievements in that space in terms of trading carbon credits to be able to generate resources for our country?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My role as Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry was one of them, beside being being the overall leadership on policy matters in the ministry. The environment and climate change sector is one that is cross-cutting across many sectors, but also at the various two levels of government, both national and county governments. I pride myself in successfully coordinating the various players in the environment and climate change sector, to the extent that Honorable Majority Leader, the success of the Africa Climate Summit, for example, was really a global event that brought the world to Nairobi and required a lot of heavy coordination. My other key priority as a CS Ministry of Environment was our ecosystem restoration program, the 15 billion tree growing program, which again, I believe I attained a significant amount of success in rallying the country to appreciate, right from individual Kenyan levels to ministries, departments, and agencies, and the various levels of players to come together and rally around ecosystem restoration as a critical component of our climate action. The Africa Climate Summit was a success by all design, in that Kenya did a heavy lifting of a job in spotlighting the potential for Africa to become a very critical solution provider for the climate action, the globe over, and dispelling the prevailing portraying of Africa as a victim, as you know, the underdog in terms of the area of climate action, and posturing Africa, Kenya, as part of a critical solution provider. In the issue of carbon markets, Honorable Speaker, again, it's a mark of success for me. Kenya is touted as the top leader in carbon trading in the region of Africa. But in terms of the transparency of it, how much it impacts the lives of everyday Kenyans, and how much of that profiling of Kenya as top in the carbon markets contributes to the GDP of the country was really not there. And what I did immediately I came into the ministry was focus on formulating a legal framework through amendment of the Climate Change Act. Note that carbon trading is a very nascent space over the globe now as a form of innovative climate financing. And just immediately before I left the ministry, we had already set up structures ready for full implementation of the new legal framework around carbon trading. And I believe it's going to be of benefit to Kenyans. It's going to be of benefit to investors in the form of project proponents, and most importantly, to communities. Thank you.
Minority Leader, you skip? Yes, Nelson.
As the chairman of Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations, I'll be directly oversighting you, Madam Soipan. In my two-term stint,
if confirmed.
If confirmed, I was going there. You guys are interrupting my apologies. If confirmed, my two stints in Parliament has allowed me to see 4 generals, as both as just a member of Defense Committee and now as a chairman, and 3 cabinet secretaries. And the biggest issue, Madam Soipan, Honorable Soipan, has been the lack of appreciation from the civilian side of the military units and formation. They feel that the civilian side is overreaching and sometimes overbearing. They want to, you know, by the time someone becomes a general, it takes about 35 years of hard work and merit. Every step in the military is merited. And sometimes because of our, you know, short stints in the portfolios that we get, they have a feeling that sometimes the cabinet secretaries or the civilian side are overreaching. What do you think you will do differently, Honorable Soipan?
Hold, will take Naisula.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Soipan, in your previous docket at the Ministry of Environment, you are at the forefront and very instrumental in the national tree growing campaigns. Kenyans and many of us were concerned about the amount invested in the various government officials, such as cabinet secretaries who traversed the country in choppers to participate in tree planting drive. While these exercises could have been conducted by the governors and the counties and our members of parliament and the people at the community level. Now that Kenyans are very keen on austerity measures, what will you do? And you first tell us what was the justification, or what did you have in mind as a cabinet secretary to see all those resources spent on choppers to go and plant trees? The second question is the issue of deployment of KDF in our homeland. We saw recently how KDF was deployed in inland or homeland without it being passed in parliament. And we did it the next day hurriedly, even without members of parliament deliberating on that matter. I would like to get your view on this. And also deployment of KDF in parts of North Rift, parts of our country. And the true feeling on the ground is that they do not respond fast when they are needed. They say they have to wait for orders. And the questions the civilians and the communities are asking, then why are you there in the first place if you cannot be the first respondents when something happens, when the bandits attack, and you have to wait for orders from somewhere else? And Chairman, the last question is that there are projects which were done by KDF in the last administration. Some are complete, but payment has not been done. Will the payment, do you think there should be continuity in government projects while others are incomplete, but 2 years down the line they have not been embarked on? Do you think continuity should be there, because there should be value for money?
You can respond to those two.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The question by the Honorable Nelson Koech on the probability of my overreaching my mandate from the civilian side and infringing on the uniformed side of the ministry, I can give assurance to all the players in the Ministry of Defense that upon my confirmation as CS Defense, that as I had said earlier, I'm very heavy on team playing. I'm also a fast learner, Honorable Koech, and I'll have a lot of learning to do in terms of the military operations, the administration. And in order for me to effectively exercise my overall oversight, the overall policy direction and advisory, I will need to critically understand those operations without infringing or interfering with those very distinct roles of the uniformed units of the ministry. That I can give assurance. I'm also very, very consultative in my leadership style. Honorable Naisola, the issue of tree growing and choppers by cabinet secretaries. My main role as CS for environment in the tree growing activity was really coordinatory. And you will appreciate, Honorable Naisola, that the nature of the ecosystem restoration program is that it has to have everybody on board, from individual Kenyans, private sector, and all government agencies. So it cannot be the preserve of even the Ministry of Environment, and that is why we were very heavy on the whole of government and whole of society approach to the tree growing program. In the coordinatory role of when I was CS Environment, we did not make any provision for transport or logistics arrangements for cabinet secretaries when they were exercising their, when they were doing their ministerial activities around tree growing. So any cabinet secretary who traveled by chopper, by road, really it was outside of my mandate and scope, and therefore I cannot speak to that. The only thing I can say is that during the second national tree growing program, and having noted a number of concerns raised by Kenyans around the heavy presence of helicopters and heavy spending around tree growing, again we addressed that at cabinet level. and making sure that the exercise was, again, very grassroots-centered. The coordination by the Kenya Forest Service and other entities at the community or the grassroots level, or at the forestation levels. And therefore, in terms of resources, I had no mandate to resource anybody to go out and plant trees. Actually, my role was only coordinatory. In terms of the second question, Honorable Lesuda, on deployment of KDF, Mr. Speaker, it is very important for Kenyans to understand the core mandate of the KDF, and one of which is the defense and protection of the territorial integrity of the country, as well as the country's sovereignty. The other two key functions of KDF revolve around internal deployment, and it comes in two forms. This is a constitutional mandate of KDF. On one facet, and this is should be Article 241(3)(b) of the Constitution, where KDF can come in to assist and cooperate with other agencies in instances of emergency and disaster. An example of which is the deployment of KDF to assist during the flooding situation, where we lost a lot of lives in Mai Mahiu. In that instance, deployment happens, and then a report is made to Parliament. And it is also important to note that under that particular deployment of assisting and cooperating with other agencies, the KDF is not the front line. The front line is these other agencies, and it is the case with the northern Kenya deployment. So these other agencies are the front line, and KDF comes in to assist and cooperate. The other very important facet of deployment is Article 241(3)(c). And Mr. Speaker, this is the aspect of deployment which cannot happen without the authority of Parliament. And this is the deployment of the KDF forces to keep peace in instances of instability in the country. And that cannot happen without the express approval of Parliament. And in that instance, the KDF take the front line in terms of operations. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to speak to the deployment that happened during the recent unrest. The deployment happened around the assistance and cooperation with other agencies. So it is not the 241(3)(c), where KDF takes the front line. And what happened is that the CS then did the deployment via gazette notice for KDF to assist the National Police Service. And the following day came before Parliament to seek authority for 241(3)(c). But the 241(3)(c) was never effected. The only effect was done on 241(3)(b) on assistance. And the reason why, in my thinking, that the deployment under 241(3)(c) never happened is because upon the court case, which I believe is still live, and I will not speak to the merits or demerits of the case, is that the court then mandated the government to expand on the scope, the nature, and the duration of the deployment, and that was done through a subsequent gazette notice, which then gave a broader definition of the deployment across the country, and until the unrest situation is addressed. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, there's one more question, but allow me also to say that all the operations of KDF, and indeed under the principles of national security is subject to the Constitution. National security is subject to the authority of Parliament. And I will, upon confirmation, be very keen to focus on the need to strictly adhere to the constitutional provisions with regard to deployment. Honorable Lesuda, with regard to the slow nature of movement by KDF. Of course, I have not had occasion to listen and hear out that part of the complaint, but I would imagine it is because they are not the front line. The front line is the National Police Service. In terms of projects by KDF that are incomplete, the value for money issue, I can only say that I will defer a comprehensive response to this question. And also given that one of my mandates as CS upon confirmation is to assess and oversee the implementation of projects to ensure efficiency and proper utilization of funds, and with a close working relationship with the line committee of Parliament, these are issues that I should be able to address upon confirmation. Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Nominee is an information that if you are confirmed, Honorable Soipan, if the committee sees it fit and Parliament.
Proceed, hold on. Soipan, the clerk wants your documents so that they can be able to check.
And ask for money. Can you imagine? Money to be used to pay people in KDF. And its average is between 600 and 1 million. Imagine. You know, it's terrible. It's terrible. And you know, locally, and particularly for us pastoralists, being employed in the army is almost like going to heaven. You know, it is the best job, actually, from where I come from. It's actually the best job. So people spend a lot of money. So what will you do now? That is a question. You don't need to respond to the earlier one. The question will be, what will you do in this department that is said people buying jobs, people selling, and it is true, Honorable Soipan, people sell land to pay 600,000 to 1 million. What will you do, Madam Soipan, that there is nobody to pay to be recruited as a KDF? Thank you, Speaker.
Vicaria, you'll pass. Emase, you'll pass.
Chairman, I just want to add on to what Honorable Kosing has said. And besides parting with money, even those recruits who are successful on reporting to training camps, a number of them are dismissed on flimsy reasons. It happened last year, and our constituents came to us. Our efforts to reach the CS were in vain. So we really want to know, because Kenyans are suffering. Again, I want to reiterate that recruitment into KDF has become a preserve of the rich people. The poor people will never get their children working in KDF. So if we approve you, are you going to make a difference? What is it you're going to do differently? So that opportunities are open and available to all Kenyans, irrespective of who you are and where you come from, on whether you have land to sell or not. That is a very serious issue. Honorable Nominee, we need your response to that.
Daud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Soipan, you did a wonderful job while you were in environment, and I believe if we approve you, you will do better in defense. I just want to touch on 2-3 things which the defense forces were handling: Nairobi Metropolitan, the KMC, Kenya Meat Commission, and others, and they've got a very good engineering department. Would you probably think, if you are appointed, to have the company, the Kenya Defense Forces, like a company where they would come and assist in making schools and making bridges and all that at a fraction of a cost what the government would be paying private contractors? Would you think that would work if you were appointed?
You can answer those, Soipan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have noted the concerns raised by the Honorable Kosing on the epicenters of conflict in West Pokot County. I promise Honorable Kosing, should I be successful in becoming the CS, I will focus on these concerns because of the critical nature of opening up the northern region. I believe opening it up for development and all the infrastructure necessary for the livelihood support for the people of West Pokot will go a long way. On the issue of KDF recruitment, Mr. Speaker, from my reading of the core principles of national security, the drafters of our constitution found it fit that the issue of integrity around recruitment of Kenyans to the Kenya Defense Forces would be a very core component of the national principles of national security, because the Constitution actually demands of the national security organs to ensure, to reflect the diversity of the communities of Kenya and ensure diversity in equitable proportions in the recruitment of Kenyans to the defense forces and other security organs. Mr. Speaker, when you see the enthusiasm around young Kenyans coming to front themselves to participate in the recruitment into the forces, I think it is a process we have to guard very seriously in terms of the integrity. And I want to assure members of Parliament, I want to assure Kenyans that being that this is an issue that has been so incessant, I have been a member of this House before, Mr. Speaker, and this is an issue that has kept on recurring over and again. And being that the chairman of the line committee on defense and national and foreign relations is a member of this committee, I can commit, Honorable Speaker, that I will take time to evaluate the standard operating procedures of the KDF recruitment process, and with a view to identify the gaps to make sure that we adhere to the strict requirement of the Constitution in terms of the integrity around the recruitment process, Mr. Speaker. When Kenyans front themselves to be in the front line of the defense of our country, it's only fair that we afford that opportunity on an equitable measure. So Honorable Lemase and Honorable Kosing, I undertake to make sure that, again, we also need a lot of sensitization for Kenyans to know that you do not have to pay to be recruited into the KDF. I will look again at the SOPs around the recruitment, but it is also high time that we have a whistleblowing around these activities with a rapid response to issues of corruption and malpractices around the recruitment process. So, Mr. Speaker, it is my undertaking that it is an area of priority that I will look at, and should there be cases of malpractice from within, because it is from without the KDF, and in certain instances within the KDF, then appropriate action would be taken.
Point of order, Speaker. Point of order.
Yes, Person.
Honorable Speaker.